The story begins in a log cabin amidst the freezing cold. Suddenly, a strange purple cup falls. A voice echoes throughout the room. This poison will paralyze the magical power in your veins. Ayin Fa, in pain, tries to swallow the fresh blood welling up from his throat. Rachna continues coldly. Even for you, this is only a temporary effect, a few minutes at most. Therefore, I've mixed in a few other poisons as well. Ayin Fa collapses in pain before him, stammering, but why? Hearing this, he replies, you should have known the answer. It's because of your power. Rachna explains, that power is completely useless for the future of the kingdom. If this were a time of war, perhaps things would have been different. But right now, you are nothing but a hidden threat who could betray me at any moment. He repeats the words Ayin Fa once said, I will absolutely not betray you. I will live the rest of my life in my hometown. These are the words you said to me, aren't they? This leaves Ayin Fa utterly astonished. He thinks in despair, I just want to wash these blood-stained hands, even if only a little. I just want to spend the rest of my life atoning to those who died by my magic and those who lost their loved ones because of me. The fireplace is blazing, warming them both. Rachna speaks up, but Ayin Fa, did you know? I have always been terrified of you. His face becomes increasingly distorted. Out of fear for this old friend, I'm about to go mad. These words are jarring, causing Ayin Fa's eyes to widen. The voice echoes in his ears, a top-tier mage, someone who could overthrow me and my kingdom at any moment. How could I possibly let a monster like that live, huh? His eyes are filled with unspoken anguish. Rachna continues speaking to his old friend, please, never forgive me. After speaking, he pauses in thought for a moment, then turns and leaves. On a cold winter night, the fire begins to rage violently. Ayin Fa kneels helplessly amidst a sea of flames. He grinds his teeth, thinking, that bastard, I was too careless. However, he suddenly grabs the hem of his robe, slowly pulling out an object that looks like a dagger. Rachna, you were just as careless. His eyes are filled with determination and strength. While regretting my life up to this point, I frantically researched it. It is a dagger enchanted with a time spell. Ayin Fa holds the dagger engraved with strange characters in his hand. He thinks to himself, if I use this to stab my heart before the poison corrodes me, I can use magic one last time. He slowly brings the dagger closer to himself. Blood immediately spurts out. In the final moments of his life, he thinks of the atonement he longed for. Blood also quickly pours from his mouth. Suddenly, the dagger turns a brilliant blue. Ayin Fa wearily shouts, Dahus Ikro. Another dimension suddenly appears. He kneels on a circular magic formation. Placing his hand on it, he says, Du Kubi Argado, Jen Sunagas. It is to return everything to its original state. Images of the past begin to appear. First is Ayin Fa standing before a grave. Next is him kneeling reverently before two people, one of whom is Rachna. Birds soaring in the clear blue sky also appear one after another. There are also the footsteps of a person, none other than Ayin Fa, leaning on a magic staff. Suddenly, he appears once more, but with a different appearance. Trembling all over, he thinks, what just happened? He can't stop touching this unfamiliar body. I can't find the dagger wound, nor do I feel any pain. Something unusual must have happened. Ayin Fa comes to his senses. Suddenly, a voice calls out from somewhere, Ayin Fa. He also turns his head unconsciously. It is Vananiese Sofa, his mother. She asks in confusion, son, what's wrong with you? What happened? He looks utterly astonished, crying out, mother. But in his heart, he thinks, why is my deceased mother here? Did I succeed? At the same time, a very surprised Vananiese Sofa walks closer to him. The two of them hold hands tightly. Ayin Fa guesses, could it be that I've met my mother in the underworld? Then, he suddenly turns in another direction. This place looks like a bustling village with a giant windmill. The children are lining up for an examination. The local knights are maintaining order. An elderly man shouts, next person. On top of the ivory tower, a white flag is fluttering. Ayin Fa looks at his hands and thinks, I've returned. Back 35 years. The magical reflex test, aimed at nurturing outstanding mages, lays the foundation for the kingdom's strength. All children of the Green River Kingdom, upon turning 12, must participate in the magical reflex test. The first part is the brain magic test, responsible for revealing magical talent. The second part is the mind magic test, responsible for producing, circulating, and storing magical energy. All children who pass both tests will be immediately sent to the Magic Academy, and after graduation, they will gain national authority. Ayin Fa feels a sense of unreality. At 35 years old, I have returned to a past more distant than I could have imagined. The dragon tongue is considered the foundation of magic. He thinks to himself, the time spell, which I spent countless hours researching for my atonement, finally worked before I died. Initially, I only intended to return to escape my sins. But he pauses, then continues to think, many people were forced to give up everything because of me, and many also lost their lives due to their blind loyalty to me. Someone who once trusted, swore loyalty to, and befriended Rachna. Ayin Fa tells himself, a lifetime of devotion, willing to be used, only to be murdered in the end. He thinks seriously, I can't let things repeat like this again. This life, everything will be different. Suddenly, another voice rings out, pulling him back to reality. He thinks, to do that, I must first find that thing. Then he walks over and says to Vinnyasa, Mother, I'll be gone for a moment and we'll be right back. The power of an 8th circle mage, perhaps even higher. After arriving at that area, Ayin Fa introduces himself to Jonathan. I am Ayin Fa from Mogan Village. Hearing this, the other person says, Mogan. Ah, you're Vinnysa's son, aren't you? He said, go on in. Don't ask random questions, lest you disturb the great mages. Heeding Jonathan's words, he stepped into the base. Here, Marco was wearily exclaiming, Sir Aaron, how many more children are there? A middle-aged man named Aaron replies, I think you'll have to be here for at least another half a day. Seeing this, he sighs. Suddenly, Ayin Fa walks in coldly, saying, Excuse me for the intrusion. Marco quickly changes his expression, putting on a polite smile. Hello, young boy. Come here. Marco instructs him, bow your head first. I will use magic to stimulate your brain. It might feel a little dizzy, but it's only temporary, so don't worry. After saying that, he places his hand on Ayin Fa's head, praising, very good. Then he continues, now turn around. These words startle Ayin Fa, leaving him speechless. Marco, still having some patience, urges, hurry up. I've just sensed the magical energy in your brain, which means you'll be able to change your life if you have a magic core inside you. At the same time, Ayin Fa is thinking seriously. Just joining the academy isn't enough. So he turns to Marco and says, Mr. Mage, there's something I want to show you. Marco immediately asks curiously, what is it? Ayin Fa immediately focuses his mind, closes his eyes tightly, and conjures a dazzling, brilliant fireball. He thinks to himself, should I show off a little more? After seeing everything he did, Marco's eyes widen in astonishment. A fireball, but right after, a few drops of water appear. Dual element magic. Ayin Fa now controls water with one hand and fire with the other, then makes them flash and disappear. He says, I don't know why, but I can naturally do these things. This astonishes everyone in the base, and they look at each other. Marco, as if mesmerized, exclaims, what? He asks, has anyone taught you? Hearing this, Ayin Fa shakes his head and replies, no one has taught me. Marco presses him sternly. Really? Detection magic can detect lies by examining every gesture and action of the body. He continues, think carefully before you answer me. If you lie, you could become a criminal. You, your family, and even your close neighbors will be beheaded. However, Ayin Fa replies confidently, in a place like this, how would I dare to lie? Marco's expression changes quickly. He thinks to himself, my God, the detection magic didn't detect any lies. This child, he stares intently at Ayin Fa. Suddenly, a piercing scream startles them both. Ayin Fa hurriedly runs outside. Mother, he can't believe the scene before his eyes. Vinnysa's wrist is held tightly by a thug-like man as she pleads in distress. Don't do this. Shut up. It turns out to be Jonathan from earlier. He says, don't you know there are important figures inside? Being a widow for 7 years, you must be very lonely. At your age, you can't sell yourself to anyone, so stop playing hard to get. He continues to insult her. You're lucky someone is paying attention to you, and you don't even have the decency to be grateful? Vanity SA frowns and says, Abruptly, Aaron, Marco, and a soldier step out. Aaron quickly asks, what's going on? Jonathan immediately lets go of her hand, stammering in reply, and nothing. This lowly woman doesn't know her place. I was just teaching her a lesson. Seeing this, Ayin Fa can't contain his anger and blurts out, lowly, that bastard dares. But Marco stops him. He says, a few minutes ago, this child fulfilled 2 conditions and was recognized as a mage. Therefore, this child and his parents possess authority equivalent to that of nobility. Those who dare to disrespect nobles and mages are no different from challenging the emperor's authority. In short, he concludes, this crime is entirely punishable by death. Hearing this, Jonathan is so scared that cold sweat pours down, and he screams. He quickly kneels before Ironfa. Please spare me, sir. Please have mercy. Please let me go this time. However, Ironfa says, why are you apologizing to me? There's someone more deserving of your apology. He suddenly realizes, then he turns to the still-dazed Vanity S.A. and kneels. Madam, my crime is worthy of 1,000 deaths, but please give me another chance. She glances worriedly at Ironfa. Finally, he sighs. Then he walks up to Jonathan and says sternly, listen here. The man listens attentively. I know all about disgusting people like you who specialize in bad-mouthing my mother. Trash like you, he reminds him, had best take today's lesson and tell the others. The man replies dejectedly, yes, I understand. Thank you, great mage. After handling everything, Ironfa quickly goes to Marco to thank him. Thank you for your help, sir. He replies cheerfully, it is the Ivory Tower's duty to protect mages. Then he turns to Aaron and says, Aaron, from now on, please take good care of and protect this child and his mother. I will relay the remaining information to you through the crystal ball. Aaron responds, let me take you to the inn where we knights are staying. Would that be all right? Ironfa, holding Venice's hand, replies, yes, thank you very much, sir. Marco crosses his arms, thinking to himself, so intelligent at such a young age, a natural-born genius. It seems the royal palace and the ivory tower are about to get lively. In a neighborhood late at night, Jonathan spat angrily. Tui, he cursed inwardly. Damn that bastard. Who the hell does he think he is to order me around? Damn it, the son of that filthy kitchen wench dared to make me apologize. He walked past a mysterious person. Sooner or later, in front of him, that woman will humph. He suddenly stopped, then added, seeing you two on your knees begging for mercy, I'll be so damn happy I could die. Immediately after, Ironfa shouted, paralyze. The man's body immediately stiffened, unable to move. Ironfa spoke up. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to move. That's how the spell works. He silently questioned the man. What did you just say about my mother? I told you I'd be watching you, didn't I? Then he slowly pulled down his hood, his expression emotionless. Jonathan was so scared the veins on his neck bulged. Gulp. Ironfa continued. Today, you were humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen maid. Overcome with shame, you went drinking, wandered onto a deserted street, and then accidentally slipped on this bridge, falling into the swift river below. And just like that, you died. After speaking, the man fell into the water. Ironfa paused for a moment, then continued. This makes me wonder, is doing this really the right thing? He looked down at the bottom of the river. I came this far, only to learn how to atone for the sins of my past life, to turn back time, make the right choices, and wash the blood from my hands. But then I realized I can't completely erase them. Ironfa said, I just want to protect the ones I love, and for that, I will pay any price. Even though I swore not to stain my hand with blood again, I will still hate you. I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, Jonathan lay motionless in the shallow water. Ironfa spoke again, and there's still the one who poisoned me. He thought to himself, what made Rachna say those words? It seems I'm about to understand. The scene changes to a spacious house. He sat there tiredly, musing. It feels like my head is about to split open. Then he looked at his hand. I never thought that using the paralysis spell just once would drain all my mana. I hope this body can mature quickly. Ironfa thought of something else. He walked to the bed where Vanity S.A. was sound asleep. Mother. She seemed to be sleeping very peacefully. A year after entering the Magic Academy, I was placed in the first-class Mage Division. But you, Mother, left behind in this land of Mogan, passed away from a sudden illness before you could see your son become a true mage, living a prosperous and peaceful life. He approached his mother, saying, Mother, in this life, I swear I will protect you. I will make you happy. Therefore, he added, please, you must live a long life. In my past life, I couldn't even protect my friends, and I abandoned my family. I couldn't protect anything, couldn't protect anyone. But this life will be completely different. Ironfa guaranteed. In a magnificent mansion. This place is both beautiful and wealthy. Emperor Jerry of the Green River Kingdom rested his chin on his hand and asked the master of the Ivory Tower, what do you think? An old man with white hair appeared. He was the 5th-class mage and master of the Ivory Tower, Hobart Leon. He replied, at present, I cannot rule out any possibility. However, Jerry wondered. He continued, magical energy is a part of the soul, circulating in the bloodstream. The moment you can move that part of the soul on your own, you are a mage. Through certain techniques that stimulate the magical brain is the simplest way to manifest magic. He explained, usually the academy teaches these methods, just as I and other mages have done. But there are also those who claim to have comprehended it on their own. And those people, they might be like that great mage, freely using first-class magic. He recounted, a very long time ago, it was because of his existence that humanity was able to discover the adaptation of magic. He needed no one to guide him and found a way to manifest magic on his own. He is a legend in the world of mages. Jerry crossed his arms and asked, a great mage? Sounds like the existence of dragons and legends or myths. Hobart closed his eyes and replied, dragons are merely illusions, but the existence of the great mage is real. Because there had to be a pioneer for us to be where we are today. Even my logic cannot explain this situation. Therefore, I need to confirm it with my own eyes. The mage sent to Mogan is not one who likes to lie. He paused for a moment, then added, if this is just a misunderstanding or an exaggeration, then that child's power is truly very dangerous. That is all I can tell your majesty at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Jerry let out a hum. Then he asked again, Prince, are you out there? A voice quickly replied, yes, Father Emperor, your son is present. He continued, come in. The door slowly opened. The one who entered was Hedden Green River. He asked, Father Emperor, you summoned me. He replied, yes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. He said understandingly, Father Emperor, it's no trouble. Then he asked curiously, it seems something is the matter, isn't it? Jerry explained to him, the last time you left the palace was 5 years ago when we went to inspect the famine, wasn't it? I think you should go out for a trip. He requested. Hedden reconfirmed. You mean, Father Emperor, you want me to leave the palace for a tour? He replied, that's right. I will send cavalry and 300 royal soldiers, along with 3 third-class mages to accompany you. Therefore, you are to go immediately to the land of Mogan and bring that child named Ian Fa back here to me. Hearing this, he felt a little startled. You said, Ian Fa. Jerry was doubtful. You still haven't heard of that child? Sigh. Never mind. I've repeatedly told you to pay attention to all news within the kingdom. I'll just assign this task to another prince. But he retorted with great determination, no, Father Emperor, please entrust this mission to me. I will definitely complete the mission and not betray your trust. Hearing these words, he thought for a moment, then agreed. Very well. Now go and prepare. This will be a long journey to the north. After that, the door closed again. Hobart immediately spoke up. Well then, I shall also take my leave to prepare. Jerry asked, do you have something to prepare for? He replied respectfully, as your majesty knows, we mages hate going out. If I don't go and persuade them now, I'm afraid that tomorrow I won't even be able to dispatch 3 mages to accompany His Highness the Prince. Jerry burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's true. Go on, go on. The door remained closed. Hobart also stepped out of the room. A servant asked, Tower Master, are you returning to the Ivory Tower? He replied, no, I need to prevent some things first. In a certain house, sooner or later, the Ivory Tower and the royal family will make their move. Ian Fa looked out the window. He recalled what Marco had said. A few minutes ago, this child was recognized as a mage for having satisfied 2 conditions. He thought to himself, seeing how he acknowledged me as a mage as soon as the test was over, it's very likely he reported it to his superiors then, just as I wanted. The kingdom is currently in dire need of a talent who can accompany Prince Hedden Green River. Although the leader of the Ivory Tower, Hobart, is with the 5th Prince Ragnar, he will need manpower in the tower even more. And this will cause a conflict between the royal family and the Ivory Tower. Ian Fa speculated, whether I side with the king or the Ivory Tower or choose my own path, my potential is limitless. At this moment, I am no longer the naive kid whose fate they can decide. A voice called out, Your Excellency the Mage, please step forward. Marco held a sparkling blue crystal orb. He coughed lightly at him. Then he shouted loudly, startling Ian Fa. Mage of the kingdom, Ian Fa, hear the king's command. Ian Fa was doubtful. The king's command. He acted faster than I thought. He had just cracked open the door when he heard an ah. Marco said with a laugh, Kid, you're awake. The king has just issued a command for you. I'll teach you royal etiquette first. Just do as I say. Seeing this, Ian Fa quickly nodded as well. He ordered, kneel on your right knee, place your left hand over your chest. Ian Fa immediately complied, but he was quite surprised, thinking, What is this situation? Is this kid really doing this for the first time? A moment later, a voice came from the crystal orb. Mage of the kingdom, Ian Fa, hear the king's command. The crystal orb then displayed something like a notice board. The voice continued, we highly value the talent of Ian Fa and acknowledge him as a mage of this kingdom. We permit his name to be recorded in the ivory tower. We invite him to visit the royal palace and have sent our eldest son to accompany him here. May this journey be a smooth one. Hearing this, Ian Fa thought to himself, I can see his intentions clearly. Then another voice spoke up. That is the entirety of the king's command. It was Anno. He continued, may I take him to the Lord's manor now? Marco quickly replied, very well. Then he walked this way. He introduced himself to Ian Fa. I am Anno, captain of the Mogan Knights. The land of Mogan is honored to escort His Highness the Prince and you, Your Excellency Ian Fa. I guarantee I will escort you safely to the Lord's manor. When you are ready, we will depart. A moment later, at the royal palace, the Lord of Mogan, Makis Mogan, spoke. He's here. He ordered, Ravi Martyris, I will say this again. Watch your words. At the same time, you must show the highest respect for the mage. Although Ian Fa is young, that does not change the fact that he is a mage of the kingdom. Moreover, he possesses enough talent to attract the attention of His Majesty the King. There is no harm in treating him well. Makis greeted him enthusiastically. Welcome, mage of the kingdom. In the royal palace, suddenly, a servant's voice was heard. Hey, did you see the kid in the training yard? He can make fire appear from his bare hands. Another servant asked back, well, on what grounds do you think he was recognized as a mage? He's truly an extraordinary child. He's been in the training yard for 15 days. He might still be there as we speak. It's unknown who said it. At the same time, Ian Fa was still training diligently, letting out a soft shout. He extended his hand, casting the Nova Frost spell. In an instant, everything around him froze, like a winter snowscape. He stood in the middle of a world of ice and snow, sighed, and thought to himself, still not enough. If this were my past life, I wouldn't just have frozen this entire area, I could have even frozen this entire Mogan Palace. He clenched his fist, blaming himself. This young body still has too many limitations. I need something to compensate for the lack of mana. Suddenly, a panting voice called out, My Master Mage, oh Master Mage. Ian Fa turned his head and asked, What is it? Butler Haga, out of breath, replied, Master Mage, please help us. He continued, the Lord has gone missing. Ian Fa asked doubtfully, missing? He hurriedly explained, It's like this, my lord. Yesterday the Lord went to hunt goblins and has not yet returned. Young Master Ravi and the knights also went with him. We have currently mobilized all our manpower to search, but there are still no results. We only found a few remaining traces of a fight. Hearing this, Ian Fa said nothing, thinking to himself, I don't think this is their time to die. The Lord of Mogan, Makis Mogan, will die in the future at the hands of an enemy assassin on the eve of the First Resistance Unification War. As for his son, Ravi Mogan, when the Resistance Unification War begins, will give up and flee this land. Therefore, he will be executed after the war ends. Then Ian Fa asked, Don't you think seeking help from Mage Marco would be more useful than finding me? Haga stammered, well. Ian Fa thought to himself, if he went hunting as usual, it's unlikely this happened because of my return. Haga spoke up. He is currently on another mission outside the domain. Ian Fa wondered. The domain's mage has left his designated territory. Could it be because of my return? A mage leaving their designated territory is indeed very rare. I don't know the full details of the matter, but it's surely related to me, he thought. For example, if this were secretly reported to the leader of the Ivory Tower, it could put me in danger. The most powerful weapon I have now is the ability to foresee the future. If the Lord's death changes the future, I will lose that weapon. Haga continued, We are out of options, which is why I have come to beg for your help. Ian Fa immediately asked, Where? I will assist in the search. He thought to himself, no matter what, I absolutely cannot let this happen. As Ian Fa was preparing to leave, he heard a voice call out, Ian Fa. Vanny S.A. stepped forward. I've heard what happened. Are you planning to go up the mountain with the search party? She asked worriedly. Is it dangerous? You're still too young for this. Besides, Ian Fa smiled and said, It's all right, mother. I'm a mage now. She hesitated, but this is still... Ian Fa took his mother's hand to comfort her. Don't worry too much. I promise I'll come back. Majiris spoke up, She pleaded while crying. I beg you, please find my father and my brother. She sincerely clasped her hands. If you can find them, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. I'll have my father reward you with money, land, and even servants. So, I'm begging you. Ian Fa noticed the ring on her hand. He seemed to recognize it. That is, he replied, I guarantee I will find them. She was overjoyed. Really? Ian Fa asked, the ring you're wearing, may I borrow it? I can feel the magical energy radiating from that ring. She handed the ring to Ian Fa. He said, it will help me find them. She agreed. All right. Ian Fa put the ring on his thumb, feeling a surge of power envelop him. He looked at it, exactly like in his previous life. The Mage ring, a low-level magical artifact, was said to be able to enhance the wearer's mana. He guessed. It seems he didn't give the ring to his heir, but to his daughter instead. She instructed, you must find them. She reminded him, I can only lend you the ring. It's a family heirloom my father gave me. Ian Fa said, I know. He thought to himself, this can compensate for my lack of mana. Ian Fa turned to the soldiers and ordered, let's go. In a certain forest, a soldier reported, this is the place. They pointed to a bloodstain. We lost their trail here. Ian Fa asked, have the dead been buried yet? The subordinate replied, we couldn't find anyone. We think they might have been eaten by the goblins. He observed the goblins' corpses. He considered, there are only a few dozen goblin corpses left. They might have been attacked by hundreds of goblins. He held out his hand. I must find them as soon as possible, or it will be too late. He used a spell to summon a wolf spirit. A magical light flashed. The soldiers behind watched. They were astonished. A wolf. Did he just say it was a spirit? The paw of a beast touched down. A small, tail-wagging wolf appeared. The soldiers were dumbfounded. A wolf cub. Ian Fa also sighed. If it were my previous life, I could have summoned a rather large wolf. This one now looks no different from a puppy. He was helpless with his current mana and could do nothing more. He instructed, smell this. Do you think you can find where they went? The small wolf sniffed the bloodstain, barked, and ran off. The soldiers were confused. This is Sir Mage. He explained, we just need to follow that wolf spirit. They obeyed. Yes. Beneath a cliff, a goblin holding a spiked mace screamed and charged forward. Magus Mogan decapitated the goblin. He was surrounded by goblins, his body covered in wounds. He thought tensely, goblins are everywhere, what should I do? The ferocious goblins charged. At this rate, I'll be. He was extremely worried. He ordered Ravi, we'll deal with the goblins here. You must find a way back to the palace, understand? He instructed, tell them Mogan Mountain is under threat from goblins, hurry. Behind him, a goblin was approaching. Ravi shouted in panic, Father, that goblin is jumping. It raised its spiked mace, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Ravi warned, Father, watch your back. Magus Mogan turned around in shock as the impact occurred. An incantation was heard, Frost Nova. Several shards of ice appeared. Magus Mogan breathed a sigh of relief. Someone stepped into the ice-free clearing. All the goblins were frozen solid. Ian Fa had arrived just in time. Magus Mogan stared at him. Ian Fa turned and approached him. Magus Mogan thought to himself, that child is. His vision blurred, as if he was about to faint. People cried out in alarm, my lord. Someone called out urgently, Father, Father. Magus Mogan regained consciousness. Magiris sat beside him, calling out joyfully, Father. Magus Mogan was surprised. Magiris. He sat up. What is it? What happened? She said, it was Sir Ian Fa who saved you. She said tearfully, Father, you and brother have been unconscious for 2 days. You don't know how worried I was. Haga burst in. My lord, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. Magus Mogan asked Haga, are the others all right? Haga hesitated. Well, he reported, 12 soldiers and Sir Ludden were unable to return. Magus Mogan asked curiously, where is that mage? I must meet him in person. As Ian Fa was walking, he heard someone call, Sir Mage. Haga approached. Sir, so you were here? Ian Fa said, I heard the Lord has awakened. Haga replied, yes, thanks to you, Sir Mage. He continued, the Lord instructed me to bring you to the guest room. He guessed, I think the Lord has something urgent to discuss with you. Ian Fa felt surprised. Magus greeted him. Sir Ian Fa, welcome. Ian Fa asked with concern, how are you feeling? Magus replied, thanks to everyone's concern, I am much better. I sincerely thank you for your help. He explained, because you have preserved the present and future of the Mogan family, as well as the foundation of our home. Ravi smiled happily from behind. Magus Mogan expressed his gratitude, because you also eliminated the goblins on Mogan Mountain, protecting our domain. If I were to overlook this without giving you a worthy reward, I would not be worthy of being called a Grand Lord of the Empire. He pointed to a small box on the table. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have chosen this. He said, please open it. Ian Fa opened the box, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is... Makis Mogan said, I heard from Mage that the ring from before is inside. He asked curiously, did you borrow this ring because you could sense the mana within it? I always thought it was just an old family heirloom. But what power does this ring have? Mage, is it of any use to you? Ian Fa explained, this ring can amplify the wearer's mana. When I was eliminating the goblins in the canyon, it was a great help. Makis Mogan sighed in relief. That's wonderful. Mage, I want to give that ring to you. Please consider a token. Ian Fa was surprised. A token? Makis Mogan declared. From now on, Mage Ian Fa will forever be considered an honored guest of the Mogan family. This item will be the token of this eternal promise. He asked expectantly, will you accept this token? Ian Fa touched the box, then put on the ring. A permanent honored guest. For the nobles of the empire, this was a pact that would last 1,000 years. Makis Mogan said respectfully, our family will forever welcome Mage Ian Fa's visits. If you ever need our family's help, he solemnly promised, we promise to always stand by your side. Ian Fa looked at him intently. Makis Mogan and Ravi bowed their heads together. We swear by the northern flow of the Green River Kingdom. We will abide by this oath for all generations. In a certain forest, Ian Fa walked with the soldiers. He thought to himself, Then he asked, Captain, how much farther to Lay Town? A soldier replied, we're almost there. You'll see it once we're over that hill. Ian Fa remained silent. He recalled a conversation. My lord, I have a few things to ask. He asked, in your domain, are there any apothecaries who can concoct elixirs? Makis Mogan thought for a moment. In Lay Town to the north, there is an apothecary named Radio. He recounted, they came from the capital, but migrated north for a special medicinal herb. Ian Fa mused, apothecary Radio. Radio? I've never heard that name in my previous life. I hope I can find some kind of elixir to replenish my lost mana. A soldier suddenly pointed towards rising smoke. Captain, Lord Mage, over there, we can see Lay Town. Lay Town was engulfed in flames. Ian Fa was horrified. The captain took a defensive stance, preparing to draw his sword. A blood-stained axe. A group of thugs surrounded them. A brute with an axe on his shoulder rallied his comrades. Imps, gather round. It's time to start again. He sneered, a quick fight for a quick win. We still have to find our little imp sister. A boy they had captured was screaming and resisting. An uncle cried out in panic and pain, Dole it, my son. The thug stepped on the old man, saying impatiently, you're about to die anyway, you useless piece of trash. The old man coughed up blood. His son struggled and screamed, let me go, father. The brute said angrily, you stupid brat, so annoying. He glanced over, a cruel smile on his face. If your father dies, will you finally shut up? The boy was terrified. The brute pulled out a gleaming knife and advanced on the man. I'll sell your son to a very good place. His eyes were filled with animalistic lust. Farewell. The boy cried and screamed in fear. Suddenly, a shard of ice flew through the air, piercing the thug's throat. The boy stared in astonishment at what was happening before his eyes. The brute collapsed instantly. The remaining thugs were terrified. What was that? An ice shard. Where did it come from? They spotted the other side. Ian Fa and the soldiers were there. Ian Fa preparing to cast another ice spell. A rain of ice hailed down, piercing towards them. They panicked. Damn it. Run. Agonized screams echoed through the valley. Someone stood on the cliff. Ian Fa was channeling his power. He looked at the ring. It was working. He thought to himself, thanks to this ring, my mana limit has probably reached the level of a third-class mage. Lay Town was in chaos. Villagers mourned their relatives murdered by the thugs. Someone shouted, Lord Mage Ian Fa. He asked the captain with concern, were any soldiers injured? The captain replied, thanks to you, sir, we are unharmed. Ian Fa said, a little embarrassed, that's good then. He thought, I wonder if they're still alive. Hearing someone call for Radio, Ian Fa immediately turned around. Villagers surrounded a man named Radio, who was gasping for breath. His son called out worriedly, Father, Father. Ian Fa approached. Let me see. He was shocked. His skin was pale, completely drained of color, and his hair had turned white. This was his current condition. Ian Fa speculated, could it be mana poisoning? A disease considered a curse from the archgod. If a certain amount of mana enters a body that has a mana brain, but no mana heart, the mana fragments will prevent the body from activating the brain normally, while also bringing excruciating pain. The rest of their life would not have a single moment of peace. He couldn't have infused mana into his own body, so it must have been deliberately done by some mage. Ian Fa thought, looking at these symptoms, the situation is quite bad. Ian Fa cast a spell. Please wait a moment. There is a method to temporarily suppress the pain, which is to infuse pure mana while releasing the stagnant mana from a body. Radio panted wearily. Ian Fa instructed, please take care of his wounds. A villager replied, yes, thank you, sir. Someone tugged at the hem of his robe. Radio's son asked, my father, will he get better? Ian Fa replied, for now. It's possible to alleviate his condition by transferring mana, but this cursed illness cannot be cured. The boy asked worriedly, so, will he start hurting again in a little while? Ian Fa thought to himself, because the mana I transferred will eventually turn into stagnant mana. He will have to choose, either continue receiving mana and endure, or die. Ian Fa said, I'm afraid so. The boy sobbed. I have to find a Lenny flower and make an antidote. The boy suddenly ran off. The villager from before hurriedly shouted, Dolet, where are you going? Ian Fa seemed to freeze. Dolet. He recalled, back then, I remember the name of the greatest apothecary in history, the royal apothecary, Dolet Hammond, a man who was once very poor, but thanks to his genius, stood by Emperor Ragna's side. In my past life, when I met him, he was always hostile towards mages, an apothecary who had been poisoned with mana by some mage. He was searching for an herb in the north. Ian Fa thought about the boy's recent words, an herb that can neutralize mana in the body. If that's true, a reminder from the past, it's a poison that renders the mana in your blood ineffective. Ian Fa was stunned. Ian Fa cast an acceleration spell and chased after Dolet. He advised, there are still bandits outside the village. It's very dangerous to go into the forest. The boy sobbed, but I can't wait any longer. If I don't find that flower quickly and make the antidote, my father will. The boy panicked, my father will. Ian Fa cast a sleep spell, interrupting him. Sleep. The boy staggered. I have to. He had just managed to say the word flower. Well, he fell onto Ian Fa's shoulder. Ian Fa breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Dolet is asleep. Sunlight filtered through the forest canopy. Ian Fa let the boy sleep on his cloak, and upon closer inspection, he realized that if it weren't for the fierce look on his face in the past life, his current face was actually not much different from back then. Ian Fa mused, if I hadn't come to Lay Town, his father would have died, and he would have been sold into slavery by bandits. He speculated, the poison I drank in my past life must have been concocted by him. He probably followed orders, and even though he knew of Ragna's plan, he still made that poison. Ian Fa was silent. He hesitated. Should I eliminate him? He tried to remain calm. No. Acting so rashly could be very dangerous. He calculated. He possesses the talent to become the greatest apothecary in history. I can make him my ally. He was still hesitant, but even if his current life is different from before, there's no guarantee he won't betray me. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, Lord Mage. Ian Fa asked, what is it? The captain said, panting. You suddenly ran off, so I followed. Ian Fa looked at the child beside him. Who is this child? He explained, I was afraid he would do something reckless, so I put him to sleep. Ian Fa stood up. Since you're here, take the boy back to the village. The captain asked curiously, aren't you coming with us? Ian Fa replied vaguely, I have to go somewhere. Night fell on a small house in town. The light by the window was still bright. Radio sat by the bed, his son Dolet beside him. Are you asleep, son? Dolet mumbled, not yet. Radio said, Batten already told me. A mage came to the village and saved us. He chided, I also heard you were about to do something foolish again, weren't you, you little rascal? Dolet muttered, I just wanted to find a flower. Radio reminded him, there might still be bandits near the village. Dolet sat up, raising his voice. Then what am I supposed to do? That mage said you would be in a lot of pain. Radio comforted him. I'm fine. He said, if I find the Lenny flower. Dolet sobbed, interrupting him. It's been a year, and you haven't found anything. Does that flower even exist? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It does exist. The father and son looked in surprise toward the source of the voice. Radio stammered. Who's there? The cloaked figure outside the door replied. I heard you were looking for the Lenny flower. There was a moment of silence in the house. Then Radio opened the door to look. Ian Fa removed his hood and stepped inside. Forgive my intrusion. Dolet was astonished. It's that mage. Radio was confused. What? Ian Fa placed a block of ice on the table. I am Ian Fa. Radio asked suspiciously, what is that? His eyes widened. That's the Lenny flower. The Lenny flower he had been searching for so long, frozen in ice on the table. Ian Fa stated a condition. I can give you this flower, but allow me to ask you one question. He asked curiously, if the properties of this herb are still unclear, how do you know about it? Radio replied, it was a notebook. He explained, I saw it in a notebook. He took out the book. This book is the herbalism notebook my father left behind. He flipped through the book. If you look at this page, the book read, Properties neutralizes mana. Only found in the northern continent, a flower with 12 petals. The stem and roots are poisonous, blue in color, and it withers immediately after being picked. Cannot be cultivated or harvested. Ian Fa asked, Did your father also know apothecary? Radio replied, It's a family trade. Ian Fa concluded, Then this notebook must be a family heirloom. Radio considered, something like that. Ian Fa presented, Then you must surely know that, for a mage who possesses a mana heart and a mana brain, the Lenny flower has the ability to neutralize mana. He said, It is a fatal poison. Radio was stunned. He explained, I understand what you mean, but the apothecaries of my family would never concoct a potion to harm people. He affirmed, I can stake my family's honor on it. Ian Fa looked away. Dolet was startled, a little confused. Ian Fa replied, I understand. He picked up the block of ice. Thank you for answering my question. And one more thing. He melted the block of ice. He said, I'm sorry, the ice is melted, and the flower has withered. He explained, even I couldn't find it. I could only freeze it to preserve its shape. Radio was shocked. You tricked me. Ian Fa explained, I just wanted to prove that you always had the ability to find the Lenny flower. He proposed, Mr. Radio, how about we make a deal? Radio was confused. A deal? Ian Fa proposed, I will continuously transfer mana to you, so you won't die from mana poisoning. He assured, I will also promise to find a way for you to use the Lenny flower. He proposed, therefore, please come with me to the capital. Radio was confused. The capital? Why should I go there? Ian Fa requested, please concoct mana replenishing potions for me, and then learn how to make an antidote for my mother's illness. Radio was skeptical. Can't you find a famous apothecary? He said, my apothecary skills are not that advanced. Ian Fa replied, I hope to have someone by my side, continuously providing me with potions. Then he turned to Dolet. That child ran into a forest full of bandits to find a cure for you. Ian Fa advised, please make the right decision, at least for his sake. Radio was pensive. He hesitated. Can you give me some time to think? Ian Fa agreed, as long as you need. In this life, Dolet did not lose his father, nor did he become a slave. Ian Fa observed the father and son, looking at the child's radiant smile. He believed that this child's talent would not fall into Rachna's hands. At this moment, Ian Fa was standing behind a fence, looking towards the house in the distance. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Lord Mage. Hearing someone call, Ian Fa turned around. This time, the knight stood at attention and said, We have finished preparations to return to the Lord's castle. Hearing this, Ian Fa just thought silently, his gaze seeming to avoid something, perhaps looking towards that small house. Then, he seemed to lower his head and say, All right, let's head back. On the way back, a question always weighed on his mind. Suddenly, the door opened. It was the father and son, Radio and Dolet. Dolet and his father stepped out of the door, looking a little surprised, letting out a soft humph. At this moment, the boy called out, Mage. Hearing the voice, Ian Fa turned his head. Seeing them come out of the house, Ian Fa walked closer and asked, Have you decided? Hearing his question, Radio didn't answer but asked back, Well, do I have any other choice? As he said this, he seemed to scratch his head in embarrassment, then continued, I have to survive first. Just as he was speaking, Dolet ran down the stairs with a beaming face. Though a bit shy, he still smiled and said, Please keep your promise. Hearing him speak, Ian Fa also smiled happily and replied, Of course. Suddenly, Ian Fa seemed a little surprised by something. Radio's son had spoken up. At first, the boy was a bit timid, but after hugging his father tightly, he gathered all his courage to ask Ian Fa, Can you really cure my father's illness? Hearing him ask this, Ian Fa was not angry or annoyed. On the contrary, there was a hint of joy. Even so, upon hearing these words, he still let out a sigh. He looked at the boy with an affectionate gaze and said, I promise. At this, the boy asked naively, Really? Ian Fa replied calmly, Really? Hearing Ian Fa's firm confirmation, Dolet beamed like a blooming flower and asked, So, can I call you my leader? This time, Ian Fa stammered a little in his reply. Yes. Seeing that Ian Fa had agreed, Dolet said happily, Yes, leader. At this moment, Ian Fa suddenly remembered his past self. Get away from me. Was I like this when I was young? As the two were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly approached. They turned their heads in surprise. Ian Fa exclaimed in surprise, Well, Dolet, though puzzled, made no sound. A knight dismounted and said to Ian Fa, Lord Mage, we must return to the castle quickly. Ian-Fa felt something was strange and asked, what happened? Hearing Ian-Fa's question, the knight replied, it is said the prince has crossed the Gomus River. As soon as Ian-Fa heard this, he became flustered and asked urgently, the Gomus River? He's already crossed it? As he asked, sweat beaded on his forehead. The knight said, yes, this was the news received this morning. At this, Ian-Fa's expression grew heavy, and he thought to himself, why are they only telling me now? With that thought, he walked past the knight. As he walked, he said, let me borrow your horse for a moment. Seeing Ian-Fa say this, the other man asked, do you know how to ride a horse? Ian-Fa slowly approached the horse, gently stroking it with his hand, and replied, not very well, but it can become my friend. He used both hands to gently and affectionately stroke it, trying to tame it. At this moment, a mysterious blue light flashed in the horse's eyes. Ian-Fa looked straight into its eyes and said, I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there? As soon as he finished speaking, the horse's hooves began to move on the ground. It gently knelt down so Ian-Fa could easily climb onto its back. Then Ian-Fa turned his head and said to Anno, Sir Anno, please bring Mr. Radio with you. Hearing Ian-Fa say this, both of them were extremely confused, not knowing what he meant. Ian-Fa climbed onto the horse, sat firmly, and said, I'll go on ahead. A convoy of carriages escorted by soldiers, looking incredibly luxurious. On the carriage was a door decorated with many solemn yet magnificent patterns. The person sitting in the carriage was Prince Hayden, his fair skin standing out in the sunlight, leaning against the windowsill and looking out. He recalled a conversation with his royal father. At that time, he had spoken up and asked, Royal Father, for what reason have you summoned me? When he entered and asked his royal father, who was standing by the glass window with his hands clasped behind his back, he said, before you depart, I have a few words for you. He continued, I hear that Herbert frequently meets with the fifth prince. Hearing this, Prince Hayden was greatly surprised, yet his expression remained unchanged. King Jerry continued in a very solemn tone, because many nobles follow the directives of the ivory tower, you surely know how crucial it is which side the tower master stands on. He continued, it seems the tower master intends to side with the fifth prince. The more he spoke, the more horrified Prince Hayden felt. Though his expression was unchanged, the sweat on his forehead was noticeably more abundant. His father continued, and the fifth prince, Rachna, is a clever child. I am certain he will make use of Herbert and try to pull those with prestige to his side. At this point, King Jerry suddenly turned his head, one hand gripping the back of his chair, his gaze fixed on Prince Hayden as he said, Ian-Fa, you must do whatever it takes to bring him to your side. Throughout the entire process, Prince Hayden did not say a word, only listening quietly to his father. King Jerry continued, before the ivory tower approaches him. Hearing this, Prince Hayden seemed to grow a bit flustered, a hint of confusion clouding his mind. His father's words suddenly echoed in his ears. I told you to pull him to your side to build your foundation. As the words faded, he snapped out of his thoughts. His face showed a look of unwillingness, mixed with a bit of fatigue. Ian-Fa sighed, Then he irritably ran a hand through his hair, his face still beaded with sweat. Even if he is a mage, what help can a child be? The ivory tower is full of mages, but not a single one of them is on my side. He suddenly thought to himself, how dare he abandon me, the heir, to choose the fifth prince? At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, looking incredibly fearsome. He sat in the carriage, calculating to himself, the day I ascend the throne, I will eliminate all of those bastards. At that moment, a rider outside shouted, Your Highness. Oliver looked toward the carriage and said, Your subordinate believes it would be best to inform the Morian family. Hearing Oliver, the prince in the carriage replied, listlessly, indifferently, I recall we've already discussed this. Oliver continued to speak. We should at least give them time to prepare before your arrival. Please consider their position. At this point, Oliver seemed to speak a bit distractedly. That reminds me. Aren't you also from a northern Mogan family? Seeing the prince ask, he immediately replied, Yes, your highness. From inside the carriage, the prince's voice called out, How much longer until we arrive? Oliver, still with a serious expression, said, It seems we still need another 2 days. Hearing the answer, the prince seemed quite pleased, saying, Very good, 2 days is enough. Send them the message. He sat in the carriage, legs crossed, and said smugly, Let's see how the northern guards, the shield of the empire, prepare for a royal visit in 2 days. Oliver, on horseback, was slightly stunned to hear the prince's words, but he still obeyed the command. Yes, your highness. in a place that looked incredibly luxurious. As far as the eye could see, it was magnificent and splendid. At this moment, a resonant voice rang out. "This is where His Highness the Crown Prince will be staying." Mage was directing the servants to clean thoroughly to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. He said loudly, "Remember, not a single speck of dust is to be left behind." After speaking, he suddenly put a hand to his forehead, thinking with some annoyance, "I thought they weren't coming, since there was no announcement." And yet so suddenly, at that moment, he asked Haga the butler, "Have the other families all arrived?" He calmly replied, "Yes, my lord." As he spoke, he bustled back and forth. "All the families have arrived, except for the Faden family and the Jute family. They have sent word that they will arrive soon." As soon as the butler finished speaking, he asked again, "What about the mage? Is there still no news?" Haga said worriedly, "Not yet." Mage said with a look of resignation, "This is not good. Leave for now." At this moment, a knight outside shouted loudly, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." A troop of soldiers escorted the carriage in, looking majestic and imposing. The sound of wheels clattering on the brick ground was incessant. As soon as the carriage came to a complete stop, he stepped down, his demeanor elegant. At this time, everyone was gathered in the courtyard to welcome the Crown Prince. The butler stood beside Mage, whispering worriedly, "My lord, where is the mage?" Mage, for his part, was no better off. His face was also filled with panic, as the mage was nowhere to be seen. He had just opened his mouth to shout, "Mage," when someone interrupted. That person shouted loudly, "Stop." At that moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed from a distance. The person on the horse was Ian Fa. He had his face down on the horse's back. At this moment, he lifted his head and said, "Sorry, I'm late." As soon as he saw him arrive, Mage was visibly overjoyed and said, "It's good that you've arrived. Please come this way." At this moment, those people were all stunned, thinking to themselves, "Is that kid the genius mage from the rumors? They mean the child who can't even ride a horse properly." He hurriedly went forward, put an arm around Ian Fa's shoulder, and said, "Lord Mage, you were summoned by royal decree. According to the laws of the Empire, you must stand in the highest position." After walking a short distance, the two of them met His Highness the Crown Prince and Oliver. As soon as he saw Ian Fa, the prince was greatly surprised. At that moment, he asked, "You are Ian Fa?" At this moment, Ian Fa looked at him, a certain feeling washing over him, a face he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he looked toward the crowd gathered on the other side, and that side as well. At this moment, someone in the crowd noticed him and turned to look back. She turned her head, smiling gently, incredibly beautiful. She was Cixia. Ian Fa looked at her and smiled back in return. A spy from the Cold Empire. Inside the magnificent palace. At this moment, Oliver spoke up, "Your Highness." He stood beside him, saying with a serious expression, "You cannot drink too much." The prince, holding a wine glass, turned his face away and said, "Besides this wine, is there anything else good to drink?" He continued, Unbelievable to have traveled all this way just to have to socialize with these detestable nobles. This party is completely meaningless. Besides, I don't like that kid." Oliver stood beside him, remaining silent, not knowing what to say. Then, the prince suddenly said, "I want to return and rest early." Near a pillar in the palace, Cixia leaned against the wall, holding a glass of red wine. Her eyes carefully observed her surroundings. What a strange coincidence. The Cold Empire is also interested in that kid. Not long ago, the Cold Empire issued 2 directives. The rumors about Ian Fa must be eliminated. Verify through direct observation. At this moment, her expression turned slightly serious. If it's true, a thought flashed through her mind. Then that mage kid and his mother must be brought back to the Empire. She observed the nobles attending the banquet, thinking to herself, just what kind of person is he to cause such a stir? It seems I'll have to go find him. The sky outside was now gradually darkening. The fires in the braziers had also been lit. Ian Fa stood to one side, staring intently at a certain spot, thinking to himself, this is the place. At this moment, Cixia controlled a blue orb of light in her hand, thinking with a radiant smile, should I test his rumored abilities? Let's start with something light first. After that, she turned her head, murmuring, equivalent to 1 strike. Arrow, fire. Suddenly, from the sky, several powerful beams of blue light abruptly struck down, causing the ground below to burst, sending debris flying like rain. Faced with this scene, she was too stunned to speak. Fa then created a shield, blocking the surrounding dust and dirt. Seeing this, she thought to herself, truly a divine skill. He seems to have discovered me. That cold face, along with a less than gentle tone, spoke up. Who are you? Hearing him ask, she stepped out and said in a very confident tone, You saw my magic and still don't know. I am your senior from the Ivory Tower. I was just saying hello. Hearing that, he was not surprised at all and asked further, Is this how you greet people? Sensing he was a little displeased, she exclaimed, Oh my. Her expression changed slightly, her brow furrowing as she feigned innocence and said, Look at the tone this kid is using. It's fine for a senior to joke around with a junior a little. She continued, You don't need to make things difficult for me. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. His expression turned grim as he said, Cixia. Hearing him call her name, she froze for a moment. He continued to call her name, this time slowly enunciating her full name, Cixia Cuckold. As soon as she heard this name, she was as if she had lost her soul, stunned, speechless on the spot. She stammered before him, You. Who are you? How do you know that name? He stood before her, speaking with ease and confidence. I know you very well. At this moment, a cunning look appeared on his face as he said, It would be impossible not to know. In my past life, I wiped out all the remnants of the Cold family that infiltrated the kingdom. If you wish, I can even name the others. He spoke as he walked with an imposing aura. She said, Nonsense. He ignored her words and began to list them off. The kid in the Jute family stables. He continued, the royal secretary, Robin, Rayo of the 9th National Guard Unit. As she heard him list them, her expression grew uglier. The assistant to the head housekeeper in the royal palace. The head housekeeper probably hasn't arrived yet, has she? He then asked Cixia with a calm expression, Do you know what these people have in common? I think I do. She looked slightly annoyed and said, You brat. Suddenly, her eyes filled with rage as she said, I don't know how you know those names. A red fireball appeared in the palm of her hand. As she condensed the fireball, she said, But it would be best for you to just pretend you don't know. With that, the red fireball flew straight toward him. The surrounding space was instantly engulfed in a raging inferno, looking as if no one could survive inside. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew past. Faced with this sight, she was once again stunned speechless on the spot. He appeared before her, holding an orb of light in his hand, and said, I already knew you were from the Cold family. Though a little scared, she still tried to remain calm and asked, If you already knew, then why are you still here alone? As soon as she asked, she thought to herself, Did he really dodge my attack magic just now? What is his background, really? At this moment, he raised his hand over his head, the orb of light still in his palm. A smug look flashed across his face as he said, What's more, you're going to come find me at the training grounds. Hearing him say this, she became even more confused. Suddenly, a flash of panic appeared in her eyes. In the air, sharp icicles appeared one after another. Under his control, countless sharp icicles gathered above his head. Fa said cheerfully, I anticipated this long ago. Fa suddenly directed the icicles to attack Cixia. As he shouted, Ice blades. The icicles shot toward her at an astonishing speed. Faced with this, she seemed powerless. She was utterly terrified, but luckily, she managed to create a shield in time. She shouted, Man, shield, but his power was too great, and her shield had already started to crack. She gritted her teeth and continued to hold on, the force making her curse under her breath. Damn it. This time, he created a giant fireball, several times larger than the one she had made earlier. At this moment, he spoke, explosion flame, then threw the fireball at her. As she struggled to defend, she thought to herself, If I maintain the mana shield, I can't move. I'm going to die. In the end, Cixia decided not to hide behind the shield anymore and quickly fled. As she fled, sharp icicles pierced through her thigh, blood streaming down. A few icicles also pierced her abdomen. Even her face was cut by an icicle. She screamed helplessly. A loud explosion came from behind her, and she lost her footing, stumbling forward. She fell hard to the ground, while also turning her head to look back. Cixia thought in utter astonishment, I'm still alive. Realizing she was still alive, she collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. She lay on the ground, thinking to herself, that guy, he used burst flame, so his mana must be depleted. She lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, and continued to think, the others will be here soon. There's no evidence that I'm a spy. Besides, they won't suspect me over a child. The mages in the tower will believe me too. Just as she was thinking, he casually walked towards where she was lying. She was still lost in her thoughts. If I recover, I'll deal with him later. Before she could finish her thought, he spoke up. I have a plan to make myself famous. At this moment, a cunning look appeared on his face, and he continued, and that is to shoot you dead. Hearing this, she let out a cold laugh and said, "Kid, do you think you can do it?" It seemed as if he would back down, but instead, he revealed an incredibly determined expression and said, "Of course. There's evidence that you people don't even know exists." At this moment, she said irritably, "Kid, what are you talking about?" As she asked him, his mouth was muttering something. Suddenly, a group of knights entered. They all wore horrified expressions. At this moment, Oliver stepped forward with a worried look and said, "What happened?" But before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone else. Cixia, the friend who had spoken with Cixia in the morning, hurriedly ran over to help her up, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" "This wound is..." Before that person could finish, someone else spoke up, "I did it." As soon as the words were spoken, Ian Fa appeared before them. Seeing him, Oliver spoke up, "Please explain." He continued to ask, "What on earth happened?" Ian Fa stood there and said casually, "I happened to see that woman," he said calmly, acting improperly and talking to a masked person. As soon as he finished speaking, Cixia immediately said, annoyed and astonished, "What?" Ian Fa continued, feigning innocence. "Then she suddenly tried to kill me." When he said this, Oliver showed a fearful expression and asked, "So you're the one who injured her like this?" Faced with this question, Ian Fa calmly replied, "Because I had to live." Oliver continued to ask, "Can you prove it?" "I have appeared." They seem to be checking something. Ian Fa looked at Cixia and the other person, silently concluding, "They have some kind of symbol on them." Suddenly, the other person spoke up, "Search her." Hearing this, Cixia was extremely shocked. Her brows furrowed tightly. Her friend stood up angrily, shouting at the other person, "Captain, don't you think you're going too far? Have you forgotten that we are mages of the Ivory Tower?" But the other person paid no heed, drew his sword directly, and pointed it at them, leaving them unable to say another word. His cold voice rang out, "I'm the highest authority here. This matter stems from that." He continued, "Whether an Ivory Tower mage is involved or not, we have a responsibility to investigate the truth." The friend was a little frightened, but still said, "Then at least let me treat her first." At this moment, the other person said calmly, "After a full inspection, you may do so." After speaking, he ordered 2 female knights from behind to step forward and inspect Cixia. After the inspection, he immediately asked, "Anything suspicious?" This time, the white-haired woman answered, "We didn't find anything." As soon as she finished, the friend shouted loudly again, "I told you so. How could you suspect her? We must give her emergency treatment immediately." At this moment, the captain spoke up again. "Was it a lie?" Seeing him ask, Ian Fa casually shook his head and said, "Of course not." After that, the other person slowly approached Cixia. Seeing him approach, Cixia was a little surprised. As he got close, he bent down and said, "Pardon my rudeness." Then he began to move his hand toward her back. He cast a spell on her back. Cixia, with an extremely annoyed expression, asked, "Kid, what are you doing?" Her friend saw this and was extremely shocked. A blue mark appeared on her back, a mana seal. At this moment, Cixia said, extremely annoyed, "Kid, what did you do?" The other person looked at her, let out a triumphant cold laugh, and said, "I was wondering what you two were doing. It seems this is what they were checking for." The young lady of the Cold family was sent to the training school with a mark on her. They don't know, because only the management level knows. He recalled a memory from before. "I also had to interrogate a manager for a whole year to find this out." After that, Captain Oliver turned to the 2 female knights and asked, "Does anyone know what this symbol means?" As soon as he asked, both of them were astonished, but one of them still said, "This is the first time I've seen it." Then the captain turned to Ian Fa and asked, "What about you, kid?" Being asked, Ian Fa immediately replied, "This is also the first time I've seen it." After hearing the answer, the captain mused. Then he thought to himself, even if no one knows what it means, it's still evidence. After thinking for a moment, he immediately gave an order, "Treat her." After that, we will interrogate Cixia. Cixia was furious, but there was nothing she could do. After speaking, he turned to the 2 female knights and said, "Please prepare a magic prison." The 2 received the order and could only comply, yes. Suddenly, at this moment, the captain turned to speak to Ian Fa. He looked at Ian Fa and said, "If all of this is true, His Majesty will reward you, kid." His Highness the Crown Prince sat leisurely on his chair, his expression extremely calm. He spoke. That child defeated a third circle mage of the ivory tower. Oliver stood at a distance, saying with a solemn demeanor, yes. Hearing his affirmative answer, His Highness the Crown Prince laughed loudly and said, I didn't expect it to go this far. He crossed his arms and continued, Captain Oliver, what do you think of that kid? Seeing him ask, Captain Oliver also quickly replied, It seems what the dispatch mages said was not wrong. That kid's words and actions are not like those of a child. Hearing his speculation, His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to think for a long time, then said, I think before drawing a conclusion, I should meet that kid and talk to him. His expression at this moment looked very serious. Having decided, he ordered the captain, bring that kid to me. A moment later, just as His Highness the Crown Prince wished, Ian Fa was summoned by Oliver. Ian Fa bowed respectfully and said, You summoned me, Your Highness? As soon as he spoke, His Highness the Crown Prince replied, That's right. At this moment, His Highness the Crown Prince stood up, turned in a certain direction, clasped his hands behind his back, and said sternly, According to the news I've heard, a mage sent by the ivory tower is a spy for Cold. Furthermore, I've also heard that she is a rather formidable mage. Ian Fa listened intently to his words. His Highness the Crown Prince spoke while looking at the flames burning in the fireplace. I believe your merit in defeating and capturing her is highly commendable. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian Fa immediately replied, You praise me too much, Your Highness. His expression at this moment was not much different from when he first greeted him. At this point, Prince Hayden turned around, looked cheerfully at Ian Fa, and said, Therefore, I want to reward you. Tell me what you want. Hearing his offer, Ian Fa did not relax at all. On the contrary, he thought cautiously, Is he trying to probe my inner desires by asking what I want? This thought flashed repeatedly in his mind. Since it has come to this, perhaps I should just say it. After thinking it through, Ian Fa spoke up. Ian Fa raised his head, looked directly at Prince Hayden, and said, If your highness permits, on the way to the castle, I would like to see the ruins of the ivory tower. Upon hearing Ian Fa's request, Prince Hayden's expression became slightly vague, and he asked, The ruins of the ivory tower? He confusedly asked Ian Fa again, Why do you want to go there? There's nothing worth seeing. At this, Ian Fa put on an act, rubbing his hands together, and said, I've only heard about it in stories, and have always wanted to see it at least once. After hearing Ian Fa's explanation, Prince Hayden seemed to fall into silent contemplation. In a situation where he could ask for anything, this child only wanted to visit a historical ruin. Perhaps he is, after all, just a child. As soon as he thought this, Prince Hayden then said to Ian Fa, All right, then I will take you there. Hearing Prince Hayden say this, Ian Fa smiled faintly. Within that smile, he thought to himself that he might get it faster than expected. The ruins of the ivory tower and the item hidden deep beneath it, the dragon language scroll. Ian Fa remembered that book. The dragon language plays an important role in magic research, and that book contained the essence of the language. In my past life, I found it a few years before I died, so I only understood a very small part of it. This time, I wonder how much I'll be able to understand. Ian Fa seemed extremely excited about being able to explore more of that dragon language scroll. The surroundings gradually darkened, with only the moonlight filtering through the leaves in the forest, casting dappled patches of light. At this moment, the sound of a carriage passing by echoed from deep within the forest. A troop of soldiers was escorting a carriage, and the person sitting inside was Vanity S.A. She currently had a joyful expression, staring intently at the scenery outside the window, and said excitedly, This is the first time I've traveled this far. After saying that, she turned her head, her face beaming, and asked Ian Fa, Isn't that right, Ian Fa? Ian Fa also turned his head happily and replied, Yes, mother. Marco, sitting opposite Ian Fa's mother, also said cheerfully, When we arrive in the capital, I will be your guide, madam. Ian Fa, sitting beside her, looked a bit embarrassed. Marco continued, Don't judge by my appearance. I worked with alchemy in the capital for a long time. Hearing him say that, Vanny S.A. became even happier, smiling from ear to ear. Oh my, thank you so much. Ian Fa sat to one side, silent, but an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. This guy, suddenly, there was a noise outside the carriage. Curious, Ian Fa stuck his head out to look. Outside the carriage was a royal knight named Pao. He turned to Ian Fa and said softly, "Young Master Ianfa, we have arrived." Having just arrived, because it was already dark, the surrounding scenery seemed a bit gloomy. Pao dismounted and briefly introduced the plan. "Our plan is to stay here for 2 days." Following His Majesty's orders, he looked at Ianfa, smiled, and said, "During this time, you are free to explore this place." After speaking, he began to lead everyone. "Please follow me. Let me show you the way." There weren't many candles in the village to light the surroundings. A few tall lampposts were usually hung in front of the main gate. From inside, 3 plainly dressed people came out to greet them. One of them stepped forward to greet them. "I can't believe you chose to come to our humble village. This is truly a great honor." Hearing that person say this, Pao laughed heartily. "Ha ha, it's nothing." From behind, Ianfa observed Pao's every move. Ianfa suddenly guessed that perhaps Pao treated the common people very kindly. At this moment, Ianfa recalled his past life, when Prince Hayden's face always wore a gloomy and resentful expression. His complexion was always somber, his gaze cold and sharp. Because Rachna was always by my side, perhaps that's why Prince Hayden had such an expression towards those who were not royalty or nobility. Prince Hayden always appeared affable and approachable in front of non-nobles and non-royals. At this moment, Ianfa thought to himself, "I can understand why the current His Majesty preferred his eldest son." While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Captain." From a distance, Dolet approached Pao and asked, "When do you plan to go to the ruins of the Ivory Tower?" Hearing this, Ianfa immediately asked Dolet in return, "Why do you ask?" Dolet seemed a little shy, his cheeks blushing as he said, "I want to go there too." Ianfa immediately thought to himself, "I have to go to that underground area at dawn." With that thought, he sighed and said, "All right then, we'll go together tomorrow when we have time." Seeing that Ianfa agreed, Dolet was so happy his eyes lit up, and he said, "Really? We're going together?" Ianfa saw his expression and stammered, yeah." After getting the reconfirmation, Dolet was overjoyed and said, "Wow, thank you." Looking at the way the two were talking, one could somewhat guess that Dolet seemed to have feelings for Ianfa. At this moment, Marco, standing next to Vinayase, said, "Madam Vinayase, there is something I would like to ask you about." After receiving her consent, she then asked, "Has Ianfa always been this mature? I don't see him as a 12-year-old child at all." Hearing her question, Vinayase seemed very calm as she replied, "Ianfa matured too early." She looked at his back and continued, "The boy is kind and knows how to take care of others, just like his father. I know he won't say it, but I'm sure he's trying to fill the void his father left, and I feel very guilty about that." Hearing her say that, he spoke up again, "So, this child is like his father. Was the lady's husband also a mage?" Hearing that, she just gently shook her head and said, "No, Fuer was an ordinary person." As she spoke of her late husband, she reminisced about him. He went missing even before Ianfa was born. After leaving for work as usual, he never returned. 5 years later, only his belongings were sent home. Thinking of this, her eyes seemed to grow heavy. And now Ianfa has. Perhaps because the past was too painful, she stopped there. Vanessa said with some embarrassment, "Never mind, it's nothing." After saying that, the two continued to watch the two children talking. This is a journey following the wind, chasing the stars, the sound of footsteps rustling on the grass. An endless journey. After the Unification War, leaving the Ivory Tower and the Empire, a lone mage holding a staff stood in the middle of the Bat Tien Prairie, looking incredibly lonely. Was it just a coincidence that I later entered the Ivory Tower? No, it wasn't. I feel like there was some kind of guidance. At that time, Ianfa had entered the Ivory Tower, and now he was reenacting the old scene, standing in that position once again. He looked up and thought to himself, this place still looks the same. He stood there speculating. 300 years ago, a war broke out between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonkin, descendants of the dragon race. The Dragonkin's army of gargoyles and dark magic was powerful enough to destroy the Empire, but the Emperor and the great mage Meeson Green River, leading other great mages, defeated the Dragonkin, drove the gargoyles to extinction, and protected the peace of the Empire. Meeson Green River, who led them to victory, refused the throne and became the Tower Master, and built the capital of the Green River Kingdom. As for this place, it was destroyed and then abandoned. Ianfa still stood there, staring intently. Then he walked to a collapsed area, speculating, it must be around here. He touched the surrounding bricks with his hand. A crack appeared at his feet. Immediately after, that crack suddenly turned into an entrance. He thought to himself, this is the place. Instinctively, Ian Fa slowly descended. He used magic to light up a stream of light. The orb of light flew high, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. Inside, a statue appeared. It had purple eyes. That statue was right in front of him. Ian Fa observed it with a rather tense expression. He thought to himself, the first time I saw that statue, I was truly astonished. Suddenly, stone fragments began to crumble from the statue. The statue came to life, letting out a roar. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it quickly. He looked at it, thinking incessantly, because I never thought it would be a gargoyle, a creature that went extinct 300 years ago, yet was hiding here. It jumped down from the pedestal. The monster, with an extremely terrifying roar, charged towards him. A water ball condensed in the palm of his hand. The water ball then launched a magical attack at it. The water ball hit its abdomen, pushing it back a little. Its whole body slammed hard against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. A large crack also appeared on that wall. He approached to look, unconsciously thinking, in my past life, killing it was very simple, but now it requires more effort. It appeared before Ian Fa once again. His reflection was mirrored in its eyes. The roaring continued unabated. The monster kicked hard against the wall with its feet, gaining momentum to charge at him. Ian Fa quickly bent down and began to cast the Ice Spear spell. Ice spears shot out one by one, attacking the monster. Struck by the painful attack, it let out a tragic scream. He continued by using the Electroball spell. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. As soon as the incantation finished, lightning struck the monster's entire body. It screamed tragically, was burned, and then fell to the ground. He stood before it, thinking coldly. Gargoyle, dealt with. Then he looked to the side, thinking to himself, now it's just a matter of time. As he was looking, a secret chamber that could be entered appeared beside him. That secret chamber had revealed itself. Ian Fa approached, smiling with satisfaction. He thought to himself, just like last time. Immediately after, he used the Featherfall spell. After casting the spell, he could gently float down into the secret chamber, finally landing steadily on the ground. In front of him was a table. On the table lay a rather mysterious-looking book. He approached it sooner than I thought. Dragon Language, the 10th volume. The book was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. He observed it, thinking to himself, I wonder who hid it here. Then he speculated, was it a dragon or the first mage? Dragon language, a mystical language that even I couldn't understand in my past life. If this time I can. Suddenly, his eyes filled with astonishment. The book was empty. He flipped through a few pages in confusion, thinking to himself, what happened? While still astonished and suspicious, he boldly guessed, could have been used already? Did someone activate the magic circle before me? He held the book, unable to help feeling regretful. If only I could have read it one more time in my past life. He had just opened his mouth when sudden fear struck him. He touched his throat and thought, I can't make a sound. The dragon language is not spoken with sound. It is a magical language based on mana. In that case, there's only one explanation. Ian Fa held the book, unable to help speculating. The reason I can't use the vanished dragon language is because I can't use time magic. And without the dragon language, I can't reverse the past. He thought with regret, I thought I could continue. If I hadn't known this, the situation could have been very bad. My second life has just begun, and it's already become heavier. A voice called out, Young Master Ian Fa, we are about to arrive at the capital of Green River. It is a very beautiful city. At this moment, the troop of soldiers escorting the carriage passed by. Ian Fa looked out from the carriage of the streets outside, thinking to himself, people from the Cold Empire are also in the capital. He saw a prison wagon and silently calculated, I must be more vigilant. If Cixia escapes and manages to contact another person from Cold. In that prison wagon was Cixia. She sat silently inside. The Cold Empire will start monitoring me if Cixia escapes and contacts another person from Cold. At this moment, Ian Fa thought, Cixia will definitely mention me, the one who knows about Cold's existence. In that case, things will become troublesome in many ways. As Ian Fa was thinking, he suddenly realized something. The carriage stopped abruptly. A person appeared in front of him. The one blocking the road was Hobart Leon. He spoke, stop. Faced with this situation, Ian Fa was a little surprised. Then he immediately said, Tower Master. The captain of the guard began to dismount, saying, what right do you have to block the road? Hearing his question, Hobart replied. I have received an order. He said this while holding a piece of paper in his hand. On it was written, all authority to interrogate Cixia and related matters will be transferred to the ivory tower. The captain of the guard said, you seem to be in a bit of a hurry. Hearing this, the captain of the guard maintained a calm expression. Hobart said to him, I received the authorization papers before the spy arrived. Hobart asked him, shouldn't this matter be handled as soon as possible? After saying that, Hobart gently walked past the captain of the guard, came close, and lightly patted his shoulder, saying, take a rest. From now on, the captain of the ivory tower will be in charge, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, the captain of the guard was a little angry, but in the end, he still had to obey the order, handing the criminal over to the tower master of the ivory tower. Suddenly, at this moment, Hobart Leon turned around and said in an angry tone, Captain, she is not yet a criminal. Until the truth is revealed, she is still a mage of the ivory tower. Please watch your words. Hearing Hobart's words, the captain of the guard couldn't help but feel annoyed, clenching his fists. The surrounding soldiers also began to complain. We were the ones who caught her. On what grounds do they just take away our authority? Captain, it's not fair. Even if it's the Emperor's order, I can't accept it. Ian Fa sat to one side, observing them and thinking to himself, I know what they want to do. They don't want to protect her as a mage of the ivory tower. They just don't want a mere knight interrogating a mage. Now, they will lock her in the deepest dungeon in the tower and try to handle this matter more quietly. Even if she is a spy from Cold, she can't escape. At this moment, Vanity S.A. looked out curiously and asked, why is it so noisy outside? Ian Fa calmly said to her, it's nothing, mother, don't worry. Then he turned to the window beside him and thought, there's one more thing I need to worry about. Then he sighed wearily. Suddenly, someone shouted, young Master Ian Fa, His Highness the Prince wants to go somewhere before we return to the castle. At a place with a lake, extremely luxurious. Ian Fa got out of the carriage and said, this is the villa that His Majesty gifted me in my past life when I reached the 5th circle. At this moment, someone got out of the carriage and asked, Kid, do you like it? That person was Prince Hayden. Hayden looked happily at Ian Fa and said, this is the villa I'm giving you, kid. Hearing this, Ian Fa bowed respectfully and said, I can never repay your highness's grace. Seeing this, Hayden laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, kid, what are you talking about? Ian Fa thought to himself, in my past life, I was 26 when I got this villa. In this life, it's 14 years earlier. It's quite beautiful. Hayden rested his chin on his hand and said, for now, your family can stay here. As for you, kid, come with me to the castle. We have to go for an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, right? Hearing this, Ian Fa's expression became a little awkward. Then he immediately said, if your highness permits, may I tour the villa with my mother for a little while? To his request, Hayden happily agreed. Oh, of course you can. At this moment, Vanity S.A. also said happily, thank you, your highness. After that, Ian Fa began to tour this villa. First was the top floor. Then inside, there was an incredibly magnificent chandelier. His mother said with great joy, oh my goodness. Seeing this, Ian Fa asked her, Mother, do you like it? Vanity S.A. said with some shyness, how could I not? Then Ian Fa turned to her and said, from now on, this is our home. Hearing him say that, Vanity S.A. exclaimed in utter astonishment. Here, Ian Fa said happily, yes. In my past life, when I got this villa, Mother was already gone. Vanity S.A. couldn't help but say joyfully, I can't believe it. Is this really a place to live? It's even more magnificent than the Lord's castle. No matter how great a mage I became, I couldn't bring Mother back. Ian Fa said happily, this means it was once used by the royal family. Hearing the words, royal family, Vanity S.A. exclaimed in astonishment, the royal family? But it's different now. The things I wanted to do for Mother, the things I wanted to do with her can all be done now. While touring, Ian Fa turned to ask his mother, Mother, what do you think? Vanity S.A. didn't know how to answer, just humming in response. Ian Fa looked at his mother, his heart filled with a certain firm belief. This time, I should be able to see my mother's happy face, something I could never see in my past life. At this moment, his mother, Vanity S.A., spoke up. This place is so spacious, so beautiful, and so big, she said while standing in the villa. But how do you clean a place this big? When she asked that question, Ian Fa seemed to turn to stone, frozen and unable to move. Ian Fa spoke from behind her, Mother. Hearing his call, she turned back and asked, what is it, Ian Fa? I will make sure that from now on, you'll never have to do housework again. That way, you won't have to think about things like this anymore. In the royal palace in the capital of Green River, Ian Fa had finished getting ready, feeling a little tense. As he adjusted his cuffs, he thought, even in my past life, I never had a private audience with His Majesty the Emperor. By the time I graduated from the academy and saw how the world worked, he was already on his deathbed. This emperor is famous for his wisdom and intelligence. On the way to meet His Majesty the Emperor, Ian Fa carefully observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, if possible, I'd very much like to learn something. He suddenly passed by another palace. He realized it was the princess's palace. I wonder what that guy is doing now. The fifth son and a concubine's child at that. Despite resembling the emperor the most, he had lacked Jerry's affection since he was a child. Ian Fa clenched his fist. My old friend, and also my greatest enemy. As he walked, he thought, when I meet him again in this life, what should I do? He finally arrived at the door. The guard standing before him said, Young Master Ian Fa, this way, please. His Majesty is waiting for you. After he finished speaking, Ian Fa pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, Emperor Jerry was sitting on a chair, with Prince Hayden standing beside him, waiting. As Ian Fa stepped forward, he bowed and said, This humble one requests an audience with your Majesty. Then the Emperor said, Raise your head. Ian Fa obeyed and raised his head. The Emperor sat upright on his chair and said, The hero of the North, Ian Fa. Kid, you've achieved quite a lot in a short time. Ian Fa replied politely, Thank you, your Majesty. After that, Jerry continued, No need to be so formal. You probably haven't learned etiquette, kid. This is fine. Stand up. Hearing this, Ian Fa slowly stood up. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. You probably haven't learned etiquette, kid. No need to be so formal. Even the first time I met Hayden, he said the same thing to me. The Emperor continued, Kid, you've come from afar. Do you like that villa? I have bestowed upon you a royal residence. Seeing Ian Fa arrive, Hayden turned around. Ian Fa said, a little shyly, It is an incredibly magnificent place, far beyond my imagination. Jerry asked him again, So, do you like it or not? Ian Fa replied happily, I do. My mother is also very happy. Hearing Ian Fa say this, the Emperor was also quite surprised and said, Oh, is that so? In that case, kid, have you realized anything? He continued, The reason I sent the Crown Prince to bring you here and gave you a villa as soon as you arrived. Ian Fa stood there seriously, listening to the Emperor's question. At the same time, he thought to himself, should I be more direct? Ragnar likes to be direct, never hiding anything. Since he's like the Emperor, it seems His Majesty is the same way. At this moment, Ian Fa clenched his hands, thinking, no, it's not time yet. Before I get everything I want, I'm still just a 12-year-old child. I have to act appropriately. At this moment, he looked quite tense, thinking, just acting like a child is probably for the best. After that, Ian Fa decided to ask, Isn't it because I am more talented than others? Then he voiced the thought in his heart. According to what they say, my magic seems to be superior. Therefore, before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted him. Kid, do you think you are more talented than others? Faced with the Emperor's question, do you think so? Ian Fa didn't know how to answer. At this moment, he just lowered his head, remaining silent. Hayden, standing beside the Emperor, was also breaking out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to speak up either. Suddenly, Hayden turned to the Emperor and said, Father. The Emperor heard him and turned his head to look. Hayden spoke up. What would child know? Hearing Hayden say this, the Emperor was silent for a long time. He seemed very surprised by Ian Fa's attitude at this moment, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've seen him defend an outsider. Jerry thought to himself, helping the heir is for the best. Thinking this, he calmly replied, that's right. After that, he continued, the kid's talent. I summoned you here precisely because of your talent. Even those knights and mages couldn't help but praise it when they saw it. I heard you were a great help in finding that spy. The Emperor continued, a citizen who has performed a great service fully deserves a reward. Name it. After saying this, he looked towards Ian Fa and asked directly, Kid, what do you want? Standing before the Emperor, Ian Fa thought to himself, the opportunity has finally come. The authority of the current Emperor. I've thought about this for a long time. I'm still just a child. Seeing Ian Fa didn't answer, the Emperor turned to Hayden and said, this kid once said he wanted to visit the old ivory tower. Hayden quickly replied, he's just curious. Children at this age are all like that. I believe father should grant his request. Hearing the prince say this, Ian Fa was ecstatic, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, the Emperor said, all right, I will give you a seal. As long as you are here, you can move about freely with that seal. After he finished speaking, Someone came forward and presented it to him. Just as Ianfa received the seal, he heard the emperor say, "You can also give it to someone to have them guide you." Then, Jerry asked Ianfa, "So is this what you wanted?" Hearing that question, Ianfa immediately replied, "What could be better than this?" Hearing Ianfa say this, the emperor continued, "In that case, I will personally reward you, kid." At this moment, a voice called out, "Guards, bring the items in." Ianfa was drawn by the sound and turned his head to look, only to see a group of court ladies standing there. In front of him was a chest filled with gold. The emperor said, "This is your reward." Then he looked in another direction and said, "These servants will clean the villa every day from now on. I will send them to your villa so you can live comfortably." The newly introduced court ladies immediately bowed to Ianfa. Looking at the rewards the emperor had bestowed, Ianfa thought to himself, "It seems mother won't have to worry anymore." Then he quickly said, "Thank you, your majesty." The audience ended. Ianfa stepped out of the palace gate. Standing outside, he was lost in thought. This majesty, there seems to be something unusual about him. Instead of being drawn to him, I feel more suspicion. He clutched the seal in his hand, unconsciously thinking, His Majesty must be like this with everyone. Just like Ragnar, suspicion is the basic tool of rule and management. Ragnar liked to say that. Thinking this, he quickened his pace and left. As Ianfa walked, he thought, "First, I must focus on what's important. I don't have much time left." Outside the palace, the surroundings were enclosed by many fences and green trees. At this moment, a guard discovered something and spoke up. "Mage, what wind has blown you here?" Seeing this, Ianfa asked, "Excuse me, where's the flower garden?" Then, as he spoke, he held up the seal. His Majesty told me to present this." As soon as the guard saw the object in Ianfa's hand, he was instantly terrified and paled, hurriedly saying, "Yes, this way, please. I will lead the way." At this moment, Ianfa thought to himself, "I have to pretend I'm visiting a scenic spot to get to that place. I've finally succeeded. This is the holy land of the Empire." Ianfa stood here, recalling old memories. "I like this place, Ianfa. This is a place that only those who serve the Emperor and Empress can come to. Except for members of the royal family, no one is allowed in. I'm still just a prince now, so I can't for the time being. But one day, I will definitely come here." After saying that Highness turned his head, smiled, and asked him, "Right, Ianfa?" Ianfa started to walk inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a blazing fire. He peeked his head inside and immediately heard the sound of snoring. The guard was fast asleep on a chair, completely unguarded. Ianfa approached the guard, thinking to himself, "The other guards are always on alert, but you never know when." He cast a spell on that guard. It was pitch black inside. Ianfa had to use magic to create light. He went deeper inside, observing carefully, thinking to himself, "It's near the royal mausoleum, isn't it? There are coffins all around. It must be around here." Ianfa went a little deeper. Suddenly, he discovered something that made him extremely surprised and joyful. He thought to himself, "Found it." Thanks to the light from the light orb, Ianfa had discovered it. His eyes lit up, found it. Clusters of mushrooms growing close together. Stoneheart mushrooms. He used ice spear magic to cut the mushrooms. "Great, I've gotten all of these mushrooms. This much should be enough." Just as he was rejoicing in his achievement, a clear voice rang out. "It's so late. Where are you planning to go?" Ianfa was on guard. Who is it? Could it be? To avoid being discovered, he immediately extinguished the light orb. Ianfa tiptoed to another spot. The rustling sound grew more urgent, then gradually became clearer. It seemed to be the voice from before. "What? But I understand." Ianfa hid in a corner to observe. The footsteps grew closer. A young person wearing brown shoes walked over. "Your Highness the Princess." "Even so, this place is too." Seeing them pass by without noticing him, Ianfa breathed a sigh of relief. "Her Highness the Princess?" Currently, the royal family only has 3 descendants. Whoever it is, it can't be Ragnar. A figure with long hair fluttering and a gentle voice. "It seems this beauty is Her Highness the Princess. Very few people come here, and people rarely pass through here. Sound cannot travel out of this room." That woman had blonde hair, amber eyes, and upon closer look, a regal aura. But the blue and white outfit she wore made her look gentler, without a trace of unapproachable arrogance. "As for you, you must check the magic that has been enchanted on it. We each have our own task." Ianfa searched his mind for more information about this girl. Hari Green River, the Crown Prince's full sister. "Your Highness, why didn't you inform the Ivory Tower?" Hearing that, she immediately reacted, "We can't." Her firm tone emphasized, "Don't you know the Ivory Tower is very dangerous. Then she clasped her hands together and said piously, I believe the ancestors will understand, because doing this is for His Majesty and my royal brother. The young person beside her, seeing this, was also a bit resigned and sighed. I understand. In that case, I will do my best to support you until the very end. The basic spells I taught you last time, have you memorized them all? Her eyes lit up as she answered decisively, of course. Very good. Then please show me light first. She focused her mind, closed her eyes, and recalled, let the mana flow like this. Light. A light orb similar to the one Ianfa had just created was formed. Seeing this, Ianfa was astonished. The princess is using magic. She pouted, why is mine so small? The soldier also answered honestly, because you only recently started practicing magic. Speaking of Hari Green River, her whole life, she lived like a bird in a cage. When Rachna ascended the throne, the crown prince was executed, and she followed her royal brother. Just like that, she quietly ended her own life. I never expected that woman to be a mage. He was very curious why she was hiding this. In the Green River Empire, hiding one's potential as a mage is a serious crime. The same goes for private magic education outside the Ivory Tower and the Academy. And I'm sure that Mage knows this too. In that case, he could become the princess's accomplice. So their relationship must be anything but ordinary. Sir Kevin, next time please teach me attack magic too. For example, something like a volcano. Even I can't use that kind of spell. Your Highness, I was just kidding. She suddenly seemed to sense something and whipped her head around. What is it, Your Highness? I thought I heard something just now. Kevin started to feel a little uneasy. Do you think someone saw us? That would be terrible. He wanted to slip away. Let's stop here for today, moreover. But contrary to his reaction, she was extremely calm. Rest assured, Sir Kevin, only members of the royal family are allowed in this place. Leaving that magnificent villa, I have discovered quite a few surprising things today. He watched intently. He hadn't expected Hari Green River to be a mage. She was hiding this from the Ivory Tower, despite the risk of committing a crime, perhaps because she was wary of the Ivory Tower supporting Rachna. When she heard about the Ivory Tower, that tense expression appeared on her face again. In the garden, though I wasted quite a bit of time there. A royal guard spoke up. Your Excellency, Mage, have you seen enough? He smiled with satisfaction. However, this was enough. Yes, I'm very satisfied. The faint evening glow dyed the sky red. Below was Ianfa's magnificent and splendid mansion. Radio was there to welcome him back. Oh, Ianfa, you're back. Yes. Where are my mother and the others? The lady is talking with the court ladies sent by the royal palace, while young Master Dolet is exploring the residence. The camera pans to the boy, who is currently running around and exploring everywhere like an excited puppy. Wow, it's so big. Oh, without asking further, he got straight to the point. All right then, Mr. Radio, may I speak with you for a moment? He entered the room and closed the door. Now, only the two of them were in the room. I want to ask you to concoct a secret potion for me. What kind of secret potion are you referring to? He handed the other person a bag of the stoneheart mushrooms he had just picked, which had now turned black. This is a stoneheart mushroom. It's poisonous, capable of paralyzing the body and stopping the heart. Hearing this, Radio became a little worried. You want me to use such a dangerous mushroom to concoct a secret potion? If it were a poison, perhaps, but a secret potion. Have you ever heard of torture magic? Radio was also startled, but quickly replied, Yes, I have. I need a secret potion that can evade that kind of magic. Can you do it? With this kind of poison, testing is very important. I must conduct experiments. May I ask if it's urgent? He said simply, urgent, the sooner the better. As Radio was thinking, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. A voice called from outside, Mage Ianfa, there's a letter for you from the Ivory Tower. He opened the door, where a letter was placed formally on a tray. Opening it to read, the contents inside made him fall silent for a moment. To Mage Ianfa, like the royal family, the Ivory Tower is extremely eager to meet you. Therefore, although we should have waited until the day you officially enroll in the academy to meet, teaching a genius mage alongside other new initiates would surely pose no difficulty, would it? For that very reason, I propose we meet in 1 week. I hope you will accept the Ivory Tower's request, as a mage whose name is on the Ivory Tower's list. After reading the letter, he said coldly, You have 1 week. Radio was astonished to hear this. 1 week? Is it that difficult? But he didn't dare to say yes, and could only promise to do his best. Of course not. 1 week is no problem. This pitiful middle-aged man was also very honest. It's just that I'm afraid I'll have to stay up all night. Hearing this, He felt a little guilty, but could only say, "Oh, then I'm sorry to have troubled you, but I will be counting on you." The camera cuts to 1 week later. A carriage was traveling on a small road, surrounded by desolate mountains and forests. Inside the carriage, Ian Fa was taking something out of his pocket. It was a small vial of potion, the one Radio had concocted using the Stoneheart mushroom. Drinking it can keep my heart beating steadily for 2 hours. He mused. 2 hours. Ian Fa looked up and out the window. Outside was a tower that reached the sky. This is the place I once abandoned everything to leave. I have returned. The carriage stopped at the entrance. Mage Ian Fa, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower. A voice rang out, drawing his attention. You have arrived, Mage Ian Fa. A friendly-looking woman with brown hair approached. Welcome to the Ivory Tower. Please come this way. I will take you to see the Tower Master. The Grand Hall was magnificent and splendid, with expensive chandeliers hung close together. This is the entrance hall on the first floor. He looked up. Then and now, no, whether in the past, present, or future, this place has always been the same. The two of them walked leisurely forward, where a huge door stood. In the center was a round golden disc. Do you see that round golden disc? Yes. It can help you move to different floors of the tower. It is a device called a mana elevator, similar to the elevators in our world. The golden ones are exclusively for high-ranking mages. They can go directly to the highest floor. Would you please step onto that platform? Following the instruction, Ian Fa complied. The high-ranking mages are waiting for you in the Tower Master's room on the highest floor. Well then, I'll see you again. The platform suddenly lit up. A beam of light shot straight up, and Ian Fa was carried up with it. He looked at the vial in his hand, then decisively took a sip. Having come this far, no matter what happened, he was prepared to face it. At this moment, Ian Fa was unusually calm. Before him was a huge door. The door slowly opened, and he stepped inside. Welcome, Ian Fa. An old man, sitting in a chair, spoke up. Thank you for accepting our invitation to this tower. Don't just stand there, please have a seat. The old man said as he waved his hand to the side. The men there were all middle-aged. Their eyes were all fixed on Ian Fa. You must be very surprised, aren't you? The old man continued. But there's no need to be afraid. This is merely a small ritual that every mage who joins the Ivory Tower must go through. Ian Fa also found a place to sit down. It seemed Ian Fa was the youngest person here. From the atmosphere, one could feel that they wanted to ensure he would obey them. The old man waved his hand, and an information panel appeared. On it seemed to be information about Ian Fa. We already know of your talent, the old man said. But even without considering those things, you are already quite outstanding. To be honest, we still have some doubts. But aren't we all brothers of mana, with a bond stronger than even blood ties? The old man said these hair-raising words with a straight face. If the doubts can be cleared, it should be done now. Ian Fa also asked calmly, do you mean you want to interrogate me? Haha, my goodness, how could we do such a thing? The old man said with a laugh, this tower does not tolerate barbaric acts. We will just ask a few questions. The old man's eyes flashed with a blue light. He was using some kind of skill, and you just need to answer. Well then, let's begin. Ian Fa, born in the year 488. Zodiac sign is Aries. Your father, Fuerin Fa, was a wandering adventurer. Your mother, Vanessa Sofa, was once a servant in a castle. Is there any error in this information? Ian Fa closed his eyes and replied calmly, no, it is completely true. I want to know a little more about your relationship with the pharmacist Radio. My mother is in very poor health. I needed a pharmacist who could provide a stable supply of medicine. The Lord introduced him to me. Why did you go to the old Ivory Tower? I had read about it many times in books and always wanted to go see it. Do you remember the mage, Cixia? Of course. You saw her talking to a masked person, after which Cixia was caught red-handed trying to assassinate you. At that time, she didn't say a word. Can you confirm that this information is true? How is this any different from an interrogation? Ian Fa thought to himself. He replied, I swear, at that moment I thought I was a dead man. Can you swear that no one taught you magic? Yes, no one ever has. Then, Fireball, Summon Spirit, and even Ice Crystal. How do you know so many spells? I want to hear a reasonable explanation. You're not going to say, I just could, are you? I just thought about them. Ian Fa said, for example, imagining a flame igniting in my palm. As soon as the words were out, a fireball erupted in his palm. I just had to imagine it, and then one day it just happened. Seeing this, everyone was stunned in amazement. Impossible. That's absurd. The murmurs grew louder. But the old man presiding over the interrogation remained seated upright, lost in thought. Even the ivory tower's strongest detection magic shows that this child is telling the truth. Someone whispered, "Is he the reincarnation of the legendary first great mage? Or is this child a mage of such a high level that even a high-ranking mage's detection magic is ineffective against him?" While they were debating, Ian Fa extinguished the flame. For that child to possess such a huge amount of mana is truly illogical. What on earth is going on? Helen couldn't take it anymore and suddenly shot up from her seat. "Ah, that's enough. Why do you keep asking these useless questions? Stop wasting time and ask the real question." "Helen, calm down," someone advised. "The Tower Master is still here." But she insisted, "Didn't we all come here for this, right?" She looked straight into Ian Fa's eyes, overwhelming him with her presence. "What in the world are you?" She stood facing him, interrogating him with an oppressive aura. "Use your mouth and tell us, what in the world are you? Why do you say nothing but that nonsense?" Ian Fa couldn't help but be wary, thinking to himself, "That's right, she's this kind of person. Helen, before I came, she was the youngest fourth circle mage. Just like her nickname, Fire Maiden, she is very fierce." After a moment of silence, Ian Fa finally spoke. But what he said was not what she wanted to hear. "Don't you already know?" She was flustered by this counter-question. "Isn't it written over there?" Ian Fa, born in the year 488 Aries. "Can't you read?" She was so angry she clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "How dare you speak like that?" The old man at the front, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly intervened. "That's enough. Ian Fa, let me ask you one last question. When you took the mana reaction test, I heard there was a small incident. That soldier insulted you and your mother. You remember that soldier's name was Jonathan, don't you?" Hearing the old man say this, Ian Fa fell silent. It seems they've investigated too deeply. The next day, that soldier was found dead. The old man continued. "When he was discovered, it said there were traces of magic on his body. That soldier's death, was it related to you?" Ian Fa praised him inwardly. The Tower Master truly lives up to his reputation. He never relies too much on his magic. He always considers a third possibility. In this situation, a normal person would lose their composure and feel afraid of being suspected as a murderer. If my heartbeat remains stable, it would conversely arouse more suspicion. Recalling, before entering the tower, he had taken the heart-stabilizing potion. The Tower Master said this was the last question. "So now, should I cancel the potion's effect?" He calmly looked straight at the Tower Master. "I will give you the answer you want to hear. I don't know anything." Hearing this answer, they seemed very surprised. "Is this a lie?" "A lie. You're not involved in that matter?" "That's right." As soon as he finished answering, his heart skipped a beat. Of course, there was no way he could have killed that person. "Thank you for frankly answering this difficult question. My saying there were traces of magic on his body, that was just something I made up." He slipped and fell to his death from bridge. Unexpectedly, the one who lied was the Tower Master himself. Ian Fa was silent, his hostility evident. "I would like to end this meeting to go have a meal, but I still have things to do. I hope you understand. Perhaps you already know your talent is unprecedented, even within this tower. An unknown, mysterious power. Therefore, we must be even more cautious about your current limits, as well as how far you can go." A giant container was placed before him. The device in front of you is called a mana container. You can think of it as a crucial component for operating most of the tower's functions. As you can see, this is just an empty container. Currently, the amount of mana stored inside isn't much, so it has this color. But when it holds more mana, it will turn blue. Try pouring your mana into it. All of it, the Tower Master affirmed. Of course, because we want to see your limits. Ian Fa stepped closer. He estimated on his own to adjust his mana. The container could withstand the mana of a third circle mage. Pouring in an amount of mana equivalent to a second circle mage would probably be the wisest choice. If I let them see the amount of mana they expect, I can minimize their suspicion and be placed in a suitable class. The space seemed to freeze. But why? I'm just an 8th circle mage. I'm not a sorcerer, nor am I a renowned leader in history. I've always had to read others' expressions, living a life full of calculations. He continued to channel mana into the sphere, causing it to shine brilliantly. I could have given up everything. Power, authority, glory. I could have given up everything I had. But magic, besides magic, I know nothing. The power gradually increased, almost on the verge of losing control. No one can stand above me. The surrounding space was consumed by blue mana. Then, the sphere cracked, shattering into countless pieces from the overload. The people around were also affected by the aftershock, only managing to cover their faces with their hands. Smoke rose. From overexertion, Ian Fa was exhausted, panting heavily. The Tower Master witnessed this scene, utterly astonished. Everyone recovered from the aftershock. How? How is this possible? Helen picked up a fragment. The mana container could hold the mana of a third circle mage. So doesn't that mean this child is even stronger than a third circle mage? The evening sun shone through the window of the tower's corridor. An angry hand clenched into a fist, slamming down on the table. The rumors about that kid Ian Fa are true. After the interrogation ended, they were discussing his situation again. Moreover, he is also a fourth circle mage. In other words, aside from the Tower Master, he is on par with all of us except the Tower Master. When asked about Jonathan's death, his reaction was clearly that of a liar. What do you all think this means? Before Ian Fa becomes a dangerous threat to us, we must bind him. Attending the academy, graduating, then serving for 5 years. Don't you all think we should scrap that and tame him immediately? The old Tower Master nodded. Doing so will be a bit difficult, but you are right. Ian Fa staying at the academy is a complete waste of time. On the contrary, he is also a threat to the other students. Even we, the high-ranking mages, feel uneasy, let alone what the newcomers and young mages will think. Whether Ian Fa killed a soldier or prevented a death is not important. What's important is, although the probing magic is flawless, we can never be certain whether his lies work on us. That being said, the Tower Master emphasized the tower's value. As you all may know, our top priority is the value of this tower. The more powerful mages it possesses, the higher the tower's status. The Tower Master suggested, in that case, why not accept Ian Fa as the 12th high-ranking mage and officially announce the birth of a fourth circle mage? But considering his talent and age, I think it's best to have a special high-ranking mage teach him. What do you all think? The other mages had some who agreed and some who held different opinions, but those objections were quickly dismissed. That sounds fine. I agree. I wouldn't hope for that. All right, the person responsible for teaching Ian Fa is... Before the words were finished, a hand was raised. Let me do it. I didn't expect to be recognized as a high-ranking mage so quickly. Even though I anticipated it, this happened too fast. The figure of a brown-haired young woman appeared. Sir Ian Fa. It seems to be the female mage who guided him yesterday. Oh, we meet again. Yes, I've heard. You are a fourth circle mage. Ian Fa was a bit evasive, not expecting the rumor to spread so quickly. That's right, it is. Her eyes lit up, covering her mouth with her hand. That's amazing. Becoming a high-ranking mage at 12. That scary rumor is true. Ian Fa gave a wry smile. Just what kind of rumor is spreading anyway? Ah, you must have heard. I've been assigned as your assistant mage for the next year. Please take good care of me. Seeing her speak so formally, Ian Fa corrected her. Please be casual. You're my senior, after all. Seeing the righteous aura emanating from Ian Fa, she admired him even more. The young woman said enthusiastically, Then if I'm your senior, let me give you a tour of the Ivory Tower. Ian Fa replied, I'll be in your care then. A magnificent and majestic structure appeared before their eyes. That is the Magic Academy of the Ivory Tower. You were supposed to go there to enroll today, but you will be receiving special training from the high-ranking mages. They call it special training? They just want to turn me into a loyal dog. Ian Fa realized the scheme behind it and couldn't help but lament. As expected of Hobbert's handiwork, suddenly, he noticed something. My friends from the academy. Ian Fa saw the friends he had studied with in his past life. They were still there, with their childish, innocent, and lively appearances. I once stood there too, but in my past life, all of them turned into cold graves. All of them were assassinated by that guy's spies during the First Unification War, so I never thought I'd see them again. It might be difficult to become close friends again, but I should go and say a quick hello. Before Ian Fa could make a move, she introduced, This is your private laboratory. I heard you wanted to use it, so I've already cleaned it with purification magic. Ian Fa was a little surprised to see this. The huge door opened. Countless advanced devices, glass vials, and books were all neatly arranged. This is also my room from my past life. This tower was built 300 years ago and once had 24 high-ranking mages, but now less than half remain, so there are many empty rooms. The Tower Master hopes you will use this room for your personal use. Please wait here for a moment. I will go call the mage in charge of you. After saying that, she turned and closed the door. Ian Fa was also lost in thought, reminiscing about this familiar scene. He gently caressed the tabletop. It's been a long time since I last stepped into this room. I've obtained this room 7 years earlier than in my past life. Now that I have the authority of a high-ranking mage, there's something I must do. Establish a new faction within the Ivory Tower. Within 6 years from now, around the time Rachna begins to act under the tower's protection, I must establish it before then, a faction that can oppose the Rachna protected by Hobart. It's hard to say, but power here is built on loyalty to the Tower Master, fear of overwhelming strength and high rank. Therefore, if I can reach a rank equivalent to the Tower Master, no, even surpass the Tower Master, then one day, I will completely control this tower. Ian Fa let out a heavy sigh. Until then, it's best to act like a well-behaved, polite child. Even for me, in this small body, I can't break through to the fifth circle. Suddenly, the loud sound of a door opening echoed from a distance, startling Ian Fa. Hello. Ian Fa turned his head, a look of resignation on his face. Did they have to send her? The woman with the loud voice and overbearing aura was none other than Helen. Long time no see. She smiled radiantly, enough to charm all living beings. You disrespectful brat. Ian Fa remembered her for her behavior, not her name. She was the one who had to clean up the shattered container, which made her furious. It seems you're even more outrageous than just disrespectful. She bluntly ignored his feelings and got straight to the point. All right, you must have heard. Etiquette, the tower's history, magic theory. These are all things you're supposed to learn at the academy. But the Tower Master wants you to learn inside the tower. What did he say? If a monster like you studies with those kids, they'll lose all their confidence. Does that mean my future of making friends with them is over? But the problem is, she snapped her fingers, and a book fell from the shelf. All the books spun like a whirlwind around her. What's the point of doing that? Then they fell one by one. That boring stuff isn't my specialty, and besides, those old hags are much better teachers than me. Cixia, you defeated that girl, didn't you? I once had high hopes for Cixia. She was quite outstanding in the field of combat magic. If she had continued, she might have inherited my mantle. And yet that girl was a spy. As she finished speaking, a flicker of regret passed through her eyes. But you can. A spark of confidence rekindled in her eyes. Defeating Cixia. Since I've become your teacher, I'll teach you a few things. There are many types of mages. Mages trained for combat. Mages trained to support others. And mages who spend their lives researching academic alchemy. The other types are just trash. Which type do you think I am? Ian Fa answered without hesitation, the first type. Looking at her aggressive demeanor, it's obvious she's the combat type. As expected, correct. She smiled confidently. I bet no one can beat me in that field. I'm not like those mages who only care about the elegant demeanor of a high-ranking mage. Then she slowly approached. I will teach you my way, so follow me. Of course, you have no right to refuse. Sunlight shone in the middle of the courtyard. Now you understand what you have to do here, right? Attack me. Make me want to teach you. Seeing this, Ian Fa was very resigned. She's no different from her past life. Even back then, she provoked me with a challenge. But this time, I won't let her have her way. His eyes began to change color as he channeled his mana. I have to cut off that thought. A crowd, seeing something fun to watch, also gathered. What kind of challenge is this? This kid, Ian Fa, isn't a bit dangerous to let that child fight her. After riling up the crowd, she looked satisfied that there were enough spectators. Can we start now? You go first. I'm the teacher. I'll wait for you. He reached his hand behind his back, intending to take off his robe. Are you sure? She said contemptuously. Who's worrying about whom here? He opened his palm. In that case, I won't be holding back. Ian Fa chanted an incantation, and a blue light emanated from his surroundings. It seems you've witnessed quite a few things. Are you planning to erect a barrier in both the front and back? Over here, she also began to cast magic, heat enveloping her, forming a fiery red color. No matter what kind of barrier it is, countless fireballs formed instantly. I can shatter it in an instant. Kid, in response, he decided to use ice-type magic, Ice Block. The magic formed layers of frost at his feet, then slowly condensed and thickened, creating a barrier that enveloped his body. At this point, he was completely encased in ice, and the damage from fire was thus reduced. Ha, kid, are you kidding me? She walked over, tapped on the block of ice, mocking. Is a block of ice the best you could come up with? Are you planning to sleep in there until your mana runs out? She tapped on the ice block and said, Hello, can you hear me? Ice Block is the strongest defensive magic to protect the caster. But when Ice Block is activated, the caster will fall into a deep sleep, thus unable to use other magic. Her mockery turned to complaint. Goodness, I really don't know what you're thinking. I was so foolish to have expected anything. Before she could finish, a cracking sound cut her off. What was that sound? Only then did she warily turn to look at the block of ice. Impossible. Even though he used the ice block spell, he didn't fall asleep at all. On the contrary, he could even move. That's impossible. His stern gaze met hers. That kid can actually move inside the block of ice? She no longer stood still and decided to charge forward. A series of vines shot up from the ground, reaching high into the sky, surrounding Helen. Damn it, they're growing taller than the city gates. Then, with lightning speed, they lunged toward the opponent. She dodged while using fire to burn everything, but she couldn't burn them all. Damn it, no matter how hard I try to burn them, they just keep appearing. If this continues, I'll be the one who can't hold on. Before that happens, I have to get to that kid in the block of ice and find a way to pull him out. She frowned, but how? How can he move and cast magic inside the block of ice at the same time? Just as she was lost in thought, in a moment of carelessness, she was ambushed by a vine. She gritted her teeth and let out a scream. The vine tightened around her neck, leaving her unable to resist. He dispelled the ice block and slowly approached. At this point, Helen could only give a bitter laugh, but she hadn't completely given up. Haha, I guess the rumors about you having a talent similar to the first mage are true. I've lost, so can you get these nasty vines off me, kid? Ian Fa was clearly not satisfied. No, it's not over yet. Ending so quickly is disappointing. What? She began to feel scared. You? What more do you want? I already said I lost. Suddenly, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Countless flashes of light appeared. The white clouds in the sky gave way to cumulonimbus clouds. Ah, wait a minute, kid. Lightning formed. He held the thunder and electricity in his hand, and Helen began to panic. This is just a practice match, Ian Fa. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Stop, stop. But contrary to her pleas, he continued to chant. He swung his arm forcefully, and the lightning rained down. The lightning struck before her astonished eyes. Everyone around fell silent. The vines from before had also caught fire. It turned out he was just scaring her. What he struck were his own vines. Am I still alive? She struggled to catch her breath. Just as she recovered from her terror, she saw him approaching. Stay away from me. Lady Helen, facing her trembling body, he continued to approach. Is there anything else you can teach me? Ian Fa gave a smug smile. Helen shook her head frantically. Seeing this, he smiled victoriously. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. He turned coldly and walked away slowly. Excuse me, he said, and everyone snapped out of their daze. But could you please make way? I'm a little tired. The crowd obediently parted to let him pass. Sunset enveloped the ivory tower. The sound of footsteps still echoed. It was none other than old Herbert. How is Helen now? The young man bowed his head and reported. She has been quite haggard these past few days, unable to eat. His expression darkened. To think she would stoop to the level of a 12-year-old child and even lose her dignity. How foolish. I had intended for her to teach Ian Fa a lesson, thereby reducing his arrogance. But I never thought Helen would be defeated by that kid. From the very beginning, this was never a matter of whether we could control him or not. He is not a dog we can chain up to control, but a wild wolf. It seems we'll need more time than expected to turn him into a useful tool. The large door opened. A man reading a book heard the door open and asked, "You've arrived." Even someone like him had to bow respectfully and apologize. My apologies. It seems I am late, Your Highness. The other person closed his book and said calmly, "It's fine. Before that, could you give me the details?" He said with a half-smile, "It's about that mage Ian Fa." At Ian Fa's mansion, footsteps echoed. It was Dolit, now in a different outfit, transformed into an adorable young boy dressed in luxurious clothes. The father and son finished getting ready. Let's go. Radio was also neatly dressed, wearing a suit and ready to go out. Today was Dolit's first day of school, and Radio had already informed Ian Fa. Ian Fa, I'm taking Dolit to the academy. The energetic boy said, "Chief, I will return." The door closed, and the father and son began their journey. Ian Fa watched their retreating figures without a word. Today was Dolit's first day of school. He was accepted into the Royal Academy of Alchemy with the top score right after applying. His talent is undoubtedly outstanding. Ian Fa turned around and continued reading his book. I have completely grasped the Ivory Tower's one-on-one teaching plan, so ending this process should be relatively easy. Ian Fa closed the book. He allowed a soft sigh. In other words, I could be idle for a while. Ever since time turned back, I've been constantly busy. He stood up from his chair. There hasn't been any significant movement from Ragna's side, but that doesn't mean I'll just sit and wait to die. It seems the other party is secretly plotting something. He paced back and forth. Looking at his small, weak self in the mirror, he thought to himself, to fully recover my strength, my body needs to mature more. But can I really rest like this? He noticed the sound of approaching footsteps. A servant brought a letter. Lord Ianfa. There is an invitation from the royal palace. An invitation. There shouldn't be any events recently. Holding the letter in his hand, he vaguely realized this seal is the Crown Princess. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he had a bad feeling. Night fell, moonlight spilling over the magnificent mansion. Ianfa stepped down from the carriage. Seeing the splendid scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. He actually invited me to a place like this. There's an unwritten rule that mages not of noble birth are not to be invited to parties like this. Ianfa put his hands on his hips in exasperation. What on earth is this guy thinking? Moreover, I didn't expect the banquet to be hosted by the Crown Prince himself. The prince in my past life's memory was very introverted when interacting with other nobles, never holding any social activities with any of them. That attitude of his cost him the opportunity to appear in the political arena, and as a result, the entire noble class turned their backs on him. Unlike the Crown Prince, the fifth Prince Ragnar was a prominent figure in high society, and he had built a trustworthy relationship with the other nobles. As a result, he seized most of the Crown Prince's political power. The Crown Prince, due to his impulsive and lazy nature, ignored the Emperor's advice, so he had it coming. I don't know what made him become so proactive. However, this might be beneficial for me. He gloomily shrank back. As for me, I've never set foot in places like this in my past life. I'd better just stay quietly in a corner. The attendant bowed respectfully to him. Welcome, Lord Ianfa. The huge, luxurious door slowly opened. Inside were lavish decorations, and the chandelier was even more splendid than the one in the ivory tower. The interior was predominantly white, which was dazzling to the eye. When people saw him, they began to whisper among themselves. Those nobles looked down at him with arrogant eyes. This made an introvert like Ianfa feel an invisible suffocation. As expected, this isn't comfortable at all. Just then, someone suddenly announced, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone bowed with the most formal etiquette. Those feet slowly walked forward. The handsome Crown Prince stood on high, smiling gently at them. I thank all you esteemed guests for gracing my banquet today. As you all know, tonight's banquet will be hosted by me on behalf of my father, His Majesty. Usually, a banquet should begin with a speech, but today I want to introduce someone to you. He immediately turned towards Ianfa. As if anticipating what would happen next, Ianfa couldn't help but shudder. The Crown Prince continued, Tonight's special guest, the youngest fourth circle mage in the history of the Ivory Tower, my esteemed guest from Mogan, Ianfa. He shouted the name, startling the person in question. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Unlike his calm demeanor from before, the Crown Prince's face now wore a radiant smile. Welcome, Ianfa. You must have guessed. I organized this banquet precisely to introduce you. Ianfa replied in a reluctant tone. Thank you for your trouble. The Crown Prince ignored his discomfort and said casually, No need to be so formal. Damn it, this is clearly a conspiracy. Its purpose is to show the nobles that I'm on the Crown Prince's side. This plan was definitely devised by the Emperor, not the Prince. The Crown Prince seemed to be thinking about something. I've heard about your performance at the Ivory Tower. You were evaluated as a high-ranking mage as soon as you arrived. I can imagine the looks on those arrogant old men's faces. He said this while laughing heartily. This really isn't the demeanor of a royal family member, Ianfa thought with annoyance. The first time I received a report about you in Mogan, I was thinking, why should I personally make a trip for a scrawny kid? Ianfa thought irritably, scrawny, but I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Although I organized this banquet for my father, I genuinely feel that meeting you there was an excellent choice. This innocent face doesn't look like it's lying. Furthermore, I want to introduce someone to you. He waved in another direction, over here. Ianfa looked in astonishment in the direction the Crown Prince pointed. Ianfa, this is my younger sister, Hari. So it was the princess he had met in the library. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lord Ian Fa. I am Hari Greenriver. Your great name is quite renowned, even within the royal palace. So even I have heard of you. That aura almost overshadows your dynamism. It is a great honor for me. Unfortunately, I can only come to say hello today, but I hope you will accept my invitation to a luncheon so you can tell me about your achievements in Mogan. The princess is very eloquent. I'm afraid I can only tell you a few stories about magic and monsters. I fear you might find it boring. The princess not only didn't find it boring, but on the contrary, showed great interest. That's fine. I'm not only interested in magic, but also very curious about how this world works. Therefore, I would very much like to have a long chat with Mage and Fa. In that case, I will contact you by letter soon. I hope you enjoyed today's party as well. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness the Princess. After speaking, the two of them left, leaving Ian Fa alone to compose himself. He fell silent, watching the girls retreating back. Princess Hari, she looked completely different from how he had ever seen her in the palace. The crown prince seemed a little worried, but he had fulfilled his role as the banquet's host quite well. Well then, I should probably leave first before things get complicated. Ian Fa pushed the door open and stepped outside, seeing a dark-haired figure. He was surprised to recognize the person. It was the captain of the Royal Knights, Sir Oliver. His expression was as stern as usual. Mage Ian Fa, Sir Oliver, you look very handsome in this formal attire. He was an honest man, his cheeks flushed red at the compliment. This is an order from His Highness. The two stood facing each other, momentarily unsure of what to say next. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, unable to look directly into each other's eyes any longer. Ian Fa averted his gaze, slightly embarrassed. Maybe I shouldn't have come out to the balcony. Suddenly, Oliver spoke. I've heard some rumors. Rumors? About Helen, the high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. It's said that you defeated that woman. The Crown Prince also said something similar just now. Ian Fa recalled the Crown Prince's words. I've heard about your performance at the Ivory Tower. Has that kind of rumor already spread outside? I thought most things that happened inside the Ivory Tower were kept secret. Without such intelligence, what can knights even do? In this day and age. When Oliver said the words this day and age, his tone was slightly sarcastic. Ian Fa pondered thoughtfully this day and age. Currently, the Green River Empire possesses several mages at the top of the energy spectrum. As for the knights, with their far inferior strength, they are seen as mere decorations or embellishments. To explain further, the so-called energy spectrum is like the classification of food tiers, but here it refers to levels of power. I am very surprised, Oliver continued. Not only are you the youngest Fourth Circle mage, but you also defeated Helen, who is known as the Flame Dame. Sometimes I even wonder if you're truly as young as you look. Ian Fa felt as if he had been hit where it hurts, startled slightly, then replied vaguely, Haha, you flatter me, sir. By now, surely no one doubts that you have gained the Crown Prince's trust. His Highness usually avoids socializing with other nobles, yet he personally organized this banquet just for you. But for that very reason, there is something I need to confirm. Oliver knelt on one knee, in the posture of a loyal guard paying respect to his master. Which side will you stand on? Who you are, or the fact that you reached that level at such a young age? None of that matters. What I worry about is that the mages of the Ivory Tower are openly supporting the Fifth Prince. So now I ask you, will you side with the Ivory Tower? Ian Fa looked troubled. This was truly a meaningless question. In this situation, who could possibly give a satisfactory answer? As a knight who serves the prince, I must have your answer. Are you a friend or a foe? Oliver looked at Ian Fa with a wary gaze. Oliver Raywood, the loyal knight who fought alongside the Crown Prince until the very last moment. I cannot be certain yet. Ian Fa thought for a moment, then said, However, perhaps I can give Sir Oliver a few hints. I will absolutely not side with the Fifth Prince. Oliver was extremely surprised to hear this, seemingly not expecting Ian Fa to dare speak so directly in a place like this. He glanced around warily, but Ian Fa was already prepared. I've used a small magic spell. Only you can hear me. No need to worry. This answer, are you satisfied with it? For now, this is a perfect answer. Oliver said, May I make a request of you? What do you wish to request? Before you give me a precise answer to that matter, be my training partner. I need strength. This was indeed a request that an honest man like Oliver would make. A training partner? You want me to teach you how to deal with mages? That sword, is there a chance it will eventually be pointed at me? Ian Fa asked probingly. I cannot completely rule out that possibility. Oliver answered frankly. Ian Fa joked, Sir Oliver, you seem to be quite thick-skinned. I will obviously refuse this request. There's no benefit in it for me. Oliver reached behind his neck, took off a necklace and held it out in front of Ian Fa. This necklace was personally bestowed upon me by Her Majesty the Queen on the day I was appointed as the Crown Prince's guard. This is a necklace imbued with soul-purifying magic. Hearing this, Ian Fa suddenly realized this was one of the royal family's secret treasures. In his past life, he had exhausted all his efforts but couldn't find any related information, only knowing that its last owner was the queen. I am willing to use this necklace as an exchange. Oliver said solemnly, I believe that for a mage like you, it will be far more useful than for a knight like me. Isn't this something Her Majesty, the Queen, personally bestowed upon you? Her Majesty bestowed this upon me so that I could better serve my master. My request is precisely to be able to fulfill this mission more completely. I believe Her Majesty will surely understand. Ian Fa saw the unquestionable sincerity in his eyes. Ian Fa couldn't ask for anything more. If you're willing to go this far, then I will accept. I will take this necklace. Oliver smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky, shattering the peaceful scene. The two immediately turned towards the rising flames. The fire soared high, cutting their conversation short. Ian Fa and Oliver both immediately headed towards the source of the fire. The fire burned like a demon in the castle where the banquet was being held. He frowned. The first person he thought of was the Crown Prince. Your Highness, where are you? Your Highness, Captain, over here. How could this happen in the royal palace? Seeing the two were safe and sound, Oliver ran over. Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess, are you both all right? We are fine. Your Highness, are you all right? Captain, are you injured? Seeing this, he then asked about the situation outside. I am completely fine. What is the situation outside? A series of explosions of unknown origin occurred inside the royal palace. We have activated the emergency communication orb and are mobilizing all forces to find the source of the explosions. The emergency communication orb? The Royal Palace's emergency communication orb is a network that connects to the Knight Command, Army Barracks, and even the Ivory Tower. It can concentrate all available forces to the Royal Palace. The emergency communication orb being activated means all soldiers and mages will gather at the Royal Palace. What if the goal of this explosion was precisely that? He suddenly thought of something, startled in surprise. Could it be? He waved his hand, and a magic shield was activated, protecting the Crown Prince and Princess Hari. Since he knew the secret that she could use magic, he asked the princess, do you know how to channel mana into the shield? What? Ian Fa quickly whispered. This is an emergency. I need an answer. I have learned it, but if so, can you maintain it? He immediately turned away. It seemed there was something more important to handle. He walked up to a group of servants. I have something to ask. Was a maid named Isabel ever here? She answered, trembling. Ah, yes. She was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to come see the banquet. As expected, their real target is Cixia. By using the explosions to concentrate forces at the royal palace, they will take advantage of the lack surveillance to sneak into the Ivory Tower. What happens to Cixia is not important, but I must ensure the information she has on me is not passed on to others. In the deep dungeons of the Ivory Tower, a series of footsteps broke the silence. Looking over, one could see he was dressed quite discreetly. Long time no see, Cixia. I'm quite surprised you're still alive. She tilted her head. Who is it? It's me, Daniel. With that, he pulled down his hood. I'm very disappointed in you. I once thought you were an excellent spy. She immediately shouted excitedly, Daniel, get me out of here. But in contrast to her, he appeared extremely calm. Of course, but there's something I need to confirm. I didn't say anything. That kid, Ian Fa, he knew everything from the start. From the existence of the Cold family, to the people within. Really, Cixia scratched her head. He even knew about the mana seal that neither you nor I knew about. Cixia, that's something most members of the Cold family don't know. The higher-ups only told us after you were captured. So, is there anything else you want to say? That's all. We don't have much time left, do we? Let's get out together. He feigned indifference. Is that so? The iron door finally opened. Seeing this, Cixia was overjoyed. Cixia, what is it? But before she could rejoice for long, her throat was slit. Fresh blood spurted out, and she died with her eyes open. When you were imprisoned in the Ivory Tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. You are a rather rare third circle mage, so we once considered rescuing you. And this is the conclusion we came to. So take care. I mean, farewell. A voice rang out from behind him. You too. He turned around warily. He decisively threw a dagger, but it only grazed Ian Fa's cheek. Who are you? He calmly looked at her corpse on the ground. So, you've eliminated Cixia. Good, thanks to you, I have one less worry. Unbeknownst to him, his feet had been frozen by ice, and the ice was still spreading. Daniel, it's a pity we meet here today. With deep hatred, Ian Fa vowed, I swore I would kill you with my own hands. That man was a cunning one, still able to calmly negotiate in this situation. Wait, wouldn't it be better for you to let me live? I can finally repay the pain of my comrades. Of course, in this life. At this moment, Daniel was utterly confused. What are you talking about? I've never killed your friends. Obviously not yet. That happens 15 years from now. The ice had spread to his face. His nerves also felt the sharp, numbing pain. I promised myself that when I returned, I would put everything back on the right track. Ian Fa reached out and touched the ice, and it immediately began to slowly shatter into pieces. Under that cold gaze, this grudge was avenged. Daniel collapsed to the ground. I placed a mana seal on his neck. That should be enough. In the end, Ian Fa still didn't deliver the killing blow. The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. It was the high-ranking mages of the Ivory Tower who had discovered this. Ian Fa, what on earth happened? The mana sigil on that man's neck flashed. The sound of angry wall pounding, accompanied by a rough voice. 2 people have gone missing in the royal palace. Emperor Taisu's voice grew increasingly stern, questioning those below him. From a lady-in-waiting to a royal scribe, when criminals run rampant in the palace, what has the Ivory Tower been doing? Tower Master, answer me. The others were all silent as winter cicadas, facing the continuous questioning, not daring to utter a single word. Didn't you promise to uproot every malignant tumor in the kingdom, and thus requested full authority for the Ivory Tower to investigate spies? He continued to shout, I can no longer trust the Ivory Tower. Therefore, I will revoke all related authority of the Ivory Tower. From now on, the Tower Master must share all intelligence gathered to date with the knights and soldiers. Do you understand? Sir Herbert also looked troubled, but could only reply respectfully, as you command, your majesty. The emperor looked weary, rubbing his forehead with one hand while waving the other dismissively. You may leave. From now on, there is much to be done. Herbert understood and bowed silently. One of Taisu's attendants spoke up. Mage Ian Fa, please step forward and greet his majesty. The one who was called slowly stepped forward. The emperor, having regained his composure, said, We meet again, our esteemed guest from the north, Ian Fa. Ian Fa did not reply, only clasping his hands and bowing to the emperor. The emperor began to praise him. Thanks to your resourcefulness, we were able to protect the empire this time. Without you, I fear we would not have been able to prevent a large amount of critical intelligence from falling into the hands of an unknown enemy. That would have made the empire and the royal family a laughingstock to the entire world. Ian Fa remained expressionless, listening quietly. Therefore, I will absolutely not forget your contribution to this matter. Thus, I wish to personally express my gratitude and reward you. At the same time, someone presented an already opened box before him. Inside was a beautiful sea blue robe. The emperor said, This is it. This robe is the only relic left behind by Mason Greenriver. He was the only mage ancestor of our royal family. Ian Fa stared blankly at the robe, which seemed to be glowing, unable to look away for a long time. The emperor explained to him, according to his will, aside from members of the royal family, I cannot bestow this item upon anyone else. Therefore, what I mean to say is I am only lending it to you, and I will lend it to you until the last moment of your life, or until you no longer wish to possess it. Mason Greenriver, the first and last mage of the Green River Empire's royal family. He was a hero who used his magical abilities to save the empire and rose to the position of Tower Master. His robe was a rare treasure, something even Ian Fa in his previous life would have rarely seen. Taisu suggested, It's just a robe. I don't think you need to change. Would you like to try it on now? Ian Fa put on the robe, but it seemed too large for him. His entire body seemed to be swallowed by the robe. The emperor chuckled and said, It's a bit big for you, isn't it? I wonder when it will fit properly. Ian Fa glanced at it, thinking to himself, a robe that has been enchanted. Ian Fa looked up and said, Your Majesty, then I shall make it fit immediately. A flash of light enveloped his body. The robe slowly adjusted until it perfectly fit his frame. Everyone around was stunned, astonished by the sight before them. How did he do that? Emperor Jerry looked at him and said, It suits you very well. This shade of blue also matches your eye color. Ian Fa smiled faintly, then knelt and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Outside the palace, Princess Hari and her lady-in-waiting approached where Ian-Fa was standing. She spoke, "Please forgive my forwardness, Mage Ian-Fa." Ian-Fa immediately performed the proper etiquette. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Princess Hari quickly waved her hand and replied, "Sir, you need not be so formal with me." For some reason, she clasped her hands tightly and stammered, "Mage Ian-Fa." She shyly turned her face away. "Actually, I have something I want to say to you about last time." Before Hari could finish, Ian-Fa interrupted her. "I was too busy at that time and was extremely rude to Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." She was so flustered she couldn't speak properly. That's not it." Ian-Fa made a very discreet hand gesture and said to her with a smile, "Also, the matter you were worried about will not happen, so please rest assured." Hearing Ian-Fa's firm reassurance, Princess Hari said nothing more, only smiling faintly with relief. Just then, a series of footsteps along with a halting voice approached the two of them. "You two are really..." Although Ian-Fa had his back to the newcomer, he could clearly be felt tensing up on the spot. The person praised, to achieve such an extraordinary feat, Mage Ian-Fa. Both Ian-Fa and the princess turned their heads to look at the person. "Thanks to you, the safety of the empire and the royal family has been preserved. Furthermore, as His Majesty told you, your contribution to this matter is immense." Ian-Fa stood frozen on the spot, letting the other person continue, speaking enthusiastically. My apologies for the late introduction. You probably already know who I am, but I would like to formally introduce myself." The young man with pale blonde hair placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "My name is Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor." A series of old memories flooded his mind. My old friend. That call echoed again. The image of his past self, weakly kneeling at his feet, surrounded by flickering flames in a dark space. A glass of red wine spilled on the ground, the wine pooling, appeared before his eyes. "Please." His eyes stared blankly at the person before him, but he could not see their face clearly. Returning to reality, Ragnar was smiling at him. Ian-Fa, still not calm, just stared at the other person, silently calling the familiar name in his heart, Ragnar. He continued, "Although I am late, I wish to congratulate you on receiving the position of high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower." A worried expression was evident on Ian-Fa's face. His heart was in turmoil. It was still too early to meet him now. Ragnar extended a hand in invitation. "I wish to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for protecting the peace of the Empire, helping it escape the infiltration of spies from the Mogan territory. Today, I would also like to invite you to lunch to show my gratitude. I wonder if you are free to accept my invitation." Ian-Fa's hands were clenched into fists, trembling slightly, but he could not utter a word. Princess Hari suddenly stepped forward and declined on Ian-Fa's behalf, leaving him slightly stunned. "I'm sorry, Ragnar, but he has an appointment with me today." He still smiled at the recent refusal, but did not give up. "Is that so? Then what about tomorrow?" This time, Ian-Fa answered himself, "My deepest apologies. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Your Highness." Having been rejected twice in a row, he fell silent. He just glanced over, then replied, I understand." Although Hari said nothing, she seemed a bit tense from the situation. Ragnar stepped closer and bowed to him. "Though it is a pity, I will look forward to next time. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mage Ian-Fa." Ian-Fa's gaze remained unchanged. He did not reply to him, choosing to remain silent. He and his attendant turned to leave. "Well then, until we meet again." Ian-Fa turned his head to watch the direction he left. The princess spoke again. Mage Ian-Fa." She was a little embarrassed. "I spoke without thinking just now, I'm sorry." He replied curtly, "It's fine." Ian-Fa still looked behind him, silently calling that name in his heart, Ragnar. "I've met him 2 years earlier than planned, and right now, he's just a prince who has to hide his true schemes. I will do whatever it takes to stop you, Ragnar, before you have a chance to expand your power. I will make it so you cannot take another step forward, until you fall into despair and meet your tragic end." In the royal palace, a weary sigh echoed from the study of the crown prince, who was reading a book in his hand. "I don't understand what it's saying at all." He held the book far away, then commented, "Can't they write it so that everyone can understand? Who would write such a complicated and difficult book?" The old professor stepped forward, responding to his complaint. "Your Highness, that book was written by the first king of the Green Summer Dynasty. It details how to become an enlightened ruler, explaining the methods and measures of governance. As the crown prince who will inherit the throne, you should learn these things." The crown prince glanced at the 2 stacks of unread books and thought dejectedly, "This many?" The pile of books grew even taller. In addition, he also had to study history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette. The books were piled up one by one, an astonishing sight. "This is the entire collection of books you need to read," he said loudly in frustration. I don't care. The feng shui isn't good today, Professor." The old professor could only grimace. "Your Highness, if you don't read now, His Majesty will surely scold me." The Crown Prince ignored the professor's words and turned his head to call out, "Hey, Vice Captain, today is the last day of the Captain and Mage Ian Fa's sparring match, isn't it?" Pao replied, yes. He muttered, "They must be fighting for sure. I can't wait any longer." He stood up from his chair and said to Pao, "Let's go. It's been a while since we've watched them spar." Royal Knights Division 2. Headquarters, main training ground. From somewhere, the sound of a man panting could be heard. It was Oliver. He stood in the yard with a long sword in hand, his whole body focused. He thought to himself until the very last moment. Those hands tightened their grip on the hilt of the sword, I swear. As he opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, countless sharp, transparent blocks of stone were hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped up to dodge the stone blocks falling into the yard. Just as he paused for a moment, several towering pillars of earth suddenly shot up from the ground, obstructing him. He did not retreat, holding his sword and continuing to charge forward. Oliver leaped high in a Z pattern, then landed on the ground. Before he could rest, his eyes looked forward again, tensely thinking to himself, "Next is a giant fireball hurtling straight towards me." Oliver still faced the fireball. His eyes widened in intense concentration. He raised his sword defensively, then shouted, "Ah!" A sharp flash of sword light flared, and the giant fireball instantly exploded, scattering in all directions. But he was still searching for someone, thinking, "Can I even touch him?" He looked ahead, where a figure was visible behind the burning flames. The limit of a mage. Oliver suddenly lunged towards that person, stabbing his sword into the opponent's heart. The two of them held that pose for a moment. Coming to his senses, a hand was already on his back, saying, "Well done." In just an instant, the person who was in front of him was now standing behind him, leaving him utterly astonished. Oliver remained in his pose, silent for a moment. He turned his head and said to the person behind him, "So, I couldn't even scratch you, Ian Fa." In a flash, Ian Fa was taller. His hair had also grown longer, but what remained unchanged was his gentle and refined aura and his sea blue robe. Ian Fa replied, "You say scratch, but you were aiming for the heart. If I had been injured, I would surely be dead." The two shook hands, and then he spoke, "Thank you for your help these past few years." Ian Fa also replied politely, "It was just the cost of the necklace." Oliver still said politely, "The help I received far exceeded its value." No longer discussing favors, Ian Fa changed the subject to praise. "You've certainly improved a lot compared to 5 years ago. You split that fireball with an iron sword. Ian Fa, you cut it clean in half. Can I ask you something?" "Of course. Just how strong are you now?" Ian Fa looked away, seeming a bit awkward as he replied, "Not as strong as you think. I'm only a 5th circle mage. In my previous life, I didn't reach the 5th circle until I was 26, maybe even later, so this is already considered very fast. But I had hoped to at least reach the 6th circle. Unfortunately, my body and mana core can't mature any faster. The 5th circle is my limit." He looked at his hands, clenched them into fists, and thought to himself, "I hope my body can stop growing as soon as possible." Suddenly, another voice rang out, drawing the attention of the two. "Wow, truly worthy of being the greatest mage in the Empire." Ian Fa called out, "Your Highness." The Crown Prince and Pao were approaching them. He continued, "I heard today is the last sparring match between you two." He smiled brightly, overjoyed, a complete contrast to his demeanor in the study, and then invited, "All right, let's go have breakfast together. To strengthen my left and right arms, I will treat you to the most lavish meal." Contrary to him, Ian Fa had to politely refuse that, "I am terribly sorry, but today is the day I complete my studies at the Ivory Tower. As a more powerful mage, I have been entrusted with new responsibilities. Therefore, I must go see the Tower Master immediately." His Highness the Prince's face immediately darkened, his disappointment evident as he said, I see. I suppose it can't be helped then." But he did not blame Ian Fa at all, only making a promise. "Go on, we'll eat together next time." Ian Fa bowed slightly and replied, "I will arrange a time as soon as possible." A gust of wind seemed to envelop Ian Fa. He placed a hand on his chest in farewell, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he shot up powerfully, soaring into the air, away from the ground and the other three. He smiled faintly. I will return soon. In the blink of an eye, his figure had vanished over the horizon. The remaining three stared blankly up at the sky. The young prince watched without blinking and said, "Does the robe my father emperor bestowed upon him have a flight spell? I don't know about other things, but I'm truly envious of that." Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "Captain." Oliver immediately replied, "Your Highness, please give your command." He asked, "I saw you and Ian Fa were evenly matched. What do you think? Can you face a mage now?" Oliver replied, "My answer has two parts. First, I could not harm Ian Fa in the slightest, and the gap between us will only grow wider. However, as for dealing with other mages," upon hearing this, the young prince broke into a satisfied smile. The corners of Oliver's mouth also turned up, revealing confidence and assurance. "I can handle them." Inside the ivory tower, the door slowly opened, and a voice came through. "You've arrived." Ian Fa entered and bowed in greeting. Tower Master Herbert saw him and, standing by his desk, said, "It feels so strange. It seems like only yesterday I heard news of a special boy from the north." He smiled kindly, and yet that boy has already become a young man. Does this perhaps mean I've grown old? Ian Fa added, "You will remain very healthy for at least the next few decades." The Tower Master did not dwell on the matter, picking up a piece of paper to read before exclaiming, "Too outstanding. I have no words other than praise. You are truly a great fortune for the Empire and the Ivory Tower. All the noble ladies have fallen for you." He asked, "Aren't you the very model that all mages strive to be?" Ian Fa replied humbly, "You praise me too much." The Tower Master didn't argue with him, only saying gently, "We will soon find out whether I praise you too much or not. You know, today is the last day. If you were an ordinary student of the Academy, you would be assigned to the neighboring regions. But you're a special case. On this last day, you can only stay and chat with this old man. Do you find that boring?" Ian Fa immediately answered, "Not in the slightest. In fact, it is my honor." The Tower Master reached for a brown box. "Thank you, even if that might just be a polite remark. Congratulations on becoming an official mage." Herbert handed him an exquisitely carved silver card. "This is the symbol of your status. It can help you command the soldiers and people of the Empire at will. You will have many opportunities to use it." Ian Fa took his card and asked, "Are there many places that need high-ranking mages?" The Tower Master said, "The problem isn't just about need." He crossed his arms, pondering. Currently, high-ranking mages are extremely scarce. Since Helen has stepped back, what else can you expect? I don't want to put pressure on you, but your help is indeed incredibly important." Ian Fa looked away, thinking with some hesitation, "It seems there are a lot of things waiting for me." Herbert stated the truth. "You are the strongest and also the most important force of the Ivory Tower, so you will soon be bound by many responsibilities." He waved his hand, conjuring several boards displaying information about different places. "But since this is your first time, I will let you choose for yourself." Ian Fa raised his head and read the lines of information written on them. Rodom, the largest port city in the Empire. Benson, the largest steel-producing city in the Empire. He turned to one side, reading the information on the last board, and that is Philar, the northeast region, the place I was sent to in my past life. The previous mage died in an accident, so I was sent to replace him. He stared at the information for Philar for a long time, without a word. Finally, he made his decision. "I am interested in Philar." Tower Master Herbert replied, "That is a place in great need of help. We have sent 2 Third Circle mages and some army soldiers there, but it's still not enough. The monsters seem to be running rampant on the Great Plains." He handed Ian Fa a piece of paper and said, "The details are all written in here. You should read it. Can you give them an answer today? If you refuse, I will have to find." Before he could finish, Ian Fa answered decisively, "No, I will go there to Philar." Outside the Ivory Tower, the sky was still clear and blue, the sun still shining. But when Ian Fa returned to the mansion, the sky was tinged with the orange-red of sunset. During dinner, Dolet asked him in astonishment, "For your first mission, you're going to Philar?" He covered his mouth with his hand, but his voice still slipped out. "That place is famous for being crawling with monsters." Ian Fa shot him an annoyed glare, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Vanessa called his name. "Ian Fa, isn't that place very dangerous?" Seeing she looked very worried, Ian Fa had to reassure her. No, it's not that dangerous, Mother. It's only temporary. I'll be back in a few months. Hearing that, she seemed a little more at ease, but her face still held a trace of worry as she asked, I understand. You just said you're leaving next week, right? This big mansion will feel so empty. Ian Fa replied to her gently, I will try to finish my work quickly and come back, Mother. Sitting opposite, Dolit cheerfully suggested, Leader Ian Fa, before you go, could you check the equipment I made in the laboratory? I made some pretty cool things. They might be helpful to you on your mission. Sitting beside him, Mr. Radio also noticed him and asked curiously, Dolit, you're a grown man now. Shouldn't you change how you address Ian Fa? Dolit retorted, huh? What's wrong with calling him leader? Dolit pondered what to call Ian Fa. Ian Fa, who was drinking water, couldn't help but be curious about what he was going to be called. After thinking for a moment, Dolit asked, how about calling you Big Brother? Ian Fa was so shocked that he spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. Mr. Radio's eyes widened at his son, his mouth agape, speechless. Ian Fa's face darkened, utterly speechless, while his mother looked bewildered, still not understanding what had happened. Dolit grinned from ear to ear and shouted, Brother Ian Fa. Ian Fa still couldn't understand, wondering to himself, is this guy really the Dolit I knew in my past life? Just then, Vanessa clapped her hands and said cheerfully, Wonderful, you have another adorable younger brother. I have another son. Ian Fa was completely helpless with his mother, only able to think to himself, Mother. Mr. Radio was flustered and stammered to Mrs. Vanessa. Mrs. Vanessa, what do you mean by that? Seeing his reaction, Ian Fa found it hard to understand. What is he blushing for? Radio pulled Dolit's hand and said, You should call him Sir Ian Fa. Dolit refused. Huh? We're family now? Sir sounds too distant. Radio asked, living off their charity and you're still being picky? Dolit retorted defiantly, Dad, what do you mean by that? This genius brain of mine is very useful to this family. Radio, helpless, gave up arguing genius. All right, whatever you say. Dolit repeated once more, I am a genius. Vanessa, who had been watching from the side for a while, raised a hand to cover her smiling mouth, looking incredibly happy. Ian Fa looked at her, saying nothing, but then found himself smiling involuntarily. He thought, this doesn't seem so bad after all. Even so, he didn't forget to tell Dolit, you are not to call me brother. Dolit didn't answer, only showing a look of extreme regret. Someone spoke up, are you ready? Radio asked, are you heading straight to Philar? Ian Fa replied, I have to bid farewell to Tower Master Herbert first, then I'll plan to go there. He instructed Radio, the magic traps I've set in the mansion. Radio smiled and said, you already explained it yesterday. He assured him, don't worry, I will protect Vanessa with my life. Ian Fa said, I hope you won't have to use it. Another voice cut in, bro. Seeing Ian Fa's murderous glare, Dolit immediately corrected himself, leader. He took out a vial of pills. Please take this. He introduced it. This is an improved version of the potion my father concocted. I tried making it myself. He glanced to the side, leaned in to whisper, and then smiled brightly. It's definitely better than the one my father makes. Ian Fa smiled along with him. Thank you. Although Dolit was still 3 years from graduating from the Royal Academy of Pharmacy, with his abilities, he had already been promised a position as a royal pharmacist. Radio tapped him on the head. It's still a long way off, kid. Ian Fa looked at the vial of pills. It will surely be very effective. Dolit asked curiously, Leader, will you use the flying robe to get to Philar? Ian Fa replied, No, I'll take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to attract too much attention. Vanessa took out a small box. Ian Fa called out, Mother. She handed it to him, saying, this is for you to eat on the way. I packed a lot. She instructed, the first box is the food you'll need for today. The other boxes have dried beef and dried fruit. Save them for later. I also baked the red bean buns you like. Ian Fa said, thank you, Mother. I will enjoy it. She hugged her son tightly. Be careful on your journey. Don't get hurt, and don't skip your meals, my son. Ian Fa froze for a moment, then smiled happily and hugged her back, yes. He comforted her, I'll be back soon, so please don't worry too much. He said goodbye to everyone. Well then, I'm off. The wheels turned steadily as the carriage departed. Everyone watched him go. Ian Fa sat in the carriage, somewhat dazed. He told himself to trust. He urged himself to believe that even when he wasn't there, his mother would be safe. The mansion was protected by the palace. The crime rate in the city was very low, and moreover, there were magic traps that only his mother, Radio, and Dolit could activate. He clenched his fist with that. It should be able to eliminate most of the danger. Ian Fa looked out the window, the Philar region. He recalled 25 years had passed. Below the giant cliff, the battlefield was a mess. thick with smoke and fire. Hordes of goblins swarmed into the military zone. Parrot gave the order, bring back 100 of their heads. Before that's done, no one is allowed to die. The soldiers immediately charged forward to counterattack. A cavalryman spurred his horse forward, sir. What is it? The soldier reported in a panic, the rear supply team. Our rear supply team has been attacked by goblins that crossed the mountains. Perrick was stunned, looking at the goblins, whose numbers had not diminished at all and were still charging ferociously. His heart grew heavy with anxiety. Damn it, how could they break through the rear defensive line? He summoned everyone, Team 2 and Team 3, along with the mages of Team 1. Hold the line. The rest of you, follow me. Everyone obeyed. Yes, sir. He leaped onto his horse, brandishing his long sword. We're going to deal with the goblins in the rear. The warhorse neighed, ready to gallop. He and his subordinates charged off. Their individual intelligence is very low, but they act like an army. He thought worriedly. Well-trained soldiers could deal with them, but they were more than capable of wiping out a supply team with no combat experience. He prayed he wasn't too late. Heavy snow was falling lightly, blanketing the entire area in white. He froze snow. He thought there was no snow falling in the direction of the fighting. He looked deep into the forest, only to see countless huge blocks of ice piled up there. Everyone observed the blocks of ice, inside which were goblins that had been frozen to death. He was utterly astonished. What is this? A faceless figure stood atop the block of ice. Then the figure gradually faded and disappeared. The goblins, some impaled by sharp spikes, lay scattered about, while others were frozen to death. Strong winds swept snowflakes swirling beneath the cliff. Someone set foot on the ground. The soldiers immediately pointed their spears in unison at the newly appeared figure. Reveal yourself. The person spoke. I heard you needed help. Perrick was astonished. Ian Fa pulled down his hood and presented a token. My name is Ian Fa, a high-ranking mage sent by the Ivory Tower. Perrick repeated, Ian Fa. He asked in amazement, You mean the nobleman from northern Mogan, His Highness Ian Fa? Ian Fa nodded. Perrick smiled, then gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. I didn't expect such a young prodigy to come to our aid. I've heard of your feat of annihilating the goblin army on Mount Mogan in your youth. Perrick extended his hand. It is a great honor to meet you. Ian Fa took his hand. I am also very honored to meet the greatest warrior of the East, General Kalen Perrick. Perrick said, It was a long journey. You must be very tired. He looked at Ian Fa seriously, but I wonder if you could spare some time. We have many things to discuss. Inside the magnificent fortress, Perrick said, I didn't know they would appear in such large numbers. He explained, No, I had anticipated it, but not to this extent. They seem very aggressive lately. He guessed, It seems there's some trouble on the Great Plains. Otherwise, he said, Your Highness Ian Fa, as you know, we have sent requests to the Royal Palace and the Ivory Tower. He explained, The first was a request for supplies and reinforcements to continue the fight. The second was a request for a high-ranking mage. He clarified, a mage powerful enough to turn our current difficult situation around. He expressed, I was utterly amazed by your ability to annihilate the monster army in an instant and to quickly erect an ice wall. The gorge has been barricaded. We can buy some time. However, this is only a temporary measure. He said frankly, we are about to face the monsters in a major battle on the Great Plains. Due to the monsters' constant invasions over many years, the army has grown weary, and our provisions are nearly depleted. He said worriedly, if reinforcements and provisions had arrived in time, we could have continued to fight the monsters. He speculated, but the Empire seems to have delayed this request. He suggested, and your Highness's appearance seems to be in place of reinforcements. Therefore, I suggest we should come up with a more long-term solution to this problem. Ian Fa crossed his arms. I understand. He said, the ice wall can last for 10 days. If we monitor the movements of the monsters invading from the mountain range, we can probably remain safe for now. He affirmed, within these 10 days, we can go to the Great Plains. Perrick asked doubtfully, Your Highness Ian Fa, are you planning to go in person? Ian Fa explained, we must find the root of this matter. Perhaps there is a permanent solution. Perrick said with a smile, You seem very confident. I'm glad. He recounted, but over the past few months, I have sent countless troops to the Great Plains with no results. He said, the only thing we've discovered is that different species of monsters have stopped attacking each other. It's as if they've united, only attacking humans. He spread out a map. The monsters are not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also the northern border of the Great Plains. The Cold Duchy has always been on the western border. They're invading these borders simultaneously. He pointed at the map. Some nations have very few paths leading to them, so the damage is less. He said, among them is Shorfen Gorge. This causes the monsters to focus their attacks on Perak Manor. He pointed out, but strangely, he pointed to a location on the map, on the southern border of the Great Plains. The native tribes are completely untouched by the monsters. He speculated, it's as if something is preventing them from approaching this area. He recounted, we suspect that it's related to the problem in the southern Great Plains. But we can't break through the monster attacks in the gorge to send troops to the southern native tribes for a more thorough investigation. Ian Fa mused, trouble on the Great Plains. This is something I didn't know about in my past life. He recalled, there have been many attacks on the Great Plains, but this is the first time it's been on such a large scale. He suggested, we should go to the southern border to check on that native tribe. Perak agreed, that's right. If the leader of that native tribe, the Sorcerer King, Perak was certain that person would know something about this. He asked, sir, do you think we can go and talk to him? Ian Fa smiled, of course we can. Night fell. Ian Fa stood on high, looking out at the sky, contemplating the Great Plains. Come to think of it, that thing is probably still there. The holy relic passed down to the Sorcerer King, the leader of the native tribe, the scepter of the Great Plains. He thought to himself, I quite like that scepter. A scepter made of birchwood is also very rare. 3 years from now, the Green River Empire, the Cold Empire, and the John Duchy. These 3 nations will form an alliance, fight the demonic beasts on the Great Plains together, and annihilate them completely. Most of the demonic beasts will be destroyed on the Great Plains. Afterward, the 3 nations will divide the resource-rich Great Plains among themselves. During this time, the Sorcerer King disappears, and the native tribes of the Great Plains become slaves. He mused. Something that never happened in his past life has occurred. He blamed himself. Perhaps this change is due to my return. He worried that some trouble he was unaware of had occurred on the Great Plains. Ian Fa reminded Perak that the ice would melt and break in 10 days. Ian Fa said, by then, I will definitely find the cause and solution to this matter. If in 10 days, I don't return. Before he could finish, Perak interrupted, I believe that you will definitely return in 10 days. After saying that, he wished His Highness Ian Fa good luck. Afterward, Ian Fa entered the Great Plains. The scenery here was pristine and somewhat barren. Only demonic beasts and tribes lived here. Perhaps that's why it was so desolate. A moment later, Ian Fa flew straight in the direction indicated on the map. He landed on a hilltop with a panoramic view of the surroundings. He looked down, thinking to himself, this is the area near the natives' territory. He frowned, his expression heavy. The surroundings were strangely silent. The sight before him was unbelievable, compared to the hordes of demonic beasts in the north. Since heading south, I haven't even seen a single one. I wonder if this place is the cause of the change General Perak mentioned. His feet moved forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silent landscape. A few natives were sitting on guard near where he arrived. Hearing a strange noise behind them, the natives immediately turned around. They jumped up, shouting, a stranger is approaching. Who are you? Ian Fa raised his hands and said, I am not an enemy. I am a mage from the Green River Empire. Hearing the stranger say this, a young man among the natives asked, how do you know our language? Ian Fa replied without a trace of fear, I don't have time to explain. I've come to see the Sorcerer King. Hearing this, the natives frowned and asked the stranger again, what did you just say? The Sorcerer King. The Sorcerer King, leader of the native tribe. That sorcerer wore a dark brown robe, holding a wooden staff that looked very authoritative. The natives are also people born with mana hearts and mana brains. Their way of controlling mana is rather crude, but they are trained as ritualistic sorcerers, not ordinary mages. Among them, the Sorcerer King is their king, standing at the highest position. He continued to explain the problem to them. I came to talk about the problem the demonic beasts in the north are causing. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp spear from the front was pointed straight at his neck. The Sorcerer King must already know about this, so please. A native holding a spear pointed at him said contemptuously, how dare an imperial hound be so insolent? Do you think the Sorcerer King would meet someone like you? The natives shouted in unison, get lost. If you keep spouting nonsense, we'll sacrifice you to the great spirit of the plains. At this moment, Ian Fa spoke up. Do I look like, as he spoke, his gaze fixed on the natives. Someone who will get lost just because you tell me to? After he finished speaking, a native roared in anger. It seems you want to die. You still don't realize your situation, do you? Just as that person was about to charge and attack Ianfa, he took a deep breath. Immediately after, Ianfa unleashed his ice-type technique. A light appeared around his hand, forming a snowflake-shaped seal, making the scenery behind him bone-chillingly cold. Supreme Frost. Next, he used the sword formed from the ice seal to attack the opponent fiercely. The native also took a fierce fighting stance. The native's spear was severed and fell to the ground. The native stared in shock at his severed spear. Ianfa said in a threatening tone, "The next thing to be severed will be your head." At this moment, Ianfa pointed his ice sword at the natives and said coldly, "Stop causing trouble here. Take me to the Sorcerer King." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere. A voice rang out. "What business does a person from the Empire have here?" As the voice echoed, Ianfa turned toward the sound, and the natives also took notice. Looking at the three people ahead, he thought to himself, "That scepter is..." He looked at the old man in the middle and asked, "You are the Sorcerer King, aren't you?" The old man had a silver beard that reached his chest, his face painted with the characteristic red marks of the natives, and he held a long wooden staff. He said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, that is what people call me." Ianfa replied to the old man, "Your personal appearance has greatly surprised me." Then, he explained to the old man the reason for his visit. The demonic beasts of the Great Plains are invading the borders of 3 nations. However, as I moved south, I saw no demonic beasts at all. I wonder if you know why the demonic beasts are only invading the north. After hearing his explanation, the sorcerer said, "It is common for demonic beasts to harass the borders. We also do not know what is truly happening." After hearing the sorcerer's words, Ianfa's expression hardened, and he said, "Lies." The sorcerer heard his words and froze for 5 seconds. Then, he continued to press closer, catching the old sorcerer off guard. "Your lies are ineffective against me." Facing them, he showed no fear, but pleaded with the old sorcerer, "Please tell me the truth. What exactly happened?" Hearing this, the natives aggressively moved to attack him, but an arm suddenly blocked them. "This guy dares to be so arrogant." An angry native said. The old sorcerer spoke. "I've heard that the mages of the Empire have invented a type of lie-detecting magic. Seeing it firsthand is indeed quite surprising." Ianfa listened intently to the old sorcerer. "It is useless to lie to you. I will tell you the truth." The old sorcerer said with a grave expression, "Many years ago, there was a prophecy. The beautiful Great Plains will turn into a sea of fire, and a golden light will stain the ground red. Our people, who have lived on this land for thousands of years, will be scattered and become slaves." After hearing this, Ianfa was stunned into silence. The old sorcerer continued, "There was nothing we could do. We knew that once war broke out, our tribe would be destroyed. Even so, we couldn't just wait to die, praying the prophecy wouldn't come true." Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared. She wore a cloak that concealed her body. "One day, a noble lady came to us. That scepter radiated a blazing red light. That noble lady cast a spell on this scepter, shared her power with us, and then disappeared." Ianfa frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "A noble lady." She also said, the old sorcerer struck his scepter on the ground. Ianfa felt as if he were standing in a sea of fire. The old sorcerer's voice continued to echo. "If any other outsider comes here," surrounding the old sorcerer were countless people burned black. Without a shred of flesh left, he must absolutely not be allowed to leave this place alive. Those who were burned to the point of being nothing but charred skeletons were staring at him, as if they wanted to eat him alive. "I am very sorry, but you..." The old sorcerer stood before his subordinate, his face expressionless, his empty eyes looking at Ianfa, said, "Must die here." Witnessing the scene before him, Ianfa thought to himself, "So that's it, it's black magic. I thought it had disappeared after being banned 300 years ago. I never expected the future to become this distorted." His expression darkened. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he told himself, "They're underestimating me too much." Then, he raised his voice and said to those people, "I am very sorry, but I do not intend to die without a fight. Even if I have to use force, I must take that scepter enchanted with black magic." Hearing this, the old sorcerer replied. If you think you can do it, then try. Ian Fa swung his hand forward, and a sea blue light immediately radiated from around his palm. He said, "You can't take back what you just said, sir." As he finished speaking, his entire body became bone-chillingly cold, as if wanting to overwhelm this barren land. In another place, a voice rang out, "Is something wrong?" A huge block of ice appeared with a loud noise. Perrick quietly looked at the block of ice, thinking to himself, "It has been 10 days since His Highness Ianfa went to the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon has also been melting quickly." Looking at the gradually melting block of ice, he thought to himself, "What if?" Then he fell silent for a long time. A moment later, he summoned Adam. The man bowed respectfully. "Yes, General." Perrick turned to him and said, "Prepare for the battle at the canyon as planned. Mobilize all soldiers and catapults into the territory, and at the same time, order the soldiers ambushing around the mountain range to assemble." After hearing this, Adam bowed. "As you command." A thought flashed through his mind. "We can stop them." The sword in his hand struck the ground hard, making a clanging sound. He closed his eyes and said resolutely, "My soldiers will protect the territory and the people." As he spoke, his sharp gaze looked forward without a trace of fear. "We must become the strongest shield of the empire." The snow fell heavier and heavier, gradually blurring the soldiers' vision. Countless sounds mixed together, creating a cold, deathly atmosphere. Perrick stood before the soldiers, who were loading heavy rocks onto the catapults. He gave the order, "Prepare the catapults." He shouted loudly. At that moment, amidst the thick snowstorm, Ian Fa, leaning on the scepter, stepped out heavily, each footstep making a dull thud. He let out heavy breaths. Perrick looked ahead in astonishment, his voice trembling as he said, "Your Highness Ian Fa." Ian Fa dragged his tired body forward, but still managed to laugh. The snowy wind howled, and the flame on the scepter gradually gave off black smoke. Perrick looked at the scepter in shock and said, "This scepter?" Ian Fa used all his remaining strength, raised his head to look at him, and said, "Never." Before he could finish, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. "Never touch it." The scene suddenly went dark. A voice shouted, "Ian Fa." In a warm and private room. Looking around, sunlight streamed in from the window. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He looked around in surprise, asking, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Hey, Mr. Joseph, how are you feeling?" He hurriedly struggled to sit up, rubbing his head, let out a hum, and thought to himself, "It seems I've come to the right place." As he rubbed his head, his face contorted from the lingering fatigue in his body. "But first, I have to deal with that scepter." Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made him turn his head. "Sir Ian Fa, you're finally awake." Seeing the general at the door, he called out, "General." Perrick and a personal guard entered. He continued to ask, "How long was I asleep?" The general answered his question, "You were unconscious for 3 days." The general looked at him gently and asked, "How are you feeling?" He struggled to sit up with his aching body. "The royal physician advised you not to move much." He replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly remembering the scepter he brought back, he looked at the general and asked, "Where's the scepter I brought back?" The general pointed to a chest and said, "The mages have placed it inside that chest. It's called a storage chest. Its principle is similar to the construction of the magic tower." He approached the glowing chest and said, "You handled it very well." The general looked at him without saying anything. After looking at him for a long time, the general said worriedly, "Sir Ian, when you first returned to the canyon, the royal physician said." Ian then turned to look at the general, that your magic was completely depleted. If you had been a second later, your life would have been in danger. The general began to express his worries. "I know it's rude to ask these things of someone who has just recovered, but I have no other choice. I need to know specifically what put you in such a dangerous situation." The general looked at him, pressing, "What exactly happened on those plains?" His face immediately grew heavy, and he said, "This scepter is the source of the mutation on the plains." He tightly gripped the scepter, which was covered in a layer of black frost, in his hand. Hearing Ian Fa's words, the general and the personal guard behind him were silent. This scepter uses black magic. The Sorcerer King used the black magic and illusions of this scepter to control those monsters. General Perrick couldn't believe it. He said, "Wait, what do you mean? Wasn't black magic supposed to have disappeared 300 years ago?" After that, the Sorcerer King. Before the general could finish, Ian Fa spoke up, one hand holding the scepter, the other caressing the part that emitted a blue light. Someone has passed on the secret of using black magic, although we don't know who that person is. His finger touched the scepter, and a blue light flashed. Ever since the Fairy King passed away, black magic and illusions have been lost. He stared at the scepter and said, "The monster started to run rampant, attacking the new owner of this scepter. It seems this is a curse set by the scepter to destroy the evidence. Therefore, because of this scepter, you must have encountered many obstacles on your way back." Peric was sweating profusely. He said, "If this scepter is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed?" Ian still looked at the scepter fondly, saying, "I really like this scepter." General Peric did not expect Sir Ian to cherish the scepter so much. He wondered to himself, could this be the only reason? The scepter sparkled in Ian's hand. He played with the scepter in his hand and said nonchalantly, "That's all. I've already removed all the dark spells carved on the scepter." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest. His heart thumped, causing his expression to change in alarm. His heart pounded, frightening him so much that he silently cried out, "Ah!" The sharp pain in his chest made his whole body tremble. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. He accidentally dropped the scepter to the ground, making a clattering sound. In the midst of the intense pain, he thought to himself, "My chest." He clutched his chest and let out a soft groan. His heart beat faster and faster, and he gradually fell into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the general said in alarm, "Sir Ian, are you all right?" Ian's face was pale, cold sweat broke out, and his heart beat more and more violently. In his hazy consciousness, he thought to himself, could it be? He looked towards the general, his vision gradually blurring. "My magic heart." His heart was still pounding relentlessly. He began to vomit blood, fresh blood splattering, even staining the bandage on his chest red. He looked in horror at the pool of blood he had just thrown up, speechless. He vomited blood more and more severely, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He covered his mouth with his hand, trying to stop the flow of blood gushing out. General Peric looked at him in horror and shouted, "Sir Ian, are you still all right?" The general hurriedly said, "Adam, call the royal physician quickly." The man replied, "Yes, General." Seeing the general so worried, Ian quickly reassured him, "I'm fine, General. I just need to get rid of some impurities." The general calmed down a little and asked, "Impurities?" Ian raised his blood-stained hand, speaking of the heart enveloped in a blue aura. This happens when an incomplete magic heart reaches a new level. It's nothing to worry about. The general looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you really all right?" He replied, "Really." Looking at the fresh blood on his hands evaporating in a certain rhythm, he said thoughtfully, "If my guess is correct, I have mastered the 5th level and have just entered the 6th. The bloodstain on his hand slowly disappeared. I can feel the magic power. It's on a completely different level than before." He smirked slightly, thinking to himself, finally. The general said with relief, "In any case, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just to be sure, we still need to have the doctor examine you." He replied, "Thank you for your care." General Peric said, while reaching his hand towards the box Adam was holding, "I have much to thank you for, but I must inform you of this first. For days after you left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent a letter. Inside the box was a sea blue crystal orb emitting a faint light." The general sighed and said, "I promised to give it to you as soon as you returned, but because you were unconscious, I could only do so now. Please take a look." He held the sea blue crystal orb in his hand, looking at it closely, wondering to himself, a message from the Ivory Tower? Suddenly, the general's voice rang out again, slightly surprising Ian Fa. "Ah, wait a moment," the general said, then took something out from his tunic. "There's one more thing." He held a letter and handed it to Ian Fa. "This is a letter the king just sent directly today via messenger. I was ordered to deliver it to you personally, Mage Ian Fa." Ian Fa looked at the general and asked, "Was it brought by a messenger on horseback?" The general replied, "It seems so." Ian Fa thought deeply. In other words, the king didn't use the Ivory Tower's communication crystal orb, but chose to use cavalry to deliver a handwritten letter. But this method of communication is very prone to delays or incidents. He gently held the sea blue crystal orb with both hands, thinking to himself, what on earth is so important that it needs to be kept secret even from the information department? Well then, I'll check the Ivory Tower's message first. An information panel appeared before the crystal orb. To High Mage Ian Fa, we requested to delay sending this message as its contents could interfere with your current mission. We hope you understand this was a necessary choice. Your family has run into a bit of trouble. A suspicious, unidentified individual broke into your mansion. But thanks to the security team, your family and property are all safe and sound. After reading the message, his face darkened, and he thought to himself, a suspicious person. His body began to tremble with fear, greatly surprising the general. The information continued to display. Currently, your family is under the absolute protection of the royal family in the ivory tower. Their safety is guaranteed. He read on, clenching his fist. Therefore, we're sending this message to let you know there is no need to worry. His face immediately darkened. His sharp eyes looked forward, and he thought to himself, this message is clearly meant to make me worry. What on earth are you plotting, Tower Master Herbert? When he realized there was still the other handwritten letter, his anger was cut short. I'll read the king's letter first, then I'll figure things out. He held the letter in his hand and began to read. Dear Mage Ianfa, if you are receiving this letter, it means that luck is still smiling upon me and my son. I sincerely thank the goddess of luck, and I would like to ask a favor of you. As a high mage on a mission, you have probably not heard the news. However, a treaty between 3 kingdoms regarding the subjugation of monsters in the western Great Plains is about to be signed in the Free City. After reading the letter, he was a little surprised, thinking to himself, they're about to sign a monster subjugation treaty? This wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 years. The letter continued. At the magnificent castle, it has been decided that Crown Prince Hayden of the Green River Empire, 5th Prince Rachna, Tower Master Herbert, and Grand General Dukamitos of the Royal Army will attend the treaty conference as members of the delegation. By the time you read this letter, the conference will likely have already begun in Demira. At this moment, the Crown Prince has no eyes or ears by his side. Hayden Green River was leaning against a sun-drenched window, a hint of sadness on his face. The king's letter continued. Therefore, I wish to ask you, his closest friend, Jerry Green River was focused on writing the letter. The letter continued. Please come to Demira and become a source of strength for that child. He picked up the seal and stamped it on the letter. The end of the letter read, I promise to welcome your beloved family into the royal palace and give them the empire's best protection. After reading the letter, Ianfa was silent for a long time, not saying a word. He closed his eyes tightly. He recalled the negotiations in Demira. That was when Rachna began to act in earnest, and also where he first publicly entered the war for the throne. It was also the crucial moment that decided the Crown Prince's downfall. Rachna, thanks to his outstanding diplomatic skills, used this treaty to secure favorable terms for the Green River Empire. As a result, the nobility and the public all acknowledged Rachna's competence, while the Crown Prince's ignorance and incompetence were exposed to the public. Memories of his past life and the current situation. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the Tower Master? He stared at the letter, his gaze sharp. I don't know when it started or how it will end, but the chaos in the western Great Plains, all the monsters swarming to attack, the Sorcerer King learning black magic from the mysterious woman, and even the 3-Kingdom Treaty is happening earlier than in my past life. I can't help but think that all these events are related to the Tower Master. The suspicious person who broke into my mansion was most likely meant to tie my hands. After thinking for a long time, he covered his mouth with his hand and continued to think silently. Although this is still just a hypothesis, he has already seen right through me. He looked in a certain direction with a heavy expression, calculating silently. He had put himself in a position where he was forced to disobey the Emperor's order and immediately return to the capital. But something unexpected happened. A type of mage that not even the Tower Master could have imagined had appeared. A category that had never been recorded, that could only be comprehended by oneself. It was 6th level magic that only a 6th level mage could use. Then, he turned to ask the general. The general replied without hesitation, Mage Ianfa, please speak. He looked at the general with a pleading gaze. Could you do me a favor? Free trade, equality, and a seaport. A city famous for many things. In a villa district of white walls and green tiles, a crowd gathered. Hayden Green River asked in confusion, why can't we contact Ianfa now? Oliver advised, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please be patient. He explained, he is coming as the Crown Prince's representative. Even Your Highness the Crown Prince cannot urge him to be any faster at this time. Hayden Green River replied, I know, but I'm still worried. He looked at Rachna mingling with everyone and continued, "You know it too. But most of the envoys are gathered at the Ivory Tower. That's the group of nobles who support that fool Rachna." He frowned, expressing, "I have a very bad feeling about this." Oliver was silent, and he spoke again. "I really wish Ian Fa were here right now." Herbert Leon stood behind Rachna, sighing to himself. This moment has finally come. He silently rejoiced. "We have been preparing for this day for a very long time. I believe that young man will rush straight to the palace." He calculated, "I have thoroughly investigated Ian Fa's movements. He prioritizes his family's safety. If anything involves them, he will eliminate everything." He whispered, "After the negotiations are over, the prince will." Suddenly, Hayden Greenriver and Oliver both looked up at the sky. The crowd murmured, and someone pointed to the sky and asked, "What is that flying thing?" "A bird." Hayden Greenriver turned his head to look, astonished. He saw Ian Fa flying in the air and called out loudly, "Ian Fa." His cloak fluttered in the wind. Then he landed on the ground and bowed in greeting. "I'm a little late." He raised his head and called, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Rachna's group stared at him in astonishment. Herbert Leon thought in shock. Could it be? He abandoned his family. At the same time, in the Green River Empire, Dolit sighed, "Captain, please come back soon." He lay sprawled on a chair crying, then complained again. "Just because of those assassins, I'm confined in the palace and can't go to the academy to see my friends. I'm really bored." His father advised, "Just be patient for a little while longer. You should be grateful to be in the royal palace like this." He sighed, "If that assassin gets caught by the guards, I'll be so happy." Ever since Mage Ian Fa set a magical trap in the manor, he sighed again. If he activates some dangerous magic, the assassin won't be able to move and will immediately be. He looked at Vanessa, who had her head bowed, and advised, "Lady Vanessa, please don't worry too much." He continued, "Isn't this the king's royal palace? It's safer than anywhere else in the world." She smiled, remaining silent, seeing that she still didn't speak. He rubbed his hands impatiently, then scratched his cheek and advised, "Didn't they say a letter from the Ivory Tower has been sent? The news will quickly reach Mage Ian Fa, and then before we can even finish saying Tada, he'll appear right here." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Tada." He was stunned. "Huh?" The door to the room opened, and Ian Fa said, "Sorry, I'm late." Dolit was startled. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. He smiled, hearing everyone call out Ian Fa. He walked in, took Vanessa's hand, and said, "You all must have been very worried." He looked at her and continued with a smile, "You can all rest assured now." He smiled reassuringly. "I will protect all of you." The night before, at the Peric estate, Ian Fa said to Peric, "General, I have a favor to ask of you." Peric replied, "You save the entire capital with me. I will do anything. Please just give the order." Ian Fa requested. Then, during this time, he continued, "I hope you can protect me." He asked again in astonishment, "Protect you?" Ian Fa replied, "The magic I am about to use. When casting this magic, I might lose myself." He pointed to his head and continued to instruct, "If that happens, please call Mage Paris and have him channel some mana into my head. That way, I will wake up." Ian Fa thought to himself, because the number of official mages who have reached the 6th level or higher is not large, records about them on this continent are very scarce. He walked to an empty space in the room. He recalled that even in his previous life, the magic he used after reaching the 6th level was either something he figured out on his own or learned bits and pieces from ancient texts. He held his hand out in front of him and said, "Let's begin." A blue magic circle appeared on the ground. A clear sound echoed from within the circle. A transparent figure slowly materialized. Then, that figure split into two, their appearance and face identical to Ian Fa's. His original body staggered, about to fall. Peric quickly caught him. He stammered in astonishment. "How is this possible?" He looked at the two Ian Fas before him and shouted, "What kind of magic is this?" Ian Fa thought to himself, recalling the rules of the puppet show magic. With spells of the 6th level and above, the original body becomes the controller and falls into a comatose state. Not only can they move freely, but the two puppets can also use magic equivalent to a 5th level mage. A voice was heard, and so Peric watched in a daze. One of the two puppets smiled and said, "Then I'll be in your care." Hayden was moved to tears as he welcomed Ian Fa. You came for me, didn't you?" He stepped forward and enthusiastically grabbed Ian Fa's hands. "We really are on the same wavelength. I missed you so much, Ian Fa." Seeing Hayden's warm welcome, Ian Fa could only respond with a wry smile. Herbert appeared. I was just wondering who had arrived, and it turns out to be you, Ian Fa. I heard from General Peric that you completed your mission. I heard the mission was so difficult that you fainted. You have rendered a great service to the Empire. Ian Fa replied, I only did what high-ranking mage should do. Herbert asked him, but why are you here? I clearly told you to return to the ivory tower to rest. Didn't you hear about what happened to your family? Ian Fa said to him, I received a letter from the ivory tower, but after completing my mission, I received a royal order. He took out the letter, immediately joined the envoy delegation, and assist His Highness the Crown Prince. Herbert saw the letter and asked, May I see the letter? Herbert opened the letter and read it. Looking at the signature and seal at the end of the letter, he thought to himself, I thought they would try everything, but I never expected Ian Fa to abandon his family and rush here. Finally, he declared, I recognize this as a royal command from His Majesty the Emperor, but you cannot join the envoy delegation. Hayden exclaimed in shock, Impossible. Are you disregarding my father's command? Herbert explained to him, Your Highness, this concerns the trust between the three nations. The number of people and guards in the envoy delegation has been fixed and cannot be changed. This was agreed upon in the previous negotiation. The diplomats of all countries trust each other. How can we arbitrarily add another person, a high-ranking mage no less, to the envoy delegation? I believe His Majesty the Emperor will understand why we cannot let him join the delegation. Ian Fa also agreed with his reasoning. The Tower Master is not wrong. Although we are not at war, there have been conflicts between the nations. Moreover, this is a treaty being signed by three nations that have long been wary of each other. Only after a certain level of security is guaranteed can the heirs, envoy delegations, and guards of the nations gather together. There are a total of 3 high-ranking mages in the envoy delegation, including the Tower Master. If another deadly weapon, like a high-ranking mage, were to be added, the treaty would descend into chaos. Ian Fa nodded in agreement with the Tower Master's point of view and began to speak. The foundation of diplomacy is trust. This explanation is very reasonable. I understand the Tower Master's concerns. Herbert also turned back, relieved. If you understand, then you should leave. Your staying in this city could cause trouble for our diplomacy. Although I deeply regret having to do this to someone like you, who has endured hardships to come here after completing a mission, I hope you understand we have no other choice. I will personally explain what happened to His Majesty the Emperor. Ian Fa interrupted, but what if? What if a high-ranking mage is willing to give up their position in the envoy delegation? Could I replace that person? This is a direct command from His Majesty the Emperor, so we should handle this matter with flexibility. Herbert replied, Of course, that would be possible, but who would? A voice spoke up, I will give up my spot. Ronald stepped out from the crowd. He raised his hand. I will give up my position in the envoy delegation. His action surprised the other members of the envoy delegation. Even Hayden was astonished. Herbert looked at him. What are you talking about, Ronald? Ronald presented his opinion. As I just said, are we not all citizens of the Empire? No citizen would defy a royal command. Even if this causes trouble for diplomacy, the duty of the envoy delegation is to represent the Empire as citizens of the Empire. This is a glorious duty. But in carrying out this duty, if I can assist in the execution of a royal command and diplomatic matters by giving up my position, I am more than willing to do so. Now, I will entrust the sacred duty of a member of the envoy delegation to Ian Fa. I humbly ask your highness to approve this change. Hayden praised Ronald. I approve. What you have done for the Empire has shown your sincerity and loyalty to the Empire, which has deeply impressed me. I order you to prepare fully and return safely to the capital. Ronald bowed respectfully. Thank you, your highness. Then he turned to Ian Fa. I entrust you with the duties of a member of the envoy delegation. Please be sure to complete your mission well, without any mistakes. Ian Fa smiled and said, Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. Ian Fa recalled this high-ranking mage, Ronald. According to his memories from a past life, he was one of the few righteous mages. Although he was unyielding on all matters, his beliefs were not based on loyalty to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. He only cared about his own magical abilities. In exchange for Ian Fa teaching him a few spells that even Tower Master Herbert didn't know, he had easily sided with him. Then Ronald turned back to the Tower Master. Well, I will take my leave now. As the Tower Master said, a high-ranking mage who is not part of the envoy delegation staying in this city would create diplomatic difficulties. Herbert accepted on the surface, but inwardly he was seething with rage. I thought he was just a wet-behind-the-ears kid, but has he already taken root in my ivory tower? He looked at Ian Fa, calculating about Ian Fa's matter. I will absolutely not allow a kid like that to ruin my long-cherished plan to turn the Empire into the Ivory Towers Empire. At the same time, in the crowd, Rachna also noticed Ian-Fa. He looked pensive, as if calculating something. The envoy delegation arrived in Demira. Demira is a neutral city, not belonging to any specific nation. All three nations recognized Demira's importance, and for hundreds of years, it had always been a symbol of freedom and neutrality. The 19th mayor of Demira, Nagalo, received the delegation. "This way, please." Hayden asked him, "Where are the others?" "We have led them to their respective residences." He pointed to a building. "Those from Green River can use this building." Then he pointed to another building. "I think the Crown Prince can use that separate building. It is prepared for our most important guests." Hayden nodded. "Not bad. Tower Master, do you have any plans now?" Herbert replied, "Before the appointed day, there are no special arrangements." The Crown Prince rested his chin on his hand. "I see. Very well. Everyone may rest. Ian-Fa, you come with me." Ian-Fa nodded. Then he left with the Crown Prince. Elsewhere, in a room, Herbert and Rachna were talking secretly. Rachna said to Herbert in a displeased tone, "I will not hold you accountable anymore. But that mage beside you, he is very troublesome. I don't have a good feeling about this either." Herbert bowed his head. "Your subordinate understands, but please, your highness, do not worry too much." Indeed, Ian-Fa's magical ability is outstanding, but at this moment, the core diplomacy is not much related to magic. Even your subordinate has no right to speak. No, even if I had the right to speak, there would be nothing to say. When nations conduct diplomacy, it is also necessary for a young mage to be present. Who are you thinking of? A high-ranking mage at the diplomatic negotiation table is merely for show. Your highness, as you have prepared, please become the center of the pact. Rachna sighed. "Understood, but I still find it very troublesome. I have tried to pull Ian-Fa over countless times, inviting him to become our ally, but he always refuses. If we just leave him be, he will become a great obstacle. I hope you resolve this matter as soon as possible." Herbert replied respectfully, "Please leave it to your subordinate. Everything will proceed according to your highness's wishes." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hayden was treating this trip like a pleasant excursion, discussing with Ian-Fa and Oliver. This is truly a wonderful blessing. Speaking of which, the nightly street performances in Demira are spectacular. There must be many interesting things to see. Ha ha ha, I must sneak out. Should I buy some clothes to change into? Captain, I'll go hire some servants for errands now. Ian-Fa interrupted. Your Highness. What is it, Ian-Fa? Ian-Fa's face revealed a frightening expression, a terrifying face. Ian-Fa felt helpless in the face of the Crown Prince's playful nature. Your Highness, do you know what position you are in? You came here as the representative of the Green River Empire, the heir to the throne, and also the person in charge of the three-nation talks. I mean, you did not come here for a vacation. Please drop the idea of going out to play immediately. The Crown Prince's face fell. Why? We still have plenty of time. Ian-Fa said in a stern voice, You must start preparing right now. Hearing this, the Crown Prince scowled and turned to Oliver for help. But Oliver turned his face away, refusing to help. Ian-Fa reminded him, In this matter, you have the highest right to speak. If you have nothing to say, the opportunity will fall into the Fifth Prince's hands. I heard Father Emperor mention it, but Ian-Fa warned, I guarantee, if that happens, the focus of the negotiations will shift to the Fifth Prince. Do you think that would be good? After hearing this, the Crown Prince was also annoyed. Ugh, I hate that. But then he sighed. To be honest, the army, supplies, land division, and anything related to slaves. I have no one by my side to discuss state affairs, nor anyone to help me. Hayden mused, if I say something and get embarrassed, wouldn't it be better to just keep quiet and do nothing? Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Ian-Fa calculated inwardly. It seems His Highness has grown accustomed to giving up and escaping reality. This won't do. The Crown Prince could become a major obstacle for Rachna. He is the only potential playing piece at present. Ian-Fa advised, Your Highness, you should become the center of the negotiations. But how? Ian-Fa snapped his fingers. I will give you one chance. He used magic and began to write documents related to the talks. His Majesty the Emperor has asked me to become the Crown Prince's strength. This is an opportunity for the Crown Prince to act on his own, to follow His Majesty's command, and not let the Crown Prince lose the leading role to the Fifth Prince. I will list all the issues to be discussed in the talks along with their corresponding solutions. Therefore, Your Highness, a gust of wind swept the documents toward Hayden. From now until the appointed day, All of this you must memorize. A week later, in Demira, the day of the tripartite treaty negotiations, Ragnar was also heading to the negotiation venue. Oh, and another thing, he said to Herbert, I heard my elder brother hasn't left that residence for a whole week after entering it. I wonder how he is. Herbert replied, your subordinate was also concerned, so I arranged for surveillance around the residence where His Highness the Crown Prince is resting, but nothing has happened. It is said His Highness only occasionally goes out to the garden and looks very tired. I see. At this moment, Hayden and his entourage also arrived. Ragnar spoke up. Good morning, Imperial Brother. Did you sleep well last night? Hayden replied with a tired look. Very well. Hearing you say that, I am truly very happy. Well then, I shall take my leave and lead the delegation to the meeting room first. See you later, Imperial Brother. After saying that, he brushed past Ian Fa. The two groups just walked past each other. They headed in opposite directions. Hayden's hands clenched into fists, his whole body trembling with anger. Seeing this, Ian Fa quickly spoke to reassure him. Your Highness, please do not worry. You have spent the past week preparing with all your might. The one who will lead the treaty negotiations of the three kingdoms will be you. Hayden gradually calmed down. He regained his spirits, then smiled confidently. That's right. A moment later, the negotiation participants had all gathered. The mayor of Demira spoke up. I am Nagalo, the 19th mayor of Demira, entrusted to be the presiding arbitrator for this treaty negotiation. From now on, all details of the treaty negotiations will be recorded, and I will oversee these treaty negotiations. I hope you all remember the words I have just spoken. Well then, let us begin the treaty negotiations. The delegates have all taken their seats and are ready, including Ragnar and Hayden. The first to speak was Crown Prince Masha of the Banat Empire. As you all know, the road to our duchy is both difficult and dangerous, making it hard for us to gather troops and supplies. We hope to receive elite mages and knights to replace infantry, and to use gold and silver instead of goods. In fact, we have already reached an agreement on this with the Cold Empire. Please do not misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a valid reason to object, we are willing to renegotiate from the beginning. Ian Fa, standing by, thought to himself, the negotiations have begun. The first issue is about the expeditionary force. Your Highness, just speak as you practiced. Seeing that Hayden had not yet spoken, Ragnar looked at him and said, I will speak on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince. But just then, Hayden immediately said, regarding the matter of speaking, the military side will speak. That is our empire's undefeated great general and commander-in-chief, Sir Dukan Meadows. I will entrust this matter to him. Meadows was a little surprised by Hayden's words. Isn't the person in charge the fifth prince? Hayden continued, we already have an expert on this matter, so there's no need for me to speak, right? This astonished Ragnar. Hayden turned to look at Dukan behind him, Sir Dukan. Dukan replied, yes. I will present my opinion on the Banat Duchy's request. Ian Fa, standing beside him, was satisfied. It seems this is a good start. We just need to continue like this. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. Hayden relied on the pre-prepared content to exchange views with the representatives of the other empires. The other delegates also frankly presented their views. Hayden also responded fluently. The negotiations thus lasted from early morning until dusk. Looking at the sunset outside the window, Ian Fa thought to himself, it's almost over. At this moment, Crown Prince Header of the Cold Empire spoke up. Let's be frank with each other. Dividing the territory into 3 parts without a plan is why we cannot divide it fairly. The natural resources and land quality of that vast land are uneven. If you get a good part, it's like hitting the jackpot. However, if there's nothing underground, wouldn't that whole area become a wasteland? Some nations will suffer a loss, so they will have no choice but to feel resentful. Resentful is putting it lightly, but this is the very trigger that could cause a war, isn't it? Ian Fa was also thinking about this issue. This was the most important topic in the treaty negotiations, discussing the division of territory and natural resources after the conquest. Header continued, our empire does not want any trouble. It would be great if we could maintain peace for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Therefore, if any of you have a good proposal, please feel free to speak up. Let us share the common fruits of our labor without any friction. Ragnar turned his head and signaled to Tower Master Herbert. Herbert nodded. Ragnar began to execute his plan, raising his hand to suggest, this is just my humble opinion, but I would like to share a little something. But just then, Hayden's voice cut him off. I know a way. He slammed both hands on the table. The delegates immediately turned their attention to him. They looked at him curiously. he said confidently, away so that nothing bad will happen. Even Rachna and Herbert were stunned to hear him say that. Nagalo pushed up his glasses and asked Hayden, "Your Highness the Crown Prince of the Green River Empire, please tell everyone present here, what is the method you have thought of?" "Very well. First of all, our empire's ivory tower, no, the magic tower, has developed a new type of magic. We can survey and determine the underground mineral reserves in a specific area with relative accuracy." Herbert and Rachna immediately looked at him in astonishment. "How did he know that?" Masha asked, "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. You must have heard rumors about this mage." He introduced Ian Fa. "This is our empire's youngest high-ranking mage, Ian Fa. He was the one who created that magic." The other delegates, upon hearing this, exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, I can't believe such magic can be used." As for Rachna, he was furious. He thought to himself, does he think the same way I do? Is mineral exploration magic really that important to this treaty negotiation? How could this brat see through the key to this treaty negotiation? Hayden was still presenting his thoughts. "We are considering using that magic to create something called a resource map, because we have to see how good that land is. Once we have a complete map, we can divide the Great Plains into different plots among the nations based on specific requirements. The borders might be a bit complicated, but no matter what, this land must be cultivated and developed for the next 15 years, right?" Seeing his idea stolen, Rachna was so angry he clenched his fists. "I'm sure there's no better way than this." His whole body trembled as he glared hatefully at Ian Fa. Seeing this, Ian Fa just smiled with satisfaction. Hayden had also finished presenting his opinion. "This is my opinion." Twilight had enveloped the city of Demara. Oliver leaned against the wall, waiting for the negotiations to end. Hayden's voice rang out, "Captain, come here quickly." He smiled as brightly as a flower. "Your Highness." He boasted to Oliver, "Captain, you should have seen that scene. Today, I stirred up the whole conference." Rachna and the Tower Master's faces were as sour as bitter melons. "It's a shame you didn't see it. After we leave here, I'll tell you all the details, then we'll go for a drink and a walk around the city." "Ian Fa, come with us. When will we get another chance to have fun like today?" Ian Fa nodded in agreement, making Hayden even happier. He put his arm around Ian Fa's shoulder. "Yes, that's the spirit. Ian Fa, you're about to become an adult. You should drink the wine I treat you to." "Great, let me teach you how to drink." "Your Highness." A voice called out. Rachna walked up to the three of them, a strange smile on his lips. Hayden was wary. "What is it?" He bowed his head. "Today, the Crown Prince was truly impressive. I have learned a great deal." "Ahaha." Hayden crossed his arms, saying arrogantly, "Of course, little brother. I'm glad you learned something from me. I think you've learned a lot from this treaty negotiation as well. Keep trying. Train yourself well. If you need advice, you can come to me anytime." Rachna, though angry, tried to restrain himself. "Thank you, Crown Prince." He turned and walked away. Watching him leave in a huff, Hayden said, "Captain, Ian Fa, today is truly the best day of my life." Oliver and Ian Fa were also happy for Hayden, and they smiled. He urged the two of them, let's go. We've been cooped up all week. Let's just let loose today. Captain, you should also relax a little today. Be more natural. Don't be so stiff." "Ian Fa, you're about to become an adult. You should drink the wine I treat you to." I think I just said that." Oh, a blue light enveloped Ian Fa's hands. "Ian Fa, what's wrong?" "Your hands." The people around them were also astonished to see the light. Hayden and Oliver were both bewildered and worried for him. He held out his hands. "It seems this is my limit." "Your limit? Explain it to me." "I'm very sorry, but I think I'll have that drink you offered at the royal palace." The blue light gradually enveloped his entire body. "What do you mean?" "I will explain everything to you at the royal palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian Fa disappeared along with the light. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened. Herbert trembled. Is that a clone?" His whole body shook violently. "Has it been a clone all this time?" "A clone can't last this long. How would he use a clone? Have we been deceived?" He let out a terrible cry. Ugh. Ugh. The sun was setting. A servant brought a tray of food into the room, respectfully saying to Brick, who was standing by the bed, "Sir, I've brought the food." "Just leave it there," he said. The servant asked worriedly, "Has Lord Ian Fa woken up yet?" He replied, "That's right. He still hasn't woken up. It's been several days." Pirik looked at Ian Fa, lying motionless on the bed, and said worriedly, "Although this magic can minimize energy consumption and physiological phenomena, it's clear to the naked eye that his body is weakening." Suddenly, Ian Fa's finger twitched. Pirik recalled his previous instructions. If there are any problems, please channel mana into my head to wake me up. He had just stood up, saying, I will go call a mage to forcibly awaken him. Suddenly, Ian Fa spoke, interrupting him. I'm awake. His eyes widened in utter astonishment. Ian Fa, still in bed, was saying, I don't think that's necessary. It's all the same anyway. Pirik said loudly with joy, Oh, Lord Ian Fa, you're awake. Ian Fa's face was a little pale. He said softly, as you can see. He asked, Are you all right? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Ian Fa closed his eyes, a little helpless. It seems I'll be in a bit of trouble for a while. Ian Fa continued, I have a headache. I can't move. Moreover, my stomach. Pirik asked anxiously, Your stomach? He panicked. Do you have a stomachache? I'll call a doctor right away. Ian Fa continued, Right now, my stomach, he said, is hungry. His words left Pirik stunned. Ian Fa's stomach rumbled loudly, and both of them heard it very clearly. His face flushed. He said, very hungry. The sky was clear, a beautiful day. Ian Fa had now recovered. He stood in the castle courtyard, holding his magic staff. Pirik asked him, Would you like to stay another night? He advised, No matter how busy I am, I must prepare a feast for my savior, even if time is a bit tight. Ian Fa gently refused. Your help last time was more than enough. He continued, Isn't this the duty of a high-ranking mage like me? How could I dare to be called a savior? If it weren't me, another mage would have come to help. Pirik interrupted him. I don't think so. He continued, If another mage had come, and not you, Lord Ian Fa, I'm afraid I would have blocked the demonic beasts and returned long ago. He recalled the first time he met Ian Fa, exclaiming, Actually, the first time I met you, I was still half believing, half doubting. Such a young man, standing before the horde of demonic beasts on the Great Plains. I didn't know what he could do. Pirik said with admiration, but I was wrong. For years, I couldn't do anything. Yet Lord Ian Fa solved the problem at its root in just 10 short days. He continued to praise Ian Fa. It seems you possess a special power that is second to none. Lord Ian Fa, hearing these praises, Ian Fa could only remain silent. Pirik smiled and said to him, Well then, Lord Ian Fa, before we part, let's do that thing together. He asked blankly, You mean, that thing? He replied, What I mean is, he explained, I heard that 5 years ago, you made a guest promise with the Mogan family in the north. What I mean is, I would also like to ask you to make a similar promise with us. Ian Fa was very surprised by this proposal. He asked in confusion, Huh? Is it that easy? He laughed heartily and reassured him, Please don't misunderstand. It is precisely because you are Lord Ian Fa that I say this. He spoke very sincerely. Making an oath to you is no problem. I, Pirik, am willing to serve you. Lord Ian Fa, Pirik continued, This is not just a simple ceremony for a savior. I have my reasons for doing this. He said to him, If the Empire's only 6th-class mage accepts the service of the Eastern Territory, it would be the highest honor. He put his hands on his hips. This is entirely my judgment, but I believe no one will regret it. Neither you, Lord Ian Fa, nor I. Ian Fa was a little reluctant. He said to him, I'm not sure I can so easily accept a promise known as the Empire's 1,000-year promise. Besides, this is a bit sudden. He looked directly into Pirik's eyes and said, But I have no intention of refusing. Pirik immediately took the sword that a guard respectfully offered, saying happily, I have been waiting for this answer. He raised the sword, muttering, I suppose we should follow the procedure. This is the 1,000-year oath, after all. He slowly drew the sword, smiling. This may be a little strange, but please bear with me for a moment, my lord. I'll be quick. Pirik planted the tip of the sword into the ground. He closed his eyes, his expression solemn, and slowly swore the oath as family. He continued his oath. Will forever welcome the high-ranking mage Ian Fa whenever he visits. If he needs the strength of the Eastern Territory, Ian Fa smiled as he listened to the oath. We promise to always fight side by side with him. Pirik continued to complete the final part of the oath. This will be passed down from generation to generation. In the name of the eastern flow of the Green River Empire, I solemnly swear. Having completed the oath, he returned the sword to the guard, covering his face in embarrassment. No matter how many times I say it, it feels a bit off. If I could just say this is my oath and be done with it, that would be great. Ian Fa smiled and said to him, The next time I visit, I'll be in your care. Pirik instructed him, Please inform us before you arrive. I will show you what a feast in the Eastern Territory is like. Just you wait. Ian Fa began to cast a spell, saying, I will do that. Magic surged, and Ian Fa's voice gradually faded into a black mist. Well then, I'm leaving. Pirik and his guard looked up at the sky. Ian Fa's cloak fluttered in the wind. He silently gazed at the sunset over the vast desert. He thought to himself, so much has happened in such a short time. He raised his staff, smiling with satisfaction. And I even got an unexpected result. Ian Fa stared at the staff in his hand, thinking, the one mentioned, the Sorcerer King, was the one who carved this magic into this staff. The revival of black magic that disappeared 300 years ago. Ian Fa's face gradually became serious. He calculated to himself, after returning to the capital, I will have many things to investigate. A woman hurried down the stairs. Vanessa called out loudly. He turned around and answered Mother. She said worriedly, how could you just suddenly disappear in a puff of smoke like that? Do you know how worried I was for you? I was truly shocked. She said in astonishment, oh my, why had you gotten so thin? She cupped her son's face. You must have had a very hard time. Your face has gotten half as thin. You went there to work. Didn't Lord Pierrick feed you? She complained. How hateful. He comforted her. A few things happened there. I just need to eat a little more and I'll be fine. He rummaged in his pocket. Ah, that's right, Mother. Take this. He took out a blue crystal orb. This is a magical communication orb made from a magic crystal ball. On the way back to the capital, I had a workshop make this for us. From now on, you can use this to talk to me anytime from the capital. He pointed to the staff beside him. Mine is already set on this staff. He said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Mother, Ian Foss said, he promised from now on, I will always be by your side. Dolet interrupted, Leader. He said excitedly, what kind of magic was that? I've read many magic books at the academy, but I've never seen that kind of magic. He asked repeatedly, how could you appear in Demira and the royal palace at the same time? Was it a mirror clone or something similar? He was a little flustered. You're asking too many questions. Can you ask them one by one? He said, to put it simply, he declared, I can do it because I've already reached the sixth circle. Everyone was very surprised. Dolet exclaimed in shock, is that possible? In other words, you are now the highest ranking mage in our empire. Radio was also extremely surprised. The first time I met you, I knew you were no ordinary person, but I never expected you to be this outstanding. He smiled shyly. Nothing has changed, so please just treat me as you did before. Dolet cried out, in that case, he said excitedly, this afternoon, I plan to test a newly concocted potion in the lab. Would you like to join? He replied, I'm sorry, but we'll have to save it for next time. He said disappointed, why? He smiled faintly and explained, because I have received another invitation. He arrived at the appointed location and observed quietly. It looked like a tavern. He thought to himself, is this the place? Hayden happily welcomed Ian Fa. Welcome, head mage Ian Fa. He said in a friendly manner, you've probably guessed it already. Today's feast is to celebrate your achievements. Ian Fa mused, why does this feel so familiar? He looked around. He asked me to wear casual clothes, and I was wondering what kind of feast it was. So this is it. Oliver and Pow were standing by a table. Pow greeted, Mage Ian Fa. Welcome, welcome. He led Ian Fa to the table. All right, please have a seat here. Mage Ian Fa, come on, bring these snacks to the table. At this moment, someone plunked a large, full mug of beer down in front of him. Hayden said in a loud voice, drink up, head mage Ian Fa. Congratulations on reaching the sixth circle, he boasted. For this feast, I personally brought several barrels of the finest liquor from the royal palace. Precious liquor like this isn't easy to find outside. He urged, come on, drink up. Ian Fa thought, come to think of it, I don't think I drank much in my past life. He looked at the mug of liquor because Rachna never touched a single drop. Rachna once said that alcohol makes one slow and lowers their guard. Ian Fa hesitated for a moment. Then he raised the mug and downed it in one go, leaving both Hayden and Oliver stunned. Hayden asked, how is it, head mage Ian Fa? Ian Fa put the mug down and said with a smile, it's actually quite good. Hayden beamed. Is that so? I'm glad you like it. People at the next table, drinking and talking, shouted, hey, tell us what happened in Demira. Hayden immediately stood up. Oh, all right. He walked over there and chatted animatedly with everyone. Ian Fa watched him intently. At this moment, someone spoke up. Mage Ian Fa, let me fill that up for you. Ian Fa turned his head and saw Sir Oliver approaching with a bottle of liquor. Oliver poured liquor into his mug and advised, if this is your first time drinking, don't overdo it. If you get drunk and cause some trouble, you might end up launching a fire arrow at the Night Order. Ian Fa gave a wry smile. Sir Oliver, you always worry so much. He asked curiously. To be honest, I'm quite surprised to see His Highness so close with the men of the Night Order, even joking around with them. Is it all right for His Highness to do that? Oliver replied, all the knights have sworn loyalty to His Highness. They are trustworthy. Ian Fa rested his chin on his hand. Loyalty and trust. Oliver glanced at him. and teased. I think I know why you, Mage Ian Fa, don't have any friends. Ian Fa was taken aback. What? Why would you suddenly say that? Oliver said, actually, I knew it from the first time I met you. He continued, do you remember? 5 years ago, in the Mogan territory, we spoke for the first time. That woman named Cixia, who turned out to be a spy, was captured alive by you. Even though you had just captured a third circle mage spy, for you, it was as if nothing had happened. You were very cold back then. You were truly skilled at controlling your facial expressions. A child of that age cannot hide their expressions or true feelings. Ian Fa quietly looked at his mug. Oliver explained, and yet, at that time, I couldn't read any expression on your face, as if you were a soldier who had been trained for many years, not revealing your true emotions. Ian Fa mused. Back then, I really couldn't pretend to be naive. Oliver continued. At that time, I felt that this child, though young, was too withdrawn. He must not have any friends to confide in. He chuckled. I'm quite sharp when it comes to observing these things. Ian Fa was a little flustered. Yes, I admit it. But hearing you say it so bluntly, I don't know how I should feel. He confessed. Actually, I once had a friend, but our ending was not a good one. Oliver asked curiously, a friend of yours, Ian Fa? I'm very curious what kind of person they were. He continued, after training with him for 5 years, I've realized something else. Ian Fa asked, what is it? I'm a little scared to hear what you're about to say. Oliver described, I don't know why, but sometimes when talking to you, Ian Fa, I feel like I'm talking to a world-weary elder. I really don't understand why that is. Ian Fa shuddered. What? He forced a laugh and changed the subject. You're really good at reading people. He joked, actually, I'm almost 48 years old. I've just been using magic to maintain my youthful appearance. Oliver's expression darkened. Really? Ian Fa had to explain. I was just joking. He smiled brightly. You know, I'm the type of person who doesn't easily show affection and doesn't have any friends. Sometimes I'll make jokes that sound real. I hope you understand. Oliver smiled again. He said confidently, I'm much older than you. I'll let it slide this time. Ian Fa gave a faint smile and said, oh, in that case, I'm eternally grateful. Night fell. Ian Fa staggered out of the tavern. I drank too much. I never drank this much in my past life. Just then, someone called out, hey, Mage Ian Fa. Ian Fa was surprised to find Vice Captain Pao sitting in a corner outside. Ian Fa asked curiously, what are you doing out here? Pao smiled sheepishly. Actually, I can't hold my liquor very well. I was already feeling a bit dizzy after 1 or 2 cups. He asked, I snuck out here to get some fresh air. What about you, Mage Ian Fa? Ian Fa walked over and leaned against the wall. I also came out for some fresh air. I'm still not used to such lively places. The vice captain let out a hearty laugh. Ian Fa glanced at this vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Order. Pao Rand, in his past life, he was the 2nd strongest swordsman after Oliver. He came from a commoner background, but thanks to his swordsmanship and loyalty to the royal family, he earned the trust of the Crown Prince and Sir Oliver, and was promoted to the position of vice captain. The vice captain spoke up. By the way, Mage Ian Fa, you said this was your first time drinking, right? He asked, how did you feel drinking for the first time? Ian Fa replied, not bad. A little bit is no problem. Pao beamed. That's great. Then let's go for a drink together sometime. Everyone wants to thank you, Mage Ian Fa. Even the usually quiet Captain Oliver struck up a conversation with you, didn't he? He continued, moreover, I haven't seen His Highness this happy in a long time. It's all thanks to your power, Ian Fa. Ian Fa sighed. Thank you for saying that, but he thought of Rachna and said, I just gave them a little push from behind, that's all. He seemed to see a positive side to it, smiling with satisfaction. I think I've become deeply involved in this matter. The vice captain's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, Ian Fa turned his head away. What's wrong? The vice captain was startled. Oh no, I was just a little surprised. He didn't expect Ian Fa could also show such an expression. From the tavern, someone poked their head out and called, Vice Captain, you're here. That person warned, the Crown Prince is calling for you. If you don't come back in for another drink, they said they'll strip you of your Vice Captain title. The Vice Captain's face fell. Are they serious? He stood up. Mage Ian Fa, I'll be heading in first. Ian Fa watched the two's exchange. You should have just drunk slowly from the start. If I could do that, I would have done it long ago. The wind rustled as he left. Ian Fa gazed thoughtfully at the town, memories of his past life flooding his mind. He thought, I will never see them as my weapons again. The changes brought about by my own choices, Hayden's radiant smile as he chatted happily with everyone, all of these things will gradually interact with each other, creating a situation completely different from my past life. Rachna stood pensively by the window. What result will this lead to? Jerry was sitting and reading documents. No one can foresee it. Vanessa was happily chatting with Dolet and Radio. Ian Fa thought to himself, I can only protect the people I cherish. He fell silent. He made up his mind. He could only move forward bravely. It's all just beginning, Ragnar. Late at night, in the palace, a voice echoed from the window. Herbert, what did I say before? Huh, I said, we must eliminate him before he becomes an obstacle. I've reminded you many times, haven't I? Herbert replied, yes, your highness said so. That person continued, every time I reminded you. What did you say? If we wait a little longer, I can turn him into a useful weapon to offer your highness. You always said that, and then delayed everything, right? So what about him now? He is obstructing our every path. Herbert apologized. I made a misjudgment. I should have dealt with the problem quickly, but I only delayed. Who would have thought a young man could do such a thing? I will make no more excuses. But this will be the last time your highness has to wait. That person repeated, the last time. Herbert affirmed, this will be the last time. I implore your highness to wait just a little longer, because all preparations are complete. Herbert brought in a person wearing a cloak. Helen, quickly present yourself to his highness. Ragnar was astonished. Helen, do you mean the high-ranking mage who went missing several years ago? He was stunned. The red-haired woman slowly removed her hood. It is a great honor. Helena, with mysterious red eyes, greets your highness. Ragnar was startled, unable to react for a moment. Herbert reassured, your highness need not be so surprised. She is a human woman, a loyal subordinate of a manager under my command. He introduced, she is also a long-term subordinate who will dedicate her life to your highness, your highness. Ragnar was shocked. Tower Master, could she be? Herbert smiled slyly. That's right. He replied, it's forbidden arts, black magic. He promised, Ian Fa, that thorn in our side, will become a long-term pawn who will dedicate his life to your highness. Please do not worry, your highness. He encouraged, your highness, just proceed as planned. I wish you success in ascending the throne. Daybreak, in the palace. Herbert read a piece of paper with the words Sixth Circle written on it. He clenched his fist, Sixth Circle. He flew into a rage. Killing intent radiated from him, his anger even shattering a mirror. He scowled at Brad. He was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. Marco pushed the door open and entered. Tower Master, you called for me? He was startled. In the room, documents were scattered everywhere. Herbert said with a smile, Marco, you're here. Marco was a little bewildered. Did something happen? Herbert denied. No, it's nothing. He said emotionally, I suddenly recalled the first time I met you. 25 years have passed. He reminisced, Marco, you were just a newborn baby then, so you wouldn't remember. But that moment, for me, is still crystal clear. He described, you were an abandoned child wrapped in swaddling clothes, yet you smiled at me. He continued, you rolled over, then stood up on your own 2 feet. I enjoyed watching you, sometimes even forgetting my own work because of it. He recalled, but one day, that child not only possessed a mage's abilities, but also grew up to become a full-fledged mage. Who would have thought? I am truly so proud of you, Marco said with a smile. It is all thanks to the grace you have bestowed upon me. He assured, if there is a chance to repay your kindness, this Marco will do his utmost. You are like a son to me. It wouldn't be right for you to repay me. Herbert said, but I called you here because there is an important matter I need your help with. He asked, if you're not busy, could you come to my residence tonight? Marco bowed. Yes, please give me your instructions. Herbert said with a smile, thank you. See you tonight then. Night fell upon the town. The door opened, and the person in the tavern enthusiastically shouted, welcome, esteemed guest. His eyes widened in surprise. Ian Fa walked in. He exclaimed in astonishment, oh my goodness. Isn't this the youngest high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower, Mage Ian Fa? Ian Fa asked, you know me? The tavern owner said casually, of course. There's no one around here who doesn't know you. He bowed respectfully. I never expected such an important figure like you to visit this humble tavern of ours. Suddenly, he stammered, it's just that. He asked worriedly, may I ask what brings you here? Ian Fa rummaged through his pocket. There's no need to be so wary. He took out a bag full of gold coins. I've only come as a customer to buy information. The tavern owner's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. I heard that the high-ranking mages of the Ivory Tower receive a lot of research funding. It seems to be true. He nodded. All right, what information do you wish to know? Ian Fa said, I want to buy all information related to dark magic. The other person was surprised. Oh, dark magic. Wouldn't you know more about it than we do? Ian Fa replied, in theory, perhaps, but that's not the information I need. He explained, that information might be insignificant, even baseless. What I want to know is the behind-the-scenes information, not what the public already knows. The other person beamed. I understand what you mean. He said, we just happen to have tracked a few related clues. You've come at just the right time. That person asked, Mage Ianfa, have you heard of the Dragon's Cult? Ianfa thought to himself, the Dragon's Cult, one of the countless religions of the Empire. They are a group of people who worship the dragon race as gods. Although not famous, the Dragon's Cult is the oldest religious organization, having existed for hundreds of years. The Dragon's Cult was originally just a small religious organization in a remote countryside. A self-proclaimed tomb raider met the last descendant of the dragon race and came to spread the teachings containing the leader's superhuman power. That's what people whisper to each other. At first, everyone considered him a fraud and didn't believe him, but gradually, the Dragon's Cult began to gain members, growing stronger and stronger. Who is the leader? How many followers are there? What is their goal? There is no information about them, as if they are shrouded in a veil of mystery. There are many speculations and rumors, including no shortage of crazy ones. For example, that they can resurrect the dead and brainwash people. The other person said, although I'm not sure if a descendant of the dragon really exists. He hinted, but if you connect the many rumors with the actual situation for analysis, a possibility emerges. He asserted, we are quite certain that the Dragon's Cult is related to dark magic. That person said again, recently, the powers within the Empire have all been probing for information about the Dragon's Cult. He presented, the materials needed for dark magic are even more inhumane than for magic. In other words, there are powers capable of purchasing such things. He explained, they operate quite secretly. It's said that only the chosen ones can join. But finding out who belongs to that religion is not easy either. If they can brainwash and control others, couldn't they bewitch high-ranking figures with status and power in the Empire? He promised, this is all we know for now. We will continue to investigate them. If there is more information, we will write to inform you. Ianfa agreed. All right, continue the investigation. The tavern owner happily bid farewell. Thank you, Mage Ianfa. We hope you will continue to support us in the future. Night fell upon the palace. Ianfa sat at the table, lost in thought about the Dragon's Cult. He recalled that in his past life, he had never heard of this organization. If they were a cult that had existed for over 100 years, I should have at least heard of them once. He looked at the staff. The Mage King I met on the Great Plains used the dark magic technique embedded in this staff to cast dark magic. And besides magic, the necessary materials are probably... He fell silent. He thought about Herbert. Although this was just his speculation, he believed that Tower Master Herbert knew exactly how deeply the incident on the Great Plains was connected to dark magic. Perhaps he himself had a direct relationship with the Dragon's Cult. He felt tired. So many things had changed in this life. He worried that the future might have already been changing bit by bit, even before he returned to the past. He pondered. The crack between his past life and this life was gradually widening. He was confused. Is it because I used the dragon tongue? Or is it a side effect of reversing time? It feels like I've opened a Pandora's box that shouldn't have been opened. He was troubled. I've been too arrogant lately, just because I have memories of my past life. He reminded himself, from now on, I won't be able to know in advance what will happen in the future. He touched a box, opening the box that held necklace. I must prepare for all possible eventualities. By the window of a lit room, Herbert said, Marco, I'm sorry for calling you this late. In the room, Herbert and Marco were sitting on a sofa talking. Marco replied, It's all right, Lord Tower Master. He asked, I wonder what instructions you have for me. Herbert snapped his fingers. That. A door creaked open. He instructed, This matter cannot be known by others. He stood up. Son, follow me for a moment. Marco asked doubtfully, Where are we going, my lord? Herbert took out a book. This book, he opened the book, will guide us. A stream of blue energy emanated from the book. That stream of power formed a giant, circular portal. Marco hesitated. Lord Tower Master, this is... Herbert asked, What is it, Marco? He urged, Hurry up, go into this portal. Marco was a little hesitant, but he still stepped in. It was pitch black inside. Herbert immediately cast a light spell. The light was too sudden. Marco was so dazzled he couldn't open his eyes. Suddenly, when he could see the scene before him clearly, his eyes widened. It was a giant secret prison with many ragged people imprisoned behind bars. Marco asked in confusion, Lord Tower Master, these people are... Herbert explained, no need to be so surprised. These people are merely materials. Marco immediately retorted vehemently, what do you mean by that? Materials? Aren't they all people? Suddenly, he saw a prisoner and cried out, Chris. That person was missing an arm, sitting helplessly on the floor in a corner. He set an alarm. You must have... Herbert interjected. He almost died. There was an accident while practicing magic. He continued, the mages here are all like that. They're all people who nearly lost their lives on missions, or due to accidents, or due to illness. He recounted, occasionally, we also have a few mages from other countries. As for the non-mage materials, we can find them in the filthy alleys. He described, because they're all just dregs barely surviving on the ground. Therefore, their lives are probably just like trash. He recounted, the mages here are no different. They're unable to break through the first circle. He justified, because of that, they're looked down upon by others and carry a sense of shame. I'm merely rescuing them from that abyss. You are astonished, my lord, you're saying, he said in a sinister tone. They are sacrificial materials for the Ivory Tower Empire. He raised his staff high. Mana surged. He said, don't worry. The power of the scepter spread all around. I won't turn you into one of them. I guarantee it. He smiled sinisterly. You are like a son to me, aren't you? He lowered his staff. A wisp of black smoke appeared. It wrapped around him, grabbing his hand, his body. He screamed in pain. He coughed violently, coughing until his whole body trembled. He collapsed to the ground. That black smoke gradually dissipated. He ordered, Marco, stand up. He obeyed him and stood up. He said, look at me. He raised his head to look at him. He asked, who am I? He replied, the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower of the Green River Empire, Lord Herbert Leon. He continued to ask, then who are you? He replied, my name is Marco. I am a second circle mage of the Ivory Tower, the assistant mage to the current Tower Master. He took out a knife and threw it down at his feet. He ordered, can you use that knife to cut off your little finger? He picked up the knife, brought it towards his hand, and then did as he was told and cut off his little finger. He said smugly, now, you're truly my son. Murmurs echoed in the Ivory Tower. The Lord Tower Master is taking an indefinite leave of absence. One person discussed, it seems he's been through a lot lately. He's getting old too. That person mumbled further, and there's also the matter of young Master Ian Fa, isn't there? He's not only the youngest high-ranking mage, but has also reached the 6th circle. The Tower Master must be under a lot of pressure. Another girl added, but what will happen from now on? The other person asked back, what do you mean? The girl explained, the Lord Tower Master supports the 5th Prince, while young Master Ian Fa supports the Crown Prince. The two great pillars of the Ivory Tower are loyal to different masters. Which side should we be on? They discussed, how should I know? We just do what our superiors assign us. Marco walked past holding books. He stopped in front of a room's door. In the room, books were piled on the table. Ian Fa sat with his legs crossed on a chair, one hand holding a book, the other on the table, and said, yes, come in. He remained seated with his legs crossed on the chair, closed the book, turned his head to look at the door, and said, Marco, you're here. Marco entered from the door and spoke. Yes, young Master Ian Fa, I have brought what you needed. He walked to the front of the table and placed several books on it. Ian Fa watched Marco's movements and said, thank you. I've been looking for these books for a long time. Thanks to you, I don't have to waste time searching anymore. He sat on the chair and asked worriedly, by the way, is the Lord Tower Master's illness serious? Marco placed the books on the table. His hand was injured and carefully bandaged. He replied calmly, you don't need to worry. Ian Fa seemed to notice something, letting out an ah. He saw Marco's bandaged hand and immediately asked, how did you injure your hand? Marco stood opposite Ian Fa and spoke. I had a small accident while practicing magic. You don't need to mind it. Ian Fa said with a sigh of relief. I see. I hope you recover soon. Ian Fa felt that something was off between them, a sense of distance. It was as if Marco had become a different person. In a white smoke, Ian Fa recalled that whenever Marco was with him, he never spoke so formally, always very casually. Even though it was the same voice, the same face, he was truly more distant than before. After the Lord Tower Master took his leave, an invisible wall seemed to have appeared between the two of them. Marco was still standing there. Ian Fa closed his eyes and spoke. Ah, that's right, I remember now at that time. In a fragment of memory, Marco was sitting on a chair, reaching out his hand as if to touch him. Ian Fa said, 6 years ago, I met you for the first time. You were sent to Mogan's place. Marco held a sword, and behind him, a few soldiers held their long spears high. Ian Fa continued. At that time, the Lord was in danger while out subjugating goblins. If it weren't for your help, something terrible would have surely happened. Returning to the present, Marco still remembered that incident and said, yes, that did happen. Ian Fa was sitting on a chair, his hands resting on a green-covered book. Marco placed his right hand on his left chest, bowed, and said with his eyes closed, if you have no further instructions, I will take my leave. Before he could finish, Ian Fa suddenly spoke. Marco. He stood up, leaning on the table with both hands, and said, please wait a moment. he said with a cold expression. At that time, you were not in the goblin subjugation team at all. After hearing him speak, Marco remained standing perfectly still. Ian Fa continued, you were the one who helped me when I was conducting a magical power reaction test. That's what's correct. He stepped forward and said, if I remember correctly, then please forgive my rudeness. He reached out to take the magic staff placed beside him. Marco said in alarm, what are you talking about? Ian Fa held the staff with both hands, taking a tense stance. Suddenly, the gem on top of the staff emitted a light. Ian Fa shouted, dispel. A halo of light appeared from the gem, hovering in the air between the two. Marco was hit by the light and raised his hand to shield his eyes. He opened his eyes, and several wisps of black smoke dissipated. He knelt on the ground, his feet surrounded by black smoke. He covered his mouth with one hand, while his other injured hand clutched his chest. Suddenly, a red glint flashed in his eyes. Ian Fa stood there holding his magic staff, looking down at him. Marco knelt with both hands on the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ian Fa crouched down, one hand on his knee, the other hanging loosely, and said, are you back? Marco raised his head and said tremblingly, why am I here? Ian Fa looked at Marco and began to speak. I have used a spell to dispel all the magic on you. You are being controlled by dark magic. He said in terror, stop. He continued in a panic. We have to stop him. We have to stop him. Master Ian. He sat there, a lock of hair falling down, and said, we must stop the Tower Master. He said gravely, please tell me everything that happened. A purifying light was shining on the building. In the room, Herbert was sitting on a sofa drinking tea when a servant entered and said, Lord Tower Master, Master Ian has come to visit you. He asked while sipping his tea, did he come alone? The servant respectfully clasped his hands and replied, yes, sir, at least we did not see anyone else around. He said, holding the teacup and saucer, all right, show him in. He sat on the chair and thought to himself, you've taken the bait, haven't you, Ian Fa? He recalled the moment Marco handed the book to Ian. I used dark magic on Marco for a very simple reason, which was to give you an excuse to come find me. After all, a mage like you can always detect the dark magic I used on Marco. Everything is going according to plan. On the wall hung a scepter that emanated a red aura. Although I couldn't use a few materials to tame a six-circle dog, this is a worthy investment. He lifted the teacup, took a sip, and thought with his eyes closed. Materials can always be found again. The door opened. He put down his teacup and asked, did you come straight here today? As soon as Ian stepped through the door, he asked, I didn't expect the great six-circle mage to visit me because of my illness. What an honor. Ian stepped forward, holding his scepter, respectfully placed his left hand on his right chest, bowed, and said, the eldest elder of the Ivory Tower has fallen ill, so I must certainly pay a visit. He stood up straight and said politely, I hope for your speedy recovery. He sat on the chair, lifted his teacup, and said, thank you for your kind wishes. Have a seat. The tea is delicious. Ian sat down opposite him and lifted his teacup. Herbert was about to lift his teacup when he heard Ian say, Marco is not well. He paused for a moment. He feigned concern and said, oh dear, I hope I didn't pass my illness to him. Ian held his teacup, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, I've already checked on him, but it doesn't seem to be that. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. He laughed cheerfully and said, that's wonderful. That boy Marco is always so diligent. I've always worried he would overwork himself. Ian placed his teacup back on the table and said, furthermore, I heard something unbelievable from Marco. Herbert looked up at him, saying nothing. Ian sat upright, looked at him, and said, I heard that in your mansion, there's a door leading to a secret laboratory, and you're currently conducting inhumane dark magic research there. He held his teacup, let out a small laugh, and said, how could that be? Marco must have been mistaken due to his poor health. Ian said with a serious expression. He was controlled by dark magic. He looked straight at Herbert coldly and said, and the one who used dark magic on him was you, Lord Tower Master, the person who treated him like a father. Ian sat gravely and said, he asked me to stop you. Hearing him say that, Herbert spoke up, I don't understand what you're talking about. He placed his teacup on the table and said, a door that leads to a laboratory. Such a thing does exist. It is the power of an artifact I happen to acquire. It's quite convenient for an old man like me. He closed his eyes and laughed, saying, but dark magic experiments? This joke has gone a bit too far. Herbert Leon looked at Ian and asked, speaking of which, would you like to see my laboratory? Because rather than doubting me, it would be better for you to see for yourself. Ian immediately replied politely, only if you permit it. Herbert turned, prepared to walk, and gestured, follow me. Ian followed Herbert's instruction and stood up calmly. He lowered his eyes and said, I will show you the laboratory right away. The Tower Master is supposed to be an example, yet I have to endure rumors of researching dark magic. To me, isn't this an insult? With that, he walked forward toward a place concealed by a red curtain. He pulled back the curtain, revealing a strange atmosphere within. Herbert stepped inside, picked up a magic book that emanated a divine blue aura, and said, This is the door created by the power of this artifact. By simply pouring magical power into the book, anyone can use this teleportation gate, which is equivalent to an 8th circle spell. Ian stared at him and the book, momentarily speechless. The divine aura emanating from the book transformed into a rather bizarre-looking door. The space inside the door was pitch black. Herbert stepped through the door, simultaneously extending a hand to Ian and saying, Come, step inside. The two of them walked in silently. Everything was enveloped in a frightening silence. As Ian walked, he thought to himself, the Herbert Leon of my past life was recorded as one of the greatest tower masters of the Ivory Tower, the great mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent. He was extremely simple and upright, an Ivory Tower master more benevolent than anyone. He saw Ragnar as his master, helped him ascend to the throne, and brought the Ivory Tower to the highest level of power and status in human history. Thinking of this, Ian's brows suddenly furrowed. He seemed to suddenly realize something was wrong. He thought, serving the same master, I too once respected the Tower Master. Just then, Herbert's footsteps suddenly stopped. He called Ian's name, Ian. His deep, steady voice echoed in the dark space. Did you know? He turned his back to Ian Fa. In front of him, a magic staff emanating a strange red power stood tall. He said, There was a time when I wanted to be a hero, a mage strong enough to protect the Empire and save the suffering people. As he spoke, Herbert's hands trembled involuntarily, and his voice dropped significantly. However, I gradually realized he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, With my own strength alone, I couldn't change anything at all. He approached the divine staff, reached out to grasp it, and said, Moreover, a transcendent power exists in this world. When its master touched it, the strange weapon immediately unleashed a bizarre dark power. His gaze momentarily became more sinister. He lowered his voice and continued, It can help me become a hero. As he finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Ian Fa. That bizarre dark aura also moved instantly toward Ian Fa. In an instant, Ian Fa's body was enveloped by that dark power, his face showing a mixture of shock and alarm. The thing tightened around him, forcing him to his knees as he screamed in pain. At this moment, a ball of light appeared in Herbert's hand. He said, This power can help me command countless exceptionally talented mages. With this power, I can protect the peace of the Empire and its people. The ball of light slowly rose higher, growing larger and larger. His eyes filled with ambition. He said decisively, People call this power authority. In this darkness, only his voice echoed. I invite you to become a part of this tower. He looked at Ian Fa, who was trembling as his power was being stripped away, and called his name, Ian Fa. As he spoke, he controlled the dark auras to tighten their grip on Ian Fa even more. If you obey my commands, you will have more ability to protect the Empire than you do now, and you will also be able to save more commoners. For a talented young man like you, and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we both desire? Ian Fa had completely collapsed to the ground, trying to resist the dark magic with his hands. He silently watched Ian Fa endure the torment, feeling that everything was going according to his wishes. Herbert glared and commanded loudly, Now, stand up. Strangely, Ian Fa obediently followed his command and stood up. He raised his head, his eyes becoming empty and lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Herbert couldn't contain the frantic joy in his heart, his body even trembling as he let out strange, cackling laughs. His eyes widened, the corners of his mouth turned up in a satisfied smile, and he said excitedly, Too simple, it really took no effort at all. To verify whether Ian Fa had completely submitted, he calmed himself and began to question Ian Fa. All right, let's see how you answer. Who am I? Ian Fa replied respectfully, as if completely hypnotized. You are the master of the Empire's Ivory Tower, Lord Herbert Leon. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his excitement and asked expectantly. However, the turn of events was completely beyond all his calculations and schemes. Unexpectedly, Ian Fa had remained conscious all along. Ian Fa tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting in a mocking smile. A madman. Herbert was stunned for a moment, asking blankly, "What did you just say?" The words had barely left his mouth when a fist flew straight into his face. Ian Fa quickly landed a punch on his deceitful face, knocking him off balance and backward. He took a heavy blow, his whole body slamming into the wall as he screamed in pain. His muscles twitched distortedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he was in extreme panic internally, only able to stammer, how could you?" Ian Fa finally no longer needed to act. He flexed his wrist and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. As for Herbert, he clutched his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Impossible. This is impossible." Ian Fa maintained a calm expression and asked him, "Tower Master, didn't you say you don't research dark magic? Perhaps you don't know this because you couldn't break through the limits of a fifth circle mage. The difference in ability is very important. A fifth circle mage who uses dark magic is, in the end, still just a fifth circle mage." He approached Herbert, squatted down, and continued, "Besides, did you think I came here without any precautions? Normally, you wouldn't let things like this slip by you. It seems you're truly in a hurry." Herbert didn't expect Ian Fa to escape his trap and exclaimed in astonishment, "You." Suddenly, Ian Fa stretched his hand out in front of Herbert, chanted a spell to absorb the power of the man before him, and shouted, "Magic power extraction." Herbert felt his magic power being drained from his body and couldn't help but scream in pain. Now, Herbert's magic power had been completely seized by Ian Fa. Ian Fa stood up straight, not forgetting to kindly advise, "Get some rest. Having so much magic power drained, it will surely be difficult for you to walk. After all, you are old, and recovering your magic power will take some time." Herbert watched Ian Fa turn to leave, barely managing to squeeze out a word. Damn it. Ian Fa lit up a ball of light, thinking to himself, "Light." He stepped into a dark room, which was filled with gold, silver, and jewels. He looked around the room, filled with luxurious items, and couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "Ha ha ha, the simple and incorruptible Tower Master of the Ivory Tower. What a joke. You don't have any relatives, so I'm very curious. How do you plan to handle this wealth you've accumulated? Perhaps you never intended to return any of this to the Empire. Maybe you even plan to hide it, without letting anyone in this mansion know, right?" He turned back to ask Herbert, "Do you intend to take these things with you to the afterlife?" But the only reply was a trembling sob. Ian Fa frowned at him. He walked towards the cell of the other people. Looking at their current state, he thought to himself, although the situation is terrible, there are still a few who haven't stopped breathing. These people seem to have been tortured to the point of despair. They noticed Ian Fa's appearance, but didn't even bother to beg him to release them. He solemnly promised them, "Please wait a little longer. I will get you out of here and help you get treatment." At this moment, Herbert had regained his composure. He lowered his voice and said, "Marco, do you think he's the only one?" After saying that, he suddenly burst out laughing, as if smugly declaring something. He said, "I have many more subordinates outside. Compared to the likes of Marco, they are much more useful." These words didn't scare Ian Fa at all. He casually asked back, "So what?" Herbert realized he was deliberately pretending not to understand his meaning and roared in anger. "Stop playing dumb, kid. I'm sure they've already started to act. Unless I give the signal, they won't stop. I programmed them to behave that way from the beginning. They just need to target two things." Ian Fa didn't wait for him to finish and interjected, "My family and the Crown Prince, right?" Hearing this, Herbert cunningly proposed, "How about it? Well, make a deal with me. My offer is very simple. Let's just pretend today's events never happened. As long as I don't reveal this door, there won't be any evidence. You can't expose me with just your words. I don't know what tricks you're playing, but there's no benefit in messing with me. In the end, you'll just beg for forgiveness, regretting what you've done," Herbert said in a long spiel. But Ian Fa just indifferently gave a short reply, "No, thank you." Herbert was surprised by this answer, his eyes widening. He tried to persuade him loudly, "Your mother and the Crown Prince will really die." But Ian Fa replied without any fear, "If you have the guts, go ahead and try." The wrinkles on Herbert's old face bunched up. As if not believing his ears, he asked again. Ian Fa calmly tilted his head and replied, "I said go ahead and try." It was late at night. In a magnificent palace, the bright moonlight shone on the face of a beautiful woman with shimmering golden hair. It was Ian Fa's mother. As she was quietly waiting for her son to return, a call echoed from a distance. "Lady Vanessa." It was radio. He walked towards Vanessa and said, "The wind is strong today." He softened his voice and said to her, "Please go inside." Her face darkened with worry for her son. She said, "Ian Fa hasn't returned yet, and I can't contact him through the crystal ball." At this point, Vanessa's eyes darkened. She said sorrowfully, "If he were going to be late, he would definitely have let me know." Radio tried to comfort Lady Vanessa. Young Master Ian Fa is the only sixth circle mage in the Empire. Even a gang of robbers would have to kneel before him, so you don't need to worry. Before he could finish, she couldn't hold back her anger and said loudly, "To me, he is still a child." Her words made the atmosphere between them awkward. He knew he had misspoken and hurriedly said, "Ah." He bowed respectfully and said to her, "My deepest apologies, Lady Vanessa, I was rude. I also have a young son, yet I was inconsiderate of your feelings." He sincerely begged her, "Please forgive me." This apology somewhat lessened her anger. She replied softly, "It's all right." Then she confessed her thoughts about her son. "I always feel that Ian Fa carries too many burdens. He doesn't rely on anyone, always trying to solve problems by himself. As his family, it breaks my heart. I want to share this child's burden, to become someone he can rely on. But I'm so angry at myself for being unable to do anything but wait for him like this." He gently comforted her. "Lady Vanessa, please don't blame yourself. The reason young Master Ian Fa is so strong is because he has a family waiting for him. I also went through a period of magic power poisoning, but because my son was always by my side, I found the strength to live on. Isn't that what family is for?" She quietly listened to his explanation. Radio continued. "Although they may feel they can't help much, they hope to bring a sense of peace to other family members. Therefore, waiting for young Master Ian Fa, who could return at any moment, is also a way of helping him. So, may I stay by your side and wait with you until young Master Ian Fa returns?" Radio's explanation somewhat soothed Vanessa, and the muscles in her face finally relaxed. She nodded at him in response. Together, they gazed at the soul-stirring night sky. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The night sky is so clear and quiet tonight." She immediately replied, "You're right. The patrol team usually patrols around this area. It is indeed quite quiet tonight." Suddenly, Radio noticed a strange sound. His intuition told him this was not normal. He quickly stood up and urgently warned her, "Lady Vanessa, please go inside. Something is wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, that strange sound was heard again. Radio shouted warily, Who's there?" As expected, there were assassins outside. It was two men dressed entirely in black cloaks. They were lying in ambush outside the palace gate. Radio continued to warn them, "Please stop right now." Seeing they had no intention of backing down, he couldn't help but worry, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, they're not listening to me. If they cross that line..." In an instant, his eyes widened, his teeth clenched in fear. He hurriedly reached out towards her, shouting, "Lady Vanessa." He frantically embraced her, using his body to shield her from the lightning bolts that rained down on the palace. He screamed in terror, "Please get down." Lightning continued to streak across the sky. Hayden Green River in civilian clothes, and Oliver looked up at the sky. He exclaimed, "Whoa, that startled me." He said, "That was scary enough to kill someone. Why is there sudden lightning like this?" Oliver replied, "Your Highness, are you all right?" He advised, "I have a bad feeling. We should return to the royal palace." Hayden Green River said dejectedly, "Go back again? No way. We haven't done anything yet." He smiled persuasively. "I had to gather all my courage to ask my father king for a leave of absence, and I'm secretly inspecting the residences of our subjects. I can't just go back like this." He continued, "More importantly, Captain, I have a question." Oliver bowed slightly, his hand on his chest in a salute. "Please speak, Your Highness." Hayden Green River scratched his cheek, hesitatingly saying, well, I was wondering." His question surprised Oliver a little. "I want to know, can I learn a little swordsmanship?" Oliver asked again in disbelief, making him a little embarrassed. "Swordsmanship." He quickly explained, "It's nothing major, just for self-defense." "Is it very difficult?" Oliver stared at him blankly. He continued, "If not, then learning a few martial arts moves is enough." Oliver suddenly realized something. While Hayden Green River was still talking, for example, about drawing a sword, in a really cool way, he had already drawn his own sword. Seeing this, Hayden Green River panicked and stopped and wait. "I didn't tell you to teach me right now." Oliver shouted, "Your Highness." He stood in front of Hayden Green River and said, "Please step behind me." Hayden Green River was astonished. "Huh?" Oliver gripped his sword tightly and ordered, "Night Squad 2. A few people approached him, and he continued, "Protect His Highness." About 3 knights in civilian clothes surrounded Hayden Green River, leaving him utterly astonished. Oliver said, "Show yourself." A person in a black cloak stepped out, and Oliver watched warily. When the person pulled down their hood, he recognized them and said, "It's the high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower, Helen." He questioned, "I heard you went missing a few years ago. What are you doing here?" Helen walked straight towards him without a word. He shouted, "Wait, tell me your purpose immediately." Suddenly, she stopped in front of him and with difficulty called out, "Hayden Greenriver." Oliver watched her warily. Helen continued, "I must eliminate our obstacle." Oliver was startled, leaped up, and swung his sword at Helen. She blocked the blow with her magic staff. Her right eye suddenly turned pitch black. He used his sword to force her back. After landing, she created a long drag mark on the ground. Helen chanted a spell, and fireball surrounded her. Flame burst. A fireball shot straight towards Oliver. He gritted his teeth, gave a cold smile looking straight at the fireball, and shouted as he sliced it in two, "Ha!" The fireball was split, sending flames flying. Helen looked at him in astonishment. Oliver rushed forward, swinging his sword at her. He swung his sword, but she blocked it with her magic staff. He thrust again, and she dodged to the side. He leaped up, swinging his sword and shouting, "Hyria!" Helen chanted, "Magic shield." Oliver struck the magic shield that had formed in front of her. Sword and shield clashed. He looked at her, reinforcing the shield before her, and said with a smile, "A magic shield? Huh, looks like I can finally try it out." He gripped his sword and continued, "I originally intended to show it to that kid Ian Fa first." He used his teeth to pull off his left glove, brought the blade to his left hand, and continued, "But it seems trying out first isn't so bad." He cut a line on his hand with his sword, fresh blood dyeing the blade red. He explained, "I can't release magic because I only have half a magic heart." He continued, "However, the magic has merged with my blood." Helen listened in silence. Oliver gripped his sword, smiled, and said, "It can only be released for a short time." He enveloped the blade with his own power and said, "I'll show you." He got into a stance and shouted, "The greatest effort a person with only half a magic heart can make." Oliver dashed forward, swinging his sword at the magic shield. Shards flew everywhere, one piece grazing Helen's cheek. He retracted his sword, then stabbed her in the left shoulder. She grabbed the blade, screaming in pain. "Ah." Oliver said, "I will not kill you, because I need to find out who sent you to assassinate His Highness." He threatened, "Don't even think about dying easily." Herbert Leon's eyes were wide, his long, silver-white hair now a mess. His lips trembled, unable to believe it as he uttered a few words. "What?" Herbert Leon fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hands behind him. He stared wide-eyed at Ian Fa, who was wearing a blue cloak opposite him, and questioned him relentlessly. "What do you mean by that?" "I didn't do it." Ian Fa tilted his head and chuckled, his turquoise eyes looking straight at him as he said in a mocking tone, "Unlike some people, I place my trust in those I have met over the past 5 years." Herbert Leon roared in anger. "Even so, you can't win." Ian Fa placed a hand on his hip, squinted, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Tower Master." His smile sent a chill down Herbert Leon's spine. He used his deep, cold turquoise eyes to look straight at Herbert Leon, enunciating every word. "Did you think I've just been sitting around waiting to die all these years? During the negotiations in Demera, didn't you send some suspicious people to my house? The same trick won't work twice." Upon hearing Ian Fa's words, Herbert Leon was utterly terrified. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out, and sweat poured down his face. Inside the dungeon, there were sturdy iron cages everywhere, locked with thick, coarse iron chains. Ian Fa's steady voice rang out. "Those intruders are probably surrounded by magic traps by now. Perhaps they're no longer in this world." Ian Fa tilted his head and shrugged. He spread his arms wide, smiled, and continued, "The negotiations have failed. I have nothing more to gain from this exchange." He stood opposite Herbert Leon, his figure tall and imposing. Ian Fa continued, "You are about to be brought to trial for questioning, but given what you have done, I fear the death penalty is more appropriate." His words seemed to carry an invisible force, pressing down directly on Herbert Leon, causing him to lose all his strength. He had to struggle to lean against the wall behind him to keep from collapsing. Ian Fa narrowed his eyes, smiled amicably, and added, "Because I will make it happen." Herbert Leon was completely in despair. He cowered, pressing himself against the wall behind him, staring up at Ian Fa with terrified eyes. At this moment, Ian Fa's silhouette looked unusually tall, completely enveloping Herbert Leon in a shadow. He said, "The ivory tower that you have poured your blood, sweat, and tears into building for 15 years, I will take good care of it." Ian Fa's footsteps stopped, and he spoke. Ian Fa bent down, staring intently at him. He reached out his hand as he said, "Actually, I didn't intend to do this." His hand touched the top of Herbert Leon's head. Herbert Leon was too surprised to react and could only stare silently at his action. A stream of blue energy flowed from Ian Fa's hand into the top of Herbert Leon's head. He said nonchalantly, "Strengthening the power of the ivory tower is what the Tower Master should do." The blue energy quickly enveloped them both. Herbert Leon's hand, propped on the floor, began to tremble. Ian Fa continued, "I understand why you support the fifth prince and not the crown prince. Because I too once thought that Rachna was the ideal person to become the ruler." At this point, Herbert Leon could no longer bear it. He let out a wretched cry. Gulp. The blue energy continued to surge, enveloping Herbert Leon. His hand on the ground clenched, trying to grip the stone floor to endure the intense pain. Ian Fa paid no mind to his actions and continued, secretly amassing wealth. It's not strange for a human to do such a thing. Herbert Leon could not take it anymore and screamed, "Edward!" The blue light began to dissipate from around Ian Fa. He looked coldly at Herbert Leon, then said, "However, the wrath of a monarch can fall upon anyone. Can it? A beautiful morning. In the magnificent and splendid palace, red flags bearing the kingdom's crest were hung everywhere. In a room with a very high ceiling and intricate patterns, a giant red velvet curtain hung from the ceiling. An angry voice echoed, 'The heinous crimes of Tower Master Herbert Leon are as clear as day.' In this vast room, Emperor Jerry sat on the throne, angrily slamming the armrest and roaring at the court officials lined up neatly below. That criminal has forgotten his status as Tower Master and immersed himself in dark magic. A few dark memories flashed by, ragged prisoners cowering in iron cages, some still holding on, some sitting listlessly, and others who couldn't bear it had collapsed. Jerry continued. Not only that, he also used human souls as sacrifices, colluding with his fellow mages to do evil, cruelly exploiting the lives of innocent people. At this point, Jerry angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the armrest. He said indignantly, "This is a capital crime. His death is not to be mourned." Although Jerry's face showed the marks of time, it had not lost the majesty of an emperor. He sat up straight, his hands clenched, his whole body exuding an incredibly powerful aura. He said, "Everything he has done is unforgivable. I have no intention of showing mercy. Therefore, from this moment on, Herbert Leon will be stripped of all titles and authority. I order his execution. Naturally, it will be a public execution." As soon as Jerry finished speaking, the people below began to whisper and discuss the decree he had just issued. Jerry frowned, his angry voice ringing out again. His name will forever be recorded in the history books as the most fearsome criminal in the Empire's history. If he has hidden any relatives or accomplices, Jerry's gaze turned incredibly cold, his brow furrowed as he continued coldly, "I declare, we will definitely find them and root them out completely." He gripped the armrest, his brow relaxing slightly. Jerry continued, "We will also investigate those involved in this incident, as well as whether any other mages are studying dark magic. I will personally oversee the investigation and related matters." Everyone was silent, looking up at the throne, listening intently. Jerry, from his high position, looked over everyone and continued, "Throughout the investigation, regardless of status, there will be no exceptions. I order all nobles to cooperate fully with the investigation." Sunlight shone on the castle's exquisite architecture as Jerry's voice continued to echo. "I suspect that some may have unwittingly aided the Tower Master's plot. I will allow them to purify the dark magic and restore themselves to their original state." Jerry's expression was stern, his gaze sharp, as he continued, "As for the high-ranking mage Helen, who targeted the Crown Prince's life, she too will be punished. Her case is different from the other victims." Crown Prince Hayden stood below, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lowered in deep thought. Jerry's voice still filled the room. Although she may have only been following the Tower Master's orders, unable to control her own mind, the act of assassinating the Crown Prince is an extremely serious crime that cannot be forgiven under any circumstances. Jerry sat on the throne, looking down sternly. He frowned and said, "Therefore, I sentence the high-ranking mage Helen to life imprisonment." Then, Jerry spread his hand, gesturing forward. "Finally, there are the two heroes who helped stop this incident. We cannot fail to commend such outstanding conduct." The windows reached the ceiling, which was carved with incredibly intricate patterns and held a huge, magnificent chandelier. Jerry's steady voice rang out. Ian Fa thwarted Herbert Leon's plot, while the knight Oliver brilliantly stopped the high-ranking mage Helen. "Please step forward." Steady footsteps echoed as a pair of feet moved across the red carpet. Jerry continued to speak. "As Ian Fa is still investigating the dark magic incident, his commendation ceremony will be held after this event is fully concluded." Oliver, in his majestic knight's attire, stepped forward before everyone in the room. Jerry introduced him, and now, right here, is the knight who protected the crown prince from a fourth circle mage. Oliver walked to the front of the great hall, standing opposite Jerry. Jerry sat majestically on the throne and called his name in a loud voice, "Sir Oliver." Jerry sat on the throne, looking down at Oliver from above. He ordered, "Come a little closer, Captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division, Oliver." Oliver, in his knight's attire, placed his right hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and bowed to Jerry. The Emperor sat on high and said with satisfaction, "You are truly a blessing to the Empire, worthy of praise. Not only because you protected the Crown Prince, but also because you have surpassed the innate limits of a human being." Praised by the Emperor, Oliver humbly bowed to receive the commendation. Oliver looked down, listening intently to the Emperor's words. "I believe that you will surely become an ideal role model for the entire Empire and even for all the knights in the world." The Emperor slowly rose from his throne. He said, "I will not let the efforts and achievements of someone like you go unrecognized." He stood up, spread his arms, and declared in a loud voice, "At this moment, the captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division, Oliver, will be granted command over all the knights of the Empire and will be bestowed with the noblest title, the Sword of the Empire." Everyone present was surprised and astonished. Faced with this royal decree, they all showed a look of shock. The man on high continued to speak. "This title has been vacant for a very long time." An ancient image appears. A knight holds a long sword plunged into the ground, with the royal crest behind it, both gradually being covered by vines. In contrast was the image of Oliver. He wore his knight's uniform, his face solemn, his spirit radiant. Jerry continued to speak. "That is because the sword once had to yield to the shadow of magic. However, Oliver has overcome that shadow and has also surpassed the limits of the sword." Hayden stood to one side, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Oliver. Oliver, in turn, focused on the Emperor. Jerry spoke. "He has also demonstrated his loyalty as a royal knight, and will continue to do so." Hayden looked at him, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The Emperor drew his sword from its scabbard, pleased with Oliver's expression. "Therefore, I have decided that bestowing the title Sword of the Empire upon him is most appropriate." Jerry's face was stern, but a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. He gave a soft command, "Knight Oliver, kneel." Oliver immediately knelt on one knee before Jerry. Jerry approached Oliver, raising the long sword with its tip pointing to the sky. Then, he gently placed the sword on Oliver's shoulder. He said solemnly, in a legitimate name of the Green River family. Oliver bowed his head and closed his eyes, listening to Jerry's voice echo in his ears. "I bestow the title Sword of the Empire, along with my respect, upon the knight Oliver." The Emperor looked directly at Oliver and asked, "Are you willing, as the Sword of the Empire, to take up this position that has been vacant for hundreds of years?" Oliver spoke each word, firm and strong. He remained kneeling on one knee on the red carpet, his hand on his knee, as he looked up, staring resolutely into Jerry's eyes. He affirmed, "I vow to protect this empire with my life." The evening sun shone on a magnificent palace. The palace had many glass windows and a green-tiled roof. In the quiet atmosphere, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Father Emperor!" Ragnar was fuming, his brow furrowed, his face full of anger. He waved his hand to express the indignation in his heart, while saying, "No matter how I think about it, this son finds it unreasonable." Ragnar took a step forward, spreading his arms wide, his heart filled with helplessness. He loudly questioned Jerry. How can you execute our country's Tower Master? I implore you to reconsider. Can you not see that doing so will cause a great loss to our nation? Jerry, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned his head to watch him ramble on. Ragnar kept his arms spread wide, looking directly at Jerry, trying to reason with him. The Tower Master is a great fifth circle mage. Executing him is no different from executing 10,000 mages. Ragnar's expression was grave, his eyes filled with determination. He continued to speak. As soon as Ragnar finished speaking, the scene he described appeared. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the winter sky. White snow covered everything in all directions. In the desolate forests everywhere, the banners of different nations appeared, each with its own colors and symbols. He told Jerry that when the Tower Master is executed, other nations will all learn of the news, including the Cold Empire, which has long been eyeing our borders. Even the John Duchy will take action after settling matters in the Great Plains. Ragnar waved his hand lightly, his expression grave. His resolute gaze showed his firm attitude. He continued, our country's strongest mage is about to die. The Empire's internal affairs will fall into chaos. If they have even a shred of ill will, this will be a wonderful opportunity for them. They will see this as a good opportunity. The Emperor clasped his hands behind his back, closing his eyes in contemplation. Then he nodded in agreement. Currently, the strongest mage is no longer Herbert Leon. He clasped his hands behind his back, turned his head to look directly at Ragnar, and declared coldly, right now, the strongest mage in the tower is Ianfa, the first mage in human history to reach the sixth circle. Is that not right? Hearing him say this, Ragnar was astonished, cold sweat dripped down, and he was stunned for a few seconds. The Emperor still stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked straight at him with a stern gaze and said, before long, he will shoulder the responsibilities of the Tower Master. Therefore, there will be no problem at all. In fact, I believe this is an opportunity to take the Ivory Tower to a new level, because there will be a generational change. Ragnar helplessly closed his eyes, with nothing more to say, and could only bow his head in silence. Jerry said coldly, am I wrong? Answer me. Ragnar opened his eyes, which were filled with disappointment. He frowned, his tone sorrowful as he said, you are right. From now on, Ianfa will surely usher in a new era for the Ivory Tower. Facing Jerry, who was looking at him with his hands clasped behind his back, Ragnar held out a hand and said to him, however, the Tower Master is of the same circle as him, and is a mage with 15 years of experience. If he and Ianfa were to lead the Ivory Tower together, our empire would be able to dominate the continent in the shortest amount of time. In his mind, an image of the Ivory Tower with Ianfa and Herbert Leon appeared. The two of them stood back to back, together in front of the Ivory Tower. Ragnar continued, moreover, if a talented young mage and an experienced mage were jointly in charge of the Ivory Tower, they would be able to keep each other in check. Ragnar smiled, a hint of compromise in his eyes. He said to Jerry, this means that the royal family's responsibility of controlling the Ivory Tower will be carried out by the Ivory Tower itself. Isn't this the most ideal situation? Jerry, still with his hands clasped behind his back, closed his eyes and said calmly, you are right. Ragnar felt a glimmer of hope. He opened his eyes wide and said joyfully. Then, before he could finish, Jerry continued, but the Emperor's eyes flew open, his gaze piercing straight through Ragnar, causing him to freeze. He said to him with a stern face, the Tower Master has conducted research on forbidden dark magic. No, it wasn't simply research. The scene of the iron cage in the prison, along with the gloomy atmosphere, reappeared in Jerry's mind. He said to him, as the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower, he used countless mages, along with the lives of the innocent commoners he was responsible for protecting as materials for his dark magic. He did not hesitate to sacrifice them. Jerry's words made Ragnar shudder, utterly horrified. He stammered that matter. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning sharp. The Tower Master's actions have crossed the line. He has surely gone mad. The Emperor suddenly swung his arm, angrily saying to Ragnar, the thing he sacrificed countless lives to attain was merely power. Didn't he try to use dark magic to eliminate the threat to his power, who was Ianfa? and was thus exposed. His rage left him so astonished that his jaw dropped. Ragnar shut his eyes tightly. His body began to tremble, unable to say a single word. But not giving up yet, Ragnar clenched his trembling hands, trying to speak to Jerry. But the Tower Master is the second most powerful figure in our country, is he not? In the room where the two were talking, the edges of the ceiling were decorated with exquisite carvings, and a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, serving as both decoration and illumination. Ragnar's voice rang out, although his methods were wrong. The dark magic he researched could become an incredibly powerful weapon, bringing great benefits to our empire. Ragnar, holding a sliver of hope in his heart, opened his eyes wide and said earnestly to Jerry, "As for the materials for the dark magic, we can use dangerous criminals as substitutes." Ragnar continued, "For the greater good, that sacrifice is also." After hearing his words, Jerry flew into a thunderous rage. His face darkened, his entire body radiating a surging fury. He yelled in Ragnar's face, "That is precisely your problem, Ragnar." Seeing Jerry's thunderous rage and being scolded directly to his face, Ragnar was stunned, his eyes wide, asking Jerry back in disbelief. "What?" The anger on his face had not faded. He glared at him with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "This is why I cannot choose you as my successor." This sentence touched a deep-seated pain in Ragnar's heart. He clenched the fists hanging at his sides. Exquisite patterns were carved on the walls, and a stylish window with glass panes added to the luxurious atmosphere. Jerry's deep and steady voice echoed throughout the room. "Dark magic is an absolute evil. It corrodes the soul and destroys the world's order." Our founder, Meeson Greenriver, once dedicated all his efforts to completely ban dark magic, making it vanish entirely from this land. Jerry looked sternly at Ragnar, my brow furrowed, a few wrinkles appearing on my face. I questioned Ragnar. "You are well aware of this, are you not?" The space in the room was so vast, making Jerry and Ragnar seem even smaller. I stood opposite Ragnar, looking at him with a majestic gaze, and said in a stern voice, "Ragnar, I know your thoughts, personality, and ambitions. You are very intelligent and shrewd." Ragnar stood straight, silently listening to Jerry's words. Jerry frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. I slowed my voice, explaining to Ragnar, "However, you lack something incredibly important, and I'm certain you also know what it is." Ragnar stood silently, clenching his fists, looking at Jerry. Jerry took a few more steps, coming to stand before Ragnar. I said, "Perhaps until now, you have always hidden that flaw of yours. But when it becomes an inevitability, you will no longer be able to hide it." Jerry coldly walked past Ragnar. Then after a few more steps, I turned my head slightly and said to Ragnar, "Just like what you're doing right now." Ragnar, having been hit where it hurt, his expression stiffened, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jerry leaned forward, looking at Ragnar's silent back, and continued, "The ultimate purpose of politics is to enact justice in this world. The quality of an emperor who can rule and enact that justice is a heart that strives for the benefit of the people. Someone like you, who sees others as tools, does not possess that quality." Ragnar was silent for a long time. He did not say a word. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." Jerry was startled by this unexpected reaction from Ragnar. I opened my eyes wide, hearing Ragnar's laughter, and frowned in annoyance. Ragnar remained standing there, not turning around, his back to Jerry. He said sarcastically, "No, that's not it." Jerry glanced at him, his eyes flashing with fire. I raised my voice and asked, "What did you say?" Ragnar turned around, facing Jerry. Without fear, without hesitation, he said, "The real reason I cannot become the successor, do you think I do not know?" Two completely different figures appeared. Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver appeared, his slightly long golden hair, his expression stern, but with a hint of sadness in his eyes. As for Ragnar, also with golden hair, but shorter, his gaze was sharp, the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. Ragnar said to Jerry, "The Crown Prince was born of your lover, the one you love. But I am different. I was born so that you could control those nobles, wasn't I?" Ragnar looked straight at Jerry and continued coldly, "That is the difference between us." Jerry angrily clenched his fists, his eyes wide. He roared at Ragnar, Ragnar ignored Jerry's anger. He laughed sarcastically. Ah, his eyes filled with sorrow. He continued, "To be acknowledged by you. Do you have any idea how hard I have tried?" Ragnar recalled his childhood. He leaned against a wall, one arm holding something to his chest, huddled alone by a wall, looking into the distance. Hayden Green River, holding a wreath of flowers, ran smiling to Jerry's side. Jerry also smiled, gently looking at him. He asked Jerry, "Have you ever looked closely at me even once?" The young Ragnar held a large book to his chest, his other hand leaning against the wall. There was no one beside him. His gaze was directed into the distance. There, under the brilliant sunlight, Jerry bowed his head, smiling kindly, and patted Hayden Greenriver's head. Hayden Greenriver held up the wreath in his hand, squinting as he beamed at Jerry. Ragnar swung his arm, his eyes empty, filled with pain and injustice. He said, "I am certain if the one who proposed releasing the Tower Master was the Crown Prince, you would definitely have agreed." The Emperor was furious to the extreme. I gritted my teeth, my eyes wide, and raised my hand, intending to slap him. Ragnar turned his face to one side, his eyes shut tight, waiting for the slap to land. The Emperor raised his hand, but it never came down. Ragnar clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. He tilted his head, waiting for a long time, but still did not feel a blow to his face. Jerry's raised hand trembled violently. Jerry was so angry his whole body trembled. The Emperor gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. Jerry let out a sharp breath. The Emperor clenched his fist, uttered one word, "Foolish," then walked straight away without looking back. Ragnar also clenched his fists. He bowed his head, his expression dark. Ragnar's lonely figure stood there. The surrounding air turned into a gloomy shadow, pressing down heavily on him. The Emperor walked out of the room. He turned his head and said to a knight standing nearby, "I want you to personally guard Ragnar's residence." The Emperor looked at Dan Finn with a stern gaze. I said, "Ensure he does not go out, and do not allow anyone to contact him. Do you understand my meaning?" Dan Finn bowed his head and said solemnly, "I obey." The late afternoon sky, a brilliant golden sunset. It also dyed the magnificent residence with its green-tiled roof gold. In the early morning, gentle sunlight shone on the treetops and also on the glass windows of the balcony. A knock on the door was heard. Ragnar, with his hands clasped behind his back, faced the door and asked coldly, "Who is it?" From outside, behind the exquisitely carved door, a voice replied, "Your Highness, High Mage Ianfar requests an audience." Hearing the visitor's name, Ragnar was startled, a flicker of panic showing on his face. He frowned, his eyes darting quickly as he thought. Ragnar stood facing the door, his shadow stretching across its glass surface. He still had his hands clasped behind his back. He closed his eyes and called out, "I do not wish to see him. Tell him to leave." But the door was pushed open anyway. Ragnar was startled, whipping around towards the newly opened door, his eyebrows raised in anger as he shouted, "You." Ianfar spoke coldly. "It is an urgent matter, Your Highness." In the spacious room, Ianfar held a long staff, its head inlaid with a round, blue gem, standing opposite Ragnar. The atmosphere in the room was now extremely tense. Ragnar was seething with anger. He frowned and glanced at Ianfar, asking irritably, "You say it's urgent." Ianfar stepped closer to Ragnar one by one, planting his long staff on the ground as he slowly advanced. He explained to Ragnar, "By His Majesty's order, we must conduct an examination to determine whether you have been affected by dark magic. Because you are the person with the closest relationship to the prisoner Herbert Leon, we ask for your cooperation." Seeing Ianfar standing there with his blue gem-inlaid staff and a stern expression, Ragnar angrily waved his arm and aggressively yelled at Ianfar. "But today is the day of the Tower Master's execution, and you say you want to confirm whether I am being controlled by the Tower Master's dark magic. How long do you intend to humiliate me? Huh?" Ianfar tightened his grip on the staff. He closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and tried to explain to him, "All subjects, including members of the royal family, will have to undergo similar examinations. Please rest assured." Ragnar was trembling with anger. He pressed his lips together, glaring at Ianfar without a word. Then he let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. Ragnar placed a hand on the chair, gently stroking the golden pattern on its back. Then he sat down properly on the red chair, his hands on his thighs. Ragnar closed his eyes, turned his face to one side, and said irritably, "Get it over with and leave quickly." Seeing Ragnar cooperatively sitting in the chair, Ianfa raised his staff and stepped forward, saying softly, "It won't take long, Your Highness." Ianfa raised the staff high with his right hand and held out his left hand. He lowered his gaze, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He said, "You might feel a little dizzy or nauseous, but that proves you're not affected by dark magic, so there's no need to worry." Ragnar lowered his head, sitting silently in the chair. Ianfa stepped in front of him, raised the staff in his hand, and chanted an incantation, "Great Dispel." Instantly, a blue magic circle appeared, and a white aura enveloped the two of them. The magical power turned into a white aura that enveloped Ragnar. He furrowed his brows tightly, squeezed his eyes shut, bit his lip, and let out a pained groan. Ugh. Ragnar lowered his head, his whole body trembling. The white smoke formed by the magical power slowly dissipated. Ianfa lowered the staff in his hand, resting it on the ground. He bowed his head, his eyes full of concern as he asked, "Are you all right?" Ragnar sat on the chair, head bowed, his whole body trembling, his hands clenched together on his lap. He said, word by word, "I feel absolutely terrible." Ianfa bowed his head to look at Ragnar, his eyes full of concern. He comforted him. No traces of dark magic were found. "You'll feel better after some rest. No need to worry." Ianfa placed a hand on his chest and bowed to him. "Then I shall take my leave." Ragnar remained seated on the chair with his head bowed, silent. Ianfa turned to leave. Just as Ianfa turned, Ragnar suddenly spoke. "Wait." Startled by the sudden call, Ianfa's eyes widened. By this time, Ianfa had completely turned his back. Hearing the call, he did not turn back, so only his back faced Ragnar. Ragnar remained seated on the chair, his hands clenched, without raising his head. He said, "I have something to ask you." Ragnar sat on the chair. Ianfa rested the staff in his hand on the ground, neither turning nor walking away, quietly waiting for his question. Ragnar's face darkened, and he struggled to speak. "You." Then, Ragnar raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Ianfa, and asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. "Why? Do you serve my older brother?" Ianfa remained silent, glancing at Ragnar with a puzzled look. Ragnar noticed his gaze and continued, "You're smart enough to know what I mean." Ragnar looked up, smiled, and said to Ianfa, "My older brother is not fit to be emperor. Do you know that many nobles and retainers have already betrayed you?" Ianfa turned his head, his hair obscuring half his face, making his expression unreadable. He said, "I." Ianfa raised his head, looked directly at Ragnar, and said decisively, "Have never served His Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing Ianfa's firm answer, Ragnar frowned in astonishment, his eyes wide as he stared at him. He hurriedly stood up, waving his hand as he said, "Wait, what you mean is..." Before he could finish, Ianfa bowed again and said to him, "I shall take my leave. Please rest well, Your Highness." The door opened with a low sound. Then Ianfa stepped out, closing the door behind him. Ianfa rested his staff on the ground, quietly bowing his head as he leaned against the door. The hand holding the staff was trembling. He held out his left hand, frowning as he looked down at his trembling palm, thinking to himself, I have never served Hayden Green River." He opened his left hand, looking at his violently trembling palm. He recalled the past, when he had knelt on one knee, his head bowed before Ragnar. At that time, Ragnar had his hands clasped behind his back, watching him intently. Then, Ragnar smiled faintly, his sharp eyes looking at Ianfa, and extended a hand, as if to help him up. A thought flashed through his mind, because the one I swore loyalty to is only one. Ianfa looked down at his palm, then suddenly clenched it into a fist. Ianfa composed his emotions, raised his head, and walked forward with determination. His blue cloak fluttered in the wind. The thought in his heart grew more resolute. What he was about to do was revenge, which was also treason. Night fell, and 1,000 stars twinkled. The full moon cast a hazy light over the estate. A hand rested on the door and knocked lightly a few times. Danfin slowly pushed the door open and entered. The room was pitch black and in disarray. Broken furniture scattered across the floor. Ragnar sat alone on a chair, with only a single flickering lamp beside him. He was looking out the window. Danfin entered, stared intently, and called out, "Your Highness." Ragnar remained seated on the chair, his back to Danfin, and only after a long moment did he ask, "Has the Tower Master been executed?" Danfin closed his eyes and replied, "Yes." A few images flashed through Danfin's mind. Herbert Leon in ragged prison clothes, cowering, being escorted by two hooded men in cloaks. Herbert Leon's face was gaunt, his hair disheveled, his white-rimmed eyes wide open, his face filled with utter terror upon seeing the giant guillotine. In the sky, a large flock of crows circled without leaving. Danfin said, "This afternoon, he was beheaded at the execution ground in Green River Square." Ragnar was silent for a moment before replying, "Is that so?" After delivering the message, Danfin remained standing at attention with his hands clasped behind his back, not yet leaving. Ragnar turned his head, his face weary, and said, "I understand, you may leave." Danfin looked at Ragnar and said, "Your Highness, please do not be too sad." Ragnar, sitting on the chair and looking out the window, let out a dry laugh. "Haha, sad." Danfin slowly walked closer to Ragnar. Ragnar seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his whole body leaning against the back of the chair. Danfin bent down, placed a piece of paper on the table beside him, and then gently pushed the paper forward with his hand. Ragnar turned his head, glanced at the piece of paper on the table, and asked, "What is this?" Danfin did not answer his question, only placing a hand on his chest and bowing. "Your subordinate takes his leave, Your Highness." After Danfin left, Ragnar silently looked at the piece of paper on the table, lost in thought for a long time before reaching out to take it. Under the faint light of the flickering lamp beside him, Ragnar opened the paper and read it. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his spirits lifting a little. He let out a soft snort, looked down at the paper in his hand, the weary look on his face gone, a smile playing on his lips as he said to himself, "There's still a turn of events." Another palace. The doors and ceiling were decorated with golden reliefs, both magnificent and grand. In the middle of the spacious and luxurious room was a blue sofa. Emperor Jerry, holding a teacup, sat opposite Ian Fa. He said to Ian Fa, "The testimonies collected from those still conscious in the ivory tower are being organized and investigated." Ian Fa sat upright on the sofa, his hands clasped on his lap. He looked directly at Emperor Jerry and said, "And the assets he hid are also being collected into the national treasury." A white marble fireplace highlighted the blue sofa in the room. Emperor Jerry, while enjoying the tea in his hand, listened as Ian Fa continued. The examination of His Highness Ragnar also showed no abnormal reactions. Emperor Jerry raised his teacup, closed his eyes, and said, "You have worked hard, Ian Fa." When he set the teacup down, his hand trembled slightly. "I never expected Herbert to be this mad." He closed his eyes, stroking his chin, and said with self-reproach, "I also bear a great responsibility for not noticing his unusual activity sooner." Ian Fa looked at Emperor Jerry and said, "I didn't notice either." After all, he was famous for being frugal and upright. His sharp gaze shifted to the side as he continued, "I truly never expected that such a face was hidden beneath that mask of kindness and affability." Ian Fa continued speaking to Emperor Jerry. "From now on, I will continue to report on the investigation of the Ivory Tower, as well as the progress of the dark magic screening." Emperor Jerry crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and replied, "Very well." Emperor Jerry, still with his eyes closed and arms crossed, said in a solemn voice, "Now that things have come to this, I want to ask you one more thing, may I?" Ian Fa closed his eyes and nodded slightly. "Please speak, Your Majesty." He crossed his arms, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword, looking directly at Ian Fa, his whole body exuding a majestic aura. He asked, "How do you intend to treat the Crown Prince?" Ian Fa's eyes widened, stunned for a moment, silent for a few seconds. Ian Fa anxiously clutched the hem of his robe on his lap, a worried expression on his face, and looked at the Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean." Emperor Jerry, with his arms crossed, said calmly, "No." He frowned slightly, his expression serious. "You understand." In the spacious room, the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Emperor Jerry and Ian Fa sat opposite each other, silently looking at one another, neither speaking. A moment later, Ian Fa spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. He said, Ian Fa clenched his hands on his lap, his gaze firm as he looked directly at Emperor Jerry, and said, I cannot swear loyalty to the Crown Prince. The Emperor, with his arms crossed, listened to the answer. Hearing this, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he repeated with disbelief, You cannot be loyal. Ian Fa clutched the hem of his robe on his lap and said to him, But I will cooperate to ensure His Highness the Crown Prince can ascend the throne smoothly. Emperor Jerry, still with his arms crossed, looked at him scrutinizingly. Ian Fa closed his eyes and continued, Furthermore, so that he may become a wise monarch in the future, I will do my utmost to assist him. The Emperor stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He repeated Ian Fa's words, You cannot swear loyalty to the Crown Prince, but you will help him. His hand continuously stroked his chin. Suddenly thinking of something, he smiled faintly. Ian Fa, sitting opposite, quietly observed Jerry. Jerry placed both hands on his thighs, bowed his head, and said to Ian Fa, All right, that is enough. He picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Then he narrowed his eyes and ordered, Open it. A guard, hearing his command, opened the door and carefully entered. Then, 2 guards carried in a long wooden box. Ian Fa, sitting on the sofa, watched the 2 men carry the wooden box towards the coffee table. Jerry, while drinking his tea, said, Take it. This is the scepter recovered when Herbert was arrested. The wooden box was opened. Inside lay a wooden scepter, its head curved. Jerry continued, I'm sure you are well aware, but the process of selecting a new Tower Master for the Ivory Tower is not that simple. Even when the air is clear, there is much to be done. Ian Fa glanced at the scepter in the wooden box. The men carrying the box withdrew one by one. Before closing the door, they bowed to Jerry. Jerry waved at them, then continued, Although the legal procedure to take over the Ivory Tower requires royal approval. The intricately carved door was carefully closed. Jerry continued, But at times like these, we cannot leave the position of Tower Master vacant for too long. I have decided it would be better to simplify the process. Beside the white marble fireplace was a floor-to-ceiling window hung with enormous curtains. Jerry, while enjoying his tea, spoke to Ian Fa, who sat opposite him. Therefore, I trust you and entrust this scepter to you. He placed a nearly empty teacup on its saucer, then said, Also, Ian Fa, I want to ask a favor of you. Ian Fa looked up at Jerry, smiled, and said, Your Majesty, I await your command. Jerry's gaze suddenly turned stern. He said, That Rachna will not give up, even if all his helpers fall. In the image, Rachna was turned to the side, one hand on his chest. He wore a meticulously tailored royal ceremonial dress, with a matching cloak over his shoulders, making Rachna look both luxurious and noble overall. Jerry said to Ian Fa, I understand his ambition and temperament better than anyone. If Rachna were to win the throne, blood would surely flow, and many people would have to be sacrificed. Ian Fa sat there quietly, thinking about Jerry's words. Ian Fa sat upright, looking intently at Jerry. He said as he slowly stood up, However, as a father, I have inflicted upon him wounds that can never be healed. The Emperor turned and walked away. As he passed the wooden box containing the scepter, he said, He will surely hate me until the day I die. Ian Fa quietly clenched the hem of his robe in his hand. He watched Jerry's footsteps. Jerry only left Ian Fa with the sight of his back. He did not turn his head, but continued to speak. Can you take my place? Jerry suddenly turned around. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist and said, Stop him, can you? Ian Fa reached into the wooden box, touching the scepter inside. Then he gripped the scepter tightly. Ian Fa knelt down and kowtowed to Jerry. He said, Your Majesty, I obey your command. Jerry stood there quietly, looking at him with a gentle gaze. The Emperor looked solemnly at Ian Fa, who was kneeling before him in ceremony. He said, Then I entrust him to you, Ian Fa, Tower Master of the Ivory Tower. Dusk fell. The setting sun shone upon the towering ivory tower in the midst of the vast forest. The giant gates of the ivory tower slowly opened. Ian Fa walked in, step by slow step. Holding the scepter, Ian Fa looked deep inside with a profound gaze. A voice rang out, Welcome, Ian Fa. Ian Fa stood there quietly, looking around the vast room. The walls were replaced by floor-to-ceiling windows, the glazed glass making the room look even more spacious and luxurious. In front of the window was a brown wooden desk. Behind the desk was a chair with an exquisitely crafted back. On either side were two exquisitely designed lamps. Ian Fa stepped forward one step at a time. A voice rang out, "Ian Fa, did you know? I once wanted to become a hero." Ian Fa walked to the window. He quietly looked around. The voice continued, "To protect the Empire alone." He quietly observed the entire scene, saying nothing, just silently listening as the voice continued. "To become a mage who helps those who are weeping." At this moment, Ian Fa seemed to be standing on a desolate wasteland. He gripped the scepter in his hand, his head slightly bowed as countless crows circled around him. The voice continued its story, the true power that protects the prosperity of the empire and its people. People call that power authority. Ian Fa's gaze was somewhat pensive. He thought to himself, authority, the thing you must protect, even if it means killing me. Ian Fa recalled the scene in front of the burning fireplace. Beside it was a spilled wine glass on the floor. He was kneeling before Rachna. Rachna, dressed in royal ceremonial attire, looked down on him from above. Ian Fa placed his hand on the window pane, his sorrowful eyes looking out. He thought to himself, I don't want to be a hero. What I want is very simple. Ian Fa placed his hand on the glass. His figure was reflected on the mirror-like pane. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. He thought, to kill the one named Rachna Green River, a death worse than death, a death full of humiliation. Ian Fa's face was pressed against the window, his sharp gaze fixed on the distance. He thought, that is the meaning of my existence, and also what I will grant you, my revenge. At this moment, in his room, Rachna sat on a chair by the window. He was bent over, his hands clasped, seemingly pondering something. His palms were pressed together. Rachna brought his face close to his hands, his eyes wide open, staring intently into the distance. Hayden Green River smiled as brightly as a flower, waving his hand as he said, "Greetings, Lord Tower Master." Ian Fa looked at him quietly. He said, "This matter has not yet been announced, so please refrain from addressing me as such for the time being, Your Highness." He laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, who cares? It's just us here." He continued, making Ian Fa a little embarrassed. "I can't believe it. The child who begged to come to the old ivory tower 6 years ago," he continued, "is now a respected tower master." He feigned regret, placing a hand on his forehead, and continued to fake cry. "Just seeing you grow up has made me so content." Ian Fa thought unhappily, "I never begged Your Highness for anything." Ian Fa reported, "Your Highness, as you can see, I am busy inspecting for dark magic." He continued, "You were already inspected the day before yesterday. Unless there is something abnormal with your body, please feel free to leave." He replied, "Oh my, don't be such a killjoy. You're so busy. That's why I had to come see you in person." He sat down on a chair, looked at Ian Fa, and continued, "By the way, are you sure I'm okay? I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day." Ian Fa replied, "Yes, everything is fine. Your Highness is in excellent health." Ian Fa thought to himself, "It's not that I wasn't suspicious." He remembered Hayden Green River, Rachna, and Herbert Leon. He calculated, "I also wondered if he became this foolish due to the influence of dark magic." For Herbert, who wants to put Rachna on the throne, the Crown Prince is clearly a stumbling block. Making him lose face and self-destruct to eliminate him would be easy. Ian Fa looked at Hayden Green River again, thinking further, but I found out that he was already a born fool. Hayden Green River suddenly said, "Speaking of which," he continued, "my sister, Hari, is next, right?" Ian Fa replied, "Yes, that's correct." He smiled and replied, "Well, Ian Fa, before I go, I have to tell you something." He reminded him, "That girl has been asking me about you frequently lately. It seems she's very interested in you." Ian Fa asked in surprise, "Her Highness the Princess?" He replied with a radiant smile, "That's right. She asked things like what you do in your free time, what you've been into lately, what kind of food you like." Ian Fa found it strange. What does she need that information for? He stood up and said to Ian Fa, "But the problem is, although you and I are close, I couldn't answer those questions because I don't know the answers." He walked out of the room, continuing as he opened the door, "When you see Hari, be sure to tell her the answers. Even if they're just small details, she'll like it." The door closed, and Ian Fa watched him go in silence. Then he sighed, thinking to himself, "He's grown up, hasn't he?" He recalled Hayden Green River's appearance. The Crown Prince has also matured a lot, he silently assessed. His personality is more open, he's gradually improving, and he's also very diligent. He thought again, if guided correctly, he could probably become a wise king. A knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. He said, "Yes, come in." Hari Green River spoke. Mage Ianfa, it's been a long time. Ianfa asked, Your Highness, have you been well? She replied, Thanks to you, I am well. Ianfa smiled, then gestured, That's good to hear. Please have a seat. She sat down quietly, then cast a silent spell. Magic enveloped the room. Ianfa looked at the light blue magic floating in the air, recognizing it as a second circle spell that could soundproof the surroundings. He asked, You've already reached the second circle. She hesitated for a moment. Actually, she held up 3 fingers. Ianfa asked again, The third circle. She replied, Yes, that's what my master said. Ianfa said to her, Congratulations, Your Highness. I didn't expect you to reach the third circle. She shyly bowed her head. Ianfa smiled and said, Well then, now that you've cast the silent spell, what did you wish to speak to me about, Your Highness? She called out, Mage Ianfa. She asked him from now on, What should I do? Ianfa didn't understand, asking, Please be more specific, Your Highness. Hari Green River said hesitantly, I don't know where to begin. Ianfa replied, In that case, allow me to ask you a question first. He asked her, Why did you hide the fact that you are a mage? She clasped her hands tightly, saying hesitantly that was... She closed her eyes and said with determination, It was my father's will. She recalled the scene of her first meeting with Kevin, saying, The year I turned 12, the person who conducted my magic reaction test was Mage Kevin. She remembered hiding behind Kevin when she met the Emperor, and continued, Kevin discovered that I had the aptitude of a mage. She went on, He did not immediately report it to the Ivory Tower, but reported it to my father first. She continued, As you know, becoming a mage of the Empire means renouncing one's status and becoming a member of the Ivory Tower. Hari Green River recalled the Emperor's gaze upon her and said again, Even if that person is of royal blood. She remembered the Emperor once stroking her head. She continued, My father did not want me to become a member of the Ivory Tower. He wanted me to remain a member of the royal family. She added, From then on, Sir Kevin was ordered to remain silent about my aptitude for magic, and I was to spend my entire life fulfilling my duties as a princess. Ianfa listened as she continued. But one day, I realized that I had an unquenchable desire for magic in my heart. Ianfa interjected, So Your Highness secretly studied magic and are now telling me these things. He thought of Kevin, thinking to himself, Kevin was one of the few people in my past life who supported the Crown Prince. Her Highness the Princess is quite lucky. Hari Green River explained again. Initially, I just wanted to help my royal brother. At that time, no one was on his side. She added, But it's different now. He has your help and also has a goal to strive for. And there's also Swordmaster Oliver. She continued, Most importantly, he is now on the right path. He saw through her thoughts and said, In short, you no longer have a goal, do you, Your Highness? She replied hesitantly, something like that. Someone who secretly studies magic, wondering if I'm getting in my older brother's way. He smiled, then walked closer to her and said, This problem is very simple. She asked back, What do you mean? He knelt before her and said, Please live your own life, that is all. Ianfa continued, Not the life of a member of the royal family, but a life that belongs to you yourself, Your Highness. Hari Green River hesitated. I'm not so sure. He surprised her, saying, One's birth does not determine how one should live. He continued, If you only follow the arrangements of others, then your life will fall into the hands of another. He recalled his own past and continued, Gradually, you will lose yourself, wandering aimlessly in regret and emptiness. He added, Therefore, I advise you to choose for yourself, Your Highness. From now on, I hope you could decide for yourself and move forward bravely. He continued, I am certain you will find a way of life that belongs to you. She asked hesitantly, Mage Ianfa, have you found the life you desire? Ianfa was surprised and silent for a moment, then replied, I don't know. He continued, It seems I've said something out of line. She shook her head, replying with concern, I don't think so at all. Hari Green River explained, Actually, Mage Ianfa, you are the first person to say these things to me. She said, Because I was always forced to fulfill the duties of a princess, I couldn't even imagine any other kind of life. She smiled and said, Thank you for your encouragement, Mage Ianfa. He smiled as he looked at her. Then he stood up and said to her, If Your Highness continues to study magic, your studies will be helpful for the path you choose in the future. He continued, You are progressing so quickly, you will surely have greater development later on. She replied worriedly. This is precisely why I wanted to ask for Mage Ianfa's help. He looked at her, confused. Hari Green River clutched her skirt and said, Mage Ianfa, could you teach me magic? He was stunned and asked again. Huh? He asked, wasn't it decided that Sir Kevin would teach you? She replied hesitantly, about that. Kevin said he has nothing left to teach me. She recalled that Kevin was a second circle mage. She remembered him saying sadly, I'm very sorry, Your Highness. Then Hari Green River clasped her hands in front of her chest and said, Please, Mage Ianfa. She continued, Please become my master. Ianfa frowned and thought. Clearly, the princess is very talented. The third circle is innate. This is not something that can be achieved just by relying on the help of others. He thought further. Her potential could be on par with the former fifth circle royal mage. He thought again. Only a few people could see that the princess had the aptitude of a mage. If she became a high-ranking mage, she might be useful in the future. Ianfa replied, I agree. Hari Green River asked in surprise. Huh, really? He then said, but I have one condition. He continued, Whenever I need help, Your Highness must also help me. She smiled and replied, Of course. No matter how difficult the request, I will do my best to help Mage Ianfa. Ianfa asked back. You answered without any hesitation. Aren't you going to ask what my request is? She tilted her head, smiled, and replied, Because I trust Mage Ianfa. He looked at her in surprise, silent for a moment, a little embarrassed. He looked at her with a smile and said, Very well. He said, We'll discuss learning magic later. For now, let's just do a little check. She replied happily, Yes, sir. After finishing the check, Ianfa said, It seems there are no signs of dark magic. You can get up now. He held out his hand and continued, You might feel a little dizzy, so please take it slow. Hari Green River gently reached out and took his hand. She replied, Yes, thank you. She suddenly felt dizzy and fell forward. Fortunately, he managed to catch her. He asked her worriedly, Are you all right? Should I call for help? Her head was spinning, and she held onto his arm, replying shyly, no, I'm fine. Then she stood up straight, and he also stepped aside. Ianfa suddenly called out to her, Your Highness. He said, Usually, after finishing my work at the Ivory Tower, I spend most of my time in the laboratory reading books and researching spells. Therefore, I'm also interested in alchemy. She was still bewildered. But he continued, I'm not a picky eater, but I don't like spicy food. Hari Green River tilted her head and asked him, Mage Ianfa, why are you suddenly telling me these things? He smiled and replied, His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned your curiosity. He continued, It's nothing major, but before he could finish, she cried out in alarm. My older brother told you. He replied, bewildered, yes. She was so embarrassed she was about to cry, then turned and ran away in a panic, shouting as she ran. Well, in that case, please take care. The door quickly slammed shut. Ianfa was still bewildered. He thought to himself, did I do something wrong? News of the incident involving Tower Master Herbert Leon, a fifth circle mage, had spread throughout the empire, causing a great shock among the populace. To deal with the situation, Emperor Jerry Green River of the Green River Empire personally ordered an investigation into all forms of dark magic, while also raising the empire's level of alertness. Ianfa, the young high-ranking mage chosen as the successor to the Ivory Tower, conducted a thorough investigation into all matters related to dark magic and appeased the public's outrage. The name of Herbert Leon, who had been beheaded, was recorded in the empire's history as the most heinous criminal. Some nobles who had supported Herbert Leon turned their backs on the fifth prince, Rachna, and began paying special attention to the movements of the new tower master of the Ivory Tower at his residence. Ianfa lifted his teacup and asked vaguely, "What is this?" A tray full of letters was pushed in front of him. Radio replied, "These are all party invitations sent to you." He sighed and said, the dark magic incident isn't even resolved yet, and these people are so carefree." Radio asked, "Aren't you going to look through them?" Ianfa replied, "I don't plan on going anyway." Radio advised, "However, I think you should still read them." Ianfa asked back, "What is it?" Radio's answer made him choke on his tea, spitting it out. "They're marriage proposals sent to you." Radio explained, "A certain Count Jirai wants you to be engaged to his eldest daughter, who just turned 12, and then hold the wedding in 5 years when she comes of age." Ianfa shuddered, thinking to himself, she's only 12. What kind of madman is this? Radio laughed and explained, "Ha, you're an adult now. It's not strange for people to discuss marriage with you. You are the youngest high-ranking mage and the new tower master of the Ivory Tower. I'm sure there will be many more matters related to your marriage in the future." Ianfa held his forehead and got straight to the point. "These nobles probably just want to use me to gain political power. he said wearily. It's unbelievable. He's using his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must be insane. Radio nodded and replied, I agree on that point. However, finding an excellent life partner is also a natural thing. Radio suggested. Then, let me help you decline these letters. Ian Fa agreed. All right, I'll have to trouble you. Thank you, Radio. Radio smiled and replied, It's nothing. You must be busy investigating the dark magic matter. I have to help you handle these things so I can stay, right? Hearing this, Ian Fa remained silent. He put down his teacup and said, Now that I think about it, I don't think I've properly thanked you yet. Radio looked at him with a doubtful expression. Ian Fa bowed his head slightly and said, Thank you for protecting my mother, Radio. Ian Fa's words left Radio stunned. Then he sighed. He scratched his head and replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Actually, to be precise, it was the magic traps you set in the residence that dealt with those suspicious individuals. Besides, I also promised to protect Lady Alpha with my life, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Ian Fa smiled, and his next words confused Radio. In that case, there's something I want to help you with. Ian Fa asked, which mage infused magic into your body, causing you to be poisoned by magic. Please tell me his name, or anything you remember about his appearance. I will definitely hunt him down and make him face due punishment. Radio stammered, about that. He scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, I don't remember anymore. Ian Fa asked in astonishment, How can that be? Radio explained, It happened late at night, and besides, there were many mages who hated me. In my youth, I made a living in the capital by preparing medicinal herbs, so I really don't know who it was. To be honest, for a time I deeply hated mages whenever I thought about how I could suddenly pass away, leaving Dolet behind. He continued with a bitter laugh. The funny thing is, before I was poisoned by magic, I almost died from a robbery. But now that I've met you, I won't die from magic poisoning anymore. My and Dolet's future is more important, so I've forgotten all that hatred. He laughed again and said, Of course, I will never forget that you saved my life, Ian Fa. Ian Fa was silent. Ian Fa frowned, then stood up and said, Radio, I have never met my father. Before I was born, he went missing, and no one knows if he's alive or dead. He said as he walked, then continued with a smile, but after meeting and living with you, I'll come to know. His next words astonished Radio. If I had a father, it would probably be like this. Ian Fa walked to the window and continued. I think I understand why Dolet is always so optimistic and cheerful, and also why my mother's health is better. It's all thanks to the medicines you prepared. He added, In the future, the time I spend away from my mother will only increase. He smiled and suggested, I hope you will always keep your promise to protect my mother. Radio blushed and smiled. He agreed. Of course, young Master Ian Fa. Ian Fa suddenly said, It's about time. The door to the room burst open, and Dolet shouted loudly, Leader. The boy held a vial of medicine in his hand, boasting, I did it. The magic poison antidote made from the landy flower. The boy continued speaking, then noticed Radio was also in the room. I have to hurry and bring this to Dad. Dad. Radio stood up, looking at Dolet in bewilderment. Dolet said, flustered, Why are you here? I wanted to use this to surprise you. Radio asked hesitantly, You made the magic poison antidote. Young Master Ian Fa, what is this about? Ian Fa replied, I found the documents in the library that only the Tower Master can enter. He recalled the landy flower and explained, and I tested a method for harvesting the landy flower. It's a high-level magic that can freeze an object's time. Fortunately, it works on medicinal herbs. Radio looked at Dolet in silence, then burst into tears and said, Thank you, my son. Thank you, young Master Ian Fa. Then he hugged Dolet tightly. Dolet said to Ian Fa, Leader, I will become a pharmacist who can create cures for incurable diseases. The boy continued, That way, no one will have to suffer like my father did. The boy smiled brightly at Ian Fa. Thank you, Leader. At this moment, someone entered. The person inside spoke, You are the last survivor. Meeson said, The barrier covering the human world and the dragon world is about to close. He continued, The dragon race has brought chaos and destruction to this world, and the price they must pay for that crime will be catastrophic. He coldly pronounced sentence, Your destiny is death until you are completely annihilated. You must bear the sins that your race has committed. He commanded, You are not allowed to step foot outside this land. He used magic, declaring eternity. By the palace window, Rachna was truly astonished. He looked at the person in front of him who had an identical appearance. He recalled, The note said I had to wait for someone here, but I didn't expect this. He asked, how can I leave this place? He mused. Ianfa has used the Ivory Tower's magic to cover this place to monitor me. Therefore, I don't think simply disguising yourself as me will be enough to fool them. The person said confidently, Your Highness need not worry about this. The person said, the High Priest is even more powerful than the current Tower Master of the Ivory Tower. He was astonished. The High Priest. That person took out a book. When you have a private audience with a High Priest, you will learn more details. A stream of blue energy emanated from the book. It formed a giant teleportation gate. He was astonished. What is this? The person introduced, please step inside. This is a teleportation gate that can help you leave the capital. He repeated, a teleportation gate. A hand reached out from within the gate, and Danfin said, Your Highness, please take my hand. He was stunned, Sir Danfin. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took his hand. The two of them passed through the teleportation gate and arrived in a forest. He asked in confusion, how did you cast that kind of magic? He said nonchalantly, this is nothing surprising. He explained, even Herbert Leon couldn't cast it. Your Highness, do you really think Herbert Leon climbed to the position of Tower Master of the Ivory Tower based on his own strength alone? He explained, although he had attained great power, he was only focused on raising his own status. A person like him would be eliminated sooner or later. He destroyed himself, which also saved us a lot of effort. He was pensively silent. He enlightened. The world is much larger than you imagine. He pointed out, you might think this world is just a place ruled by a select few and that you are one of them. He said, even His Majesty the Emperor was not chosen. He didn't understand. Chosen. He repeated, that's right. The High Priest believes you're the perfect person to become the ruler. He explained, a perfect ruler is one who can eliminate the ignorant and bring progressive ideas to the world. He analyzed, you also inherit the bloodline that will pave the way for a new world. The High Priest has been waiting for this for a very long time. He was worried, what in the world is this? He thought to himself, could there be someone even more powerful than Herbert's and Ianfa's magic? How could such a person exist? He pondered, I've heard that there's a cult in the country that doesn't follow the nation's common faith, but I never expected the captain of the Imperial Knights and the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower to be involved in this. He was suspicious. Were they plotting to change the nation's faith? They also intended to use a member of the royal family, like me, as a tool to achieve this. He pondered, this is an opportunity. He speculated, in the current situation, I must seize every opportunity to consolidate my power, even if it's not something good. Therefore, I must use everything I can to reclaim my rightful throne. Danfin stopped and reported, Your Highness, we have arrived. Before them stood a majestic tower. He gestured, please follow me. They stepped inside. He asked curiously, where is this? He replied, this is the fortress where the dragon race once lived. He recounted, 300 years ago, this place vanished from the earth, sealed by the Ivory Tower's isolation magic. He continued, not long after, as the isolation magic gradually weakened, humans discovered this place. He asked, not understanding, why did you bring me here? He remained silent. A group of people in red robes appeared. You have arrived. They bowed their heads. We await your highness's command. They bowed solemnly. He was stunned, observing, you are all nobles. I see quite a few familiar faces here. Danfin explained, because this is a crucial moment when the world's progressive ideas are beginning to sprout, I could only summon the most prestigious members in the capital. He said, however, I think you've omitted the most important part, the purpose of your gathering here, and whose orders you follow. If I'm in the same boat as you, shouldn't I know as well? He reassured, you will know soon enough. He said, the High Priest is waiting for you inside. The door opened, and as Ragnar stepped through, he was astonished. Inside was a white-haired, black-winged man, waiting for Ragnar. He stood there proudly, waiting. The robed figures immediately knelt, bowing their heads reverently. The only remaining descendant. They clasped their hands. The last dragon. Ragnar understood, so he was their leader. He also bowed in respect. The man spoke, you must have many questions about who I am and why I invited you here. He introduced himself. I am Evan, the last descendant of the dragon race on this land. Ragnar was astonished. Weren't they wiped out 300 years ago? The creature capable of wielding the most powerful magic. His appearance was quite similar to the records of the dragon race. The sole descendant of the dragon race. Is this what he's like? Evan said with a smile, you seem very confused. He explained, that's right, in the war 300 years ago, our race was indeed defeated and wiped out by humankind. He said, except for me. This is the truth. Your ancestor, Meeson Green River, used his own blood to cast a powerful sealing spell, preventing me from taking even half a step out. He said he had always been waiting for this moment. He spoke of his bloodline. He clarified about Meeson Green River's blood seal. To break the seal, the blood of his descendant is needed. Ragnar asked suspiciously, wouldn't it be easier to kill me and use my blood to break the seal? Why are you making such an offer? Evan replied, you are so barbaric, Your Highness. I simply believe that putting you on the throne as emperor would be beneficial to me. He promised to eliminate the old, corrupt customs and usher in a glorious new era. This transaction could be the foundation for a grand plan. He guaranteed he would lay the foundation for a peaceful world where the dragon race and humanity could coexist. Ragnar stood up. In other words, you want to use me as a tool. He surmised, if I refuse, you will kill me immediately. And that imposter is currently in my room. Evan explained, I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I will simply erase your memory and then return you. He added, but I chose you because I was certain you would not refuse this opportunity. Ragnar remained silent. He clenched his fist. Promise me, he demanded, after I become emperor, you will not betray me. Evan said with a smile, I promise. Ragnar took the knife Dan Finn offered. Very well. He cut his palm, dripping blood onto the seal. I accept your offer. The seal spun, emitting a powerful light. Those vague inscriptions gradually disappeared. Evan smiled in satisfaction, letting out a loud laugh. Thank you, Your Highness. He used magic to change his clothes. He concealed his wings and changed into normal clothes. Perhaps I should blend in among the humans. He pointed out, you have a look of fear on your face. He comforted, there's no need to be afraid, Your Highness. I will not harm you. He described, I feel we will become good friends. He took a robe from a subordinate. He was now wearing the robe. He walked outside with his subordinate. After so long, I can finally experience the outside world. Hari was sad. Sigh, why hasn't he come to see me yet? She was confused. Could it be that he's forgotten about me? The lady-in-waiting comforted her. That's not it, Your Highness the Princess. He must just be busy investigating the dark magic incident recently. She didn't understand. Report. She told herself, that's right. He is very busy, after all. But she was still sad. A lady-in-waiting from outside rushed in, flustered. Your Highness the Princess. She asked, what is it? What happened? The two ladies-in-waiting reported, it's time. That person has arrived. They both said hurriedly, he's finally here. Please change into your formal attire, Your Highness the Princess. Don't wear your robe anymore. Lord Ian Fa has arrived. She was shocked. He's here? The room was silent for a moment. She called for everyone. She cried out in a panic. Help me. Outside the palace, the sun shone brightly. She stepped out, wearing a dress and high heels. She stood before the door, taking a deep breath to calm herself. She asked worriedly, how's my hair? Is it messy? The lady-in-waiting encouraged her. Please don't worry, Your Highness the Princess. You look radiant today, Your Highness. The two ladies-in-waiting beside her chimed in. That's right, that's right. She nodded. Well then, see you later. Everyone cheered. You can do it, Your Highness the Princess. She pushed the door open and stepped out. Seeing her, Ian Fa immediately stood up. He bowed respectfully. It has been a while, Your Highness the Princess. She looked at Ian Fa in surprise, remaining silent. She said, feigning anger, I thought you had forgotten about me. He apologized. Please forgive me. I have been a bit busy lately. She replied, it's all right. Thank you for coming. She praised, you look very handsome in that formal suit. He thanked her. Thank you for your compliment. He said, first, I think we should go to a more suitable place to practice. He explained, there are many eyes and ears in the palace. If someone sees me meeting with Your Highness the Princess, it will cause unpleasant rumors. He stated, after all, the wagging tongues of the world are a fearsome thing. She hummed, all right, let's do that then. He gently extended his hand. Then, allow me to take Your Highness the Princess elsewhere. May I temporarily hold Your Highness's hand? She unconsciously agreed. Of course. Then she suddenly came to her senses, realizing, forgive me. She said in a fluster, hold my hand. He explained, I will use teleportation magic to take us there. She suddenly understood. She remembered. That's the teleportation magic I've heard about. She nervously extended her hand. He reminded her, you will feel a little dizzy, Your Highness the Princess. He instructed, please focus your mind. Then he cast the spell and took her away. They arrived in a vast field in an unknown wilderness. She was stunned by the sight before her, exclaiming in amazement, this place. He introduced, this is a hill on the outskirts of the capital. Few people come here. He analyzed, because the range of 6-circle teleportation magic isn't large, I decided to teleport here. This place is wide and open, a great place to practice magic. She quietly observed the scenery. Seeing this, he called out, "Your Highness the Princess." She confessed, "I have never left the palace before." She turned around. This was something that probably only appeared in dreams. She described, but after holding your hand, that dream immediately became a reality. She smiled happily. Magic is so wonderful. He gazed at her. He briefly recalled her lonely, cold appearance in her past life. He smiled and said, "Your Highness the Princess is right. Magic is indeed miraculous." She said, "Ah, then you must have seen me practicing magic at the royal sanctuary." Ian Fa said, "Yes. I was touring the palace at the time and accidentally wandered in there. Because your Highness and the Grand Tutor entered, I hid in a corner of the room. That's when I saw it." She asked curiously, "But why did you go in there? That area should be guarded, shouldn't it?" Ian Fa was flustered. It was merely youthful curiosity. She laughed teasingly. "I understand. When I was little, I also explored the forbidden areas of the palace with my brothers and got scolded a few times." She assured him, "I'll turn a blind eye to you entering the royal sanctuary, since you've already turned a blind eye to me learning magic." She said cheerfully, "Now we're partners in crime, aren't we?" Ian Fa replied, "Yes." She asked, "Speaking of which, my brother is holding a birthday party soon. Will you be attending?" Ian Fa replied, "I have received an invitation, but I do not plan to attend." She asked, disappointed, "Huh? Why?" "My brother will definitely be very disappointed." Ian Fa explained, "Only those of noble status are allowed to attend the Crown Prince's birthday party. Although I have become the Tower Master, I am of commoner birth. If I were to attend, the nobles would surely cause an uproar." Ian Fa further explained, "Moreover, the powerful faction that the former Tower Master built over the past 15 years will not easily disband. They will always be keeping an eye on me." Ian Fa said thoughtfully, "Until His Highness the Crown Prince establishes a firm footing in politics and high society, and smoothly succeeds the throne through his own strength, I believe I should focus on fulfilling my duties as the Tower Master." She said sadly, "I understand." She paced back and forth slightly. She said resolutely, "In that case, I must also be determined to fulfill my role as a princess well. I will make the nobles in high society who oppose my brother not dare to act rashly." She glanced at Ian Fa. "I will also try my best to learn magic," she said with a smile. "Thankfully, I have your help, Master. When it's just the two of us, may I call you that?" Ian Fa chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, you may call me whatever you wish." Night fell upon the palace. 2 mages stood guard outside the door when someone spoke. Rachna said to the cult members, "That is my plan." Evan replied, "In short, before we deal with that mage Ian Fa, we must eliminate the Crown Prince first." Rachna agreed, "That's right. Currently, some nobles and commoners are paying special attention to the actions of Ian Fa, the successor to the position of Tower Master." He pointed out, although Ian Fa has outstanding magical talent, he is ultimately just a young mage who has recently come of age, lacks experience, and moreover, is of commoner birth with little political influence. He expressed, "There are quite a few nobles and vassals who are dissatisfied with him becoming the master of the Ivory Tower." He speculated, if the Crown Prince he supports collapses, he will be in a disadvantageous position, and we can naturally eliminate him. Danfin added, "We need a puppet to carry out this plan." He concurred, "Right? I still haven't decided on a suitable person." Danfin asked, "Would you like to entrust this matter to me? I know someone who is very suitable for this plan." He agreed, "Understood, Danfin. Then I'll leave it to you." The door opened, and they left. Evan said, "Then I should get going as well." Rachna called him back. "Master Evan," he said, "I have a question for you." Evan didn't know what he was planning to do. Rachna clarified, "With your power, even without using me, you could seize control of the Empire on your own. If it's to spread your teachings and establish order, you have many ways to achieve your goal." He asked in confusion, "Why do you want me to cooperate with you?" Evan answered, "I need to find someone." Rachna was surprised. "Who?" Evan recounted, "The last remaining ancestor on this land, the great dragon who holds time, the golden dragon. All dragonkins search for and aspire to be like that great being." Rachna didn't understand. "Isn't that just a mythical creature from legends?" Evan explained, "Most people nowadays think so, but the dragon race once existed in the past, and they still exist now. We cannot find that great being because he lives in a place we cannot reach." He recounted, "However, if great chaos descends upon this land, the golden dragon will surely appear." Rachna was stunned. "The chaos you speak of is..." Evan replied, "War." Rachna had a realization. Could it be the war started by the dragon race 300 years ago was to lure out the golden dragon? Evan said, "Exactly." He continued, "But that person said we are not descendants of dragons, so he helped humanity. Don't you think it's utterly absurd that Mage and Green River could annihilate the Dragonkin, who were much stronger than humans? Ragnar retorted, but world history has no records of the dragon race. The records say that Mage and Green River was able to annihilate the Dragonkin because of the magic he researched himself in the Ivory Tower. Evan explained, that person always erases all connections to the world, disappearing without a trace, as if he never existed in this world. He confessed, but as a Dragonkin who carries the blood of dragons, I can feel him. I can feel his existence. Ragnar realized. So you plan to make me the emperor and then start a war? Evan agreed. Yes, that is my intention. But this isn't a bad thing for you either. He pointed out, unify the continent. He explained, isn't this the wish of your ancestors? If war breaks out, that person will appear to quell the chaos on this land. I must find that person. Ragnar asked curiously, after finding the golden dragon, what do you plan to do? Evan evaded. I feel we've been talking for a while. He stood up. Don't worry. He said, I intend to go along with your plan. One morning at the Royal Knight's Tower, Pow asked in alarm, what? Is it true? Jonathan reported, it's true, Vice Captain. You are ordered to report immediately to the office of the captain of the 1st Division of the Royal Knights. He sighed in frustration. Why would the fearsome Lord Danfin summon me? I haven't caused any trouble recently. He patted the messenger's shoulder. All right, I'll go right away. Thank you for the message. The door opened. The messenger said nothing, and Pow stepped out. He stopped in front of the captain's office door. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Danfin's voice came from inside. Come in. He began. Captain, you summoned me? Danfin stood up. Ah, Pow, come here. He said, I heard that the High Mage Helen's attack on the Crown Prince was because she was afflicted by dark magic. He asked, I've received reports that security has been tightened, but has everything been fine so far? Pow replied, yes, there are no issues at present. He reported, the knights have strengthened their patrols, and the protection of the Crown Prince has also become stricter. Danfin nodded, very good. The Crown Prince is our future king. His safety is of the utmost importance. He said, I have many opportunities to speak directly with Captain Oliver, but I believe this is the first time we've spoken like this, isn't it? He asked curiously. You've been a vice captain for some time now. I wonder if I've done anything to make you uncomfortable. Pow said hesitantly, no, not at all. I feel greatly honored that you summoned me. Danfin smiled. Then that's good. He reiterated, from what I know, your swordsmanship is second only to Captain Oliver, who was granted the title of Swordmaster. He praised, you are indeed very talented, possessing a talent recognized by His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Captain Oliver. Pow said humbly, I am still far from it. Danfin encouraged, no need to be modest. It is precisely because your talent is recognized by everyone that you became the vice captain. He moved closer when Captain Oliver nominated you, an orphan and a commoner from the northern border, to be the vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division. He expressed, at that time, I thought he was crazy. Pow was startled. Danfin explained, I once questioned why he would choose someone of low birth to become a member of the Royal Knights who protect the Emperor. He frowned in disgust. I couldn't believe he would arbitrarily shove someone into the noble and glorious Royal Knights. I couldn't stand it. Pow was startled. Evan stepped out with a surging killing intent. Danfin said, therefore, Pow was utterly terrified. Who are you? What did you get there? However, the opponent's magic prevented him from drawing his sword, unable to move. A stream of magic enveloped him. Danfin said, you must become a part. He smiled slyly, of the foundation of a great empire. The scene shifts to a forest. Hayden was struggling to block a sword. He tried to counterattack, while Oliver steadily parried the blow. Oliver encouraged, yes, very good. Please maintain your balance in that stance. Hayden took a few steps back. Captain, wait a moment. The sword in his hand suddenly fell. He had lost. Oliver said, Your Highness, that's enough for today. Hayden said, panting, thank you, Captain. He plopped down tiredly. I don't think I'm suited for learning swordsmanship. Oliver countered, no, Your Highness is definitely better with a sword than most people. He praised, your progress is even faster than Tower Master Ian Foss. Hayden was surprised. What? My progress is faster than Ian Foss? Oliver recounted, yes. I taught Ian Foss for 5 years and sparred with him for 5 years. He described Ian Foss' timid posture when holding a sword, which made him want to give up too. Although no one can match his magic. To be honest, he really has no talent for the sword. Oliver said, a bit embarrassed, please keep it a secret that he learned swordsmanship from me, Your Highness. Hayden laughed heartily. Unbelievable. Even the perfect Ian Fa has something he's not good at. He said cheerfully, I see. So there's something I'm better at than Ian Fa. He said excitedly, good. From now on, I will try even harder until I surpass you, Swordmaster. Oliver suddenly saw something. Pow was standing silently under a tree, as if he had lost his soul. Hayden found it strange. "Hey, Captain, what's wrong with your vice captain?" Oliver said. "He's much quieter and looks very dejected. I've noticed and asked him, but he always says everything is fine." Hayden said worriedly, "Keep an eye on him." He advised, "Don't be too hard on him. As a commander, it is also your responsibility to listen to the worries of your subordinates and care for their inner well-being." Oliver replied, "I obey, Your Highness." Hayden watched Pow intently. He remained standing there like a statue. The Imperial Palace. Servants bustled about in the palace. Oliver entered, dressed in ceremonial attire. Then he announced, "Your Highness, the banquet is about to begin." Hayden Greenriver was ready. He replied, "All right, I'm coming, Captain." He sighed, I always feel tense at banquets." He recalled Ian Fa's advice to him. "You must solidify your position." He sighed, that Ian Fa didn't even come. What a heartless fellow." Oliver smiled and advised, "You are the main character of today's banquet, Your Highness. You must stand tall, full of pride and confidence." He continued, "The ones who should feel tense are those nobles, not you." Hayden Greenriver nodded confidently. "That's right." He laughed and patted the blushing Oliver's shoulder, saying, "Besides, I have Sword Master Oliver with me, very reliable." Suddenly, someone called, "Brother." Hari Greenriver approached. He called out, "Oh, it's you, Hari." Hayden Greenriver praised, "Hari, you look so beautiful today." The princess smiled and replied, "Thank you, brother. I specially prepared for your birthday party today." He also smiled and replied, "It's a pity Ian Fa isn't here today." He continued, "You're so beautiful. You should have seen this." The princess asked, flustered, "Brother, what are you talking about?" The princess pouted, "Brother, how could you tell Ian Fa what I asked you before? I'm so embarrassed." The princess sighed. The princess congratulated her brother. "Happy birthday, brother. I'm always proud of my hardworking brother." Then the princess stomped her foot unhappily and said, "I will trample all those high-class nobles. How dare they speak ill of my beloved brother? So don't worry about them." He smiled and replied, "Thank you, Hari." Hayden Greenriver gestured to her and said, "Let's go in." Hari took his arm and replied, "Yes." The guard announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and Her Highness the Princess Hari Greenriver have arrived." Everyone in the grand hall bowed. Hayden Greenriver and Hari Greenriver entered arm in arm. The conductor gave a signal, and music began to play. Many people said in unison, "Happy birthday, Your Highness." "Happy birthday, Your Highness." Hayden Greenriver replied, "Thank you. I hope you all enjoy the party." Oliver watched him interact with everyone and smiled. The guard at the door suddenly looked to the side, stunned. Someone scolded, "What are you doing? Announce it quickly." He shouted, "Yes, I obey, my lord." The emperor entered with a smile. The guard announced, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Everyone at the ball broke into applause. Hayden Greenriver exclaimed in surprise, "Father." He said, "I did not expect you to come." The nobles bowed. Jerry Greenriver replied, "It's your birthday. As a father, I must naturally come to celebrate your birth and another year of your life." He said, "I am very proud of you, my son." He continued speaking to his smiling son. The two then walked side by side. Jerry Greenriver remarked, "It seems quite a few people have come to celebrate your birthday, Crown Prince." He said, "After hardship comes the beginning of good things. I am very happy to see everyone here today." He said with a smile, "For parents, every moment of a child's growth is like a miracle full of surprises. I am both proud and amazed to see the child who was once so small has now grown into a man." He reminisced, "I remember when he was about 5 years old, one day I was taking a walk, and he was toddling along behind me." He recalled Hayden Greenriver's bright smile, then continued, "I asked him why he was following me, and he said, 'I'm following you because you show me the way.'" Jerry Greenriver remembered patting his son's head at that moment. He continued, "It was just a patch of grass, but it gave the child the strength to move forward. So I continued to lead the way, and he followed me with trust." He sighed and said, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Then he looked at Hayden Greenriver and continued, "From that day on, you have always followed in my footsteps, right up to this day." He continued, "You have followed my footsteps very closely. As your father, I have always believed that you could do it." Hayden Greenriver cried out, "Father." Then the emperor raised his glass and ordered, "Everyone, please raise your glasses." He toasted, "May the future of the empire and the prince be filled with blessings." Everyone toasted in unison, "Boundless blessings." The emperor smiled, raised his glass, and said, "Happy birthday, my son." Hayden Greenriver replied, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, the emperor coughed up blood, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. Hayden stared at him in shock. Everyone in the grand hall was horrified. Jerry Greenriver and Oliver looked over in panic. Many people shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Hayden Green River was stunned. The wine glass slipped from his hand, spilling wine all over the ground. Someone shouted, "Your Majesty!" Night fell. Through the glass window, Hayden sat on a sofa, bathed in moonlight. Ever since the Emperor's incident, he was like a lost soul, not saying a word, his face gaunt and lifeless. A voice called from outside the door. "Your Highness, Captain Oliver of the Royal Knights requests an audience." He immediately stood up and gave an order. "The captain, show him in at once." The door opened, and Oliver walked in. "Your Highness." Hayden approached with a worried expression. "Captain," Hayden asked hesitantly, "my father, how is he?" Oliver dared not look him in the eye. His Majesty received timely treatment and is past the critical stage, but he is not completely out of danger yet. All the physicians and alchemists are doing their utmost to treat him. His Majesty will soon. Hayden shouted, cutting the captain off. "What about the one who tried to assassinate him?" Seeing the crown prince like this, Oliver felt a sense of unease. In the end, he still had to say it. Oliver closed his eyes. "We immediately arrested the criminal who poisoned His Majesty's glass. The culprit has confessed." Hearing this, Hayden could not contain his rage. He grabbed Oliver by the collar and demanded, "Who is the culprit?" Oliver hesitated. He said softly, "The culprit is..." "How?" Hayden's hands trembled as he slowly let go. He couldn't believe it. After this incident, the nobles held a meeting. Someone argued, why would the vice captain of the Royal Knights want to assassinate His Majesty? A countess stood up and said, "Hasn't he been the crown prince's closest knight in recent years? Keeping such a traitor by their side, what have His Highness and Captain Oliver been doing all this time?" Another count speculated, "The culprit did not act alone. We must expose the mastermind behind this at all costs." A duke sitting between them crossed his arms, frowning. "I heard Pow bit his tongue during interrogation. It seems he has no intention of talking." He pushed a piece of paper forward and said, "I heard he's an orphan from the northern border. That would be right next to the Cold Empire, wouldn't it? I advise everyone to think carefully. 6 years ago, there was a series of explosions in the Imperial Palace. An image of Ian Fa single-handedly defeating other mages appeared, and he continued, it was a shocking event. A mage from the Ivory Tower, a palace maid, and a secretary in the Imperial Palace were all discovered to be spies from Cold. His expression was grave. That fellow is exceptionally talented for his young age, yet he has no proper background. If you think about it carefully, you'll see he's extremely suspicious. He could very well be a spy rigorously trained by the Little Ant's side." Another noble interjected, "But there are no traces of a magic seal on Pow." Someone shouted, "Does that even matter now? He conspired to poison His Majesty, and he's keeping his mouth shut about the mastermind and the motive." The Duke sitting beside him voiced his opinion. "This problem arose because when we decided to use him, we didn't consider his status and background. We must strip him of the title of second vice captain of the Royal Knights, and Pow must be executed for the crime of assassinating His Majesty." Most people expressed their approval. "That's right. I agree." At this moment, Ian Fa chose to listen silently to their heated discussion. The nobles' meeting ended. In the forest near the villa, someone called out to Ian Fa. He turned his head and said, "Captain." Captain Oliver, wearing a cloak, approached. He pulled down his hood and asked curiously, "How is Pow?" Ian Fa replied reluctantly, "Everyone thinks he's a spy from the Cold Empire." Oliver immediately frowned and said decisively, "Ridiculous. He's not a spy." Ian Fa thought so too. "I agree. The vice captain is willing to sacrifice his life for the crown prince. Regardless of where he comes from, he is a respectable knight who has sworn loyalty to his master." Oliver looked understanding. "I know Pow is that kind of person. But after this incident, his execution date has been set. Moreover, there's no reason that can explain his actions." Oliver was left speechless in astonishment. Ian Fa continued, "He's keeping silent about who gave the order, as well as the reason why he wanted to assassinate His Majesty. We must first find out why he did it." Ian Fa was silent for a moment, then mentioned, "How is the crown prince?" Oliver said sadly, "His Highness isn't eating or drinking, nor is he letting anyone into his room. I think he's blaming himself for letting His Majesty be poisoned." Ian Fa didn't seem surprised by this reaction, simply replying, "I understand." Oliver said worriedly, "You know, everyone in the Second Night Division is under confinement. We will be interrogated soon." His hands were clenched, trembling nonstop. "As the one in charge of the Night Division, I cannot act rashly." He gritted his teeth, extremely dissatisfied with himself. Oliver said with a grave expression. I know my request is unreasonable, but besides you, I have no one else to turn to for help. He bowed his head to Ian Fa and pleaded, please uncover the truth behind all of this. Ian Fa said, I didn't detect any lies in the vice captain's testimony, and the ivory tower's interrogation magic showed no reaction. Oliver was stunned. Even so, I will still help. Ian Fa said firmly, tonight, the vice captain will be taken to the dungeon. I will go see him myself. He informed Oliver in advance. I will come to your house afterward. Oliver agreed, understood. Their conversation ended there. Raindrops fell to the ground. Then a sudden downpour began. As he had told Oliver, Ian Fa went to the Imperial dungeon. The guard holding a long spear was fast asleep. Ian Fa walked past him quietly and stood before a cell. He was silent. Ian Fa opened the cell door and spoke. Vice Captain. Before him was Pao, his hands in shackles, his body covered in wounds, clearly having been brutally tortured. He struggled to open his eyes. Ian Fa asked worriedly, do you recognize me? Pao didn't look up at him or say a word. Ian Fa trusted Pao greatly. I don't believe you're the one who wanted to assassinate the Emperor. He said decisively, there are no enemy spies, nor is there anyone plotting against the Emperor. I'm more certain of this than anyone. Ian Fa was confused. You swore loyalty to the Crown Prince and have risked your life for him before. I can't understand why you would do this. He placed a hand on Pao's head and announced, from now on, I will enter your memories. A magic circle appeared, and Ian Fa continued, please allow me to do so. The beginning of the memory, a knight was making an announcement. Then Pao entered the room. In front of him was Dan Finn. Another person stepped out from behind Dan Finn. That person used magic to control him. Pao's whole body trembled. Dan Finn smiled with great satisfaction. In the end, Pao was controlled by them, unable to resist. Ian Fa was utterly astonished. He didn't do it willingly. He was controlled by dark magic. An image of Pao appeared, and he spoke with his conscious mind. I was so foolish. He said in a dejected voice, I knew full well that the royal family has the most enemies. Ian Fa gritted his teeth, furious on Vice Captain Pao's behalf. Pao let out a sneer. I've been waiting for you to come, Ian Fa. In the end, the wait was not in vain. Ian Fa was extremely anxious. He stood up and turned. Please wait. I'll help you break the dark magic first. Pao grabbed his hand and asked hesitantly, how is the Crown Prince? He let go of Ian Fa's hand. Ian Fa didn't answer, only saying, based on your memories, the truth of this incident is clear. If we can find the person who used magic on you, we can clear your name. Pao gritted his teeth in self-reproach. The situation isn't good, is it? It's all my fault. You know that even if the culprit is found, it won't change what I've done. I was the one who put poison in His Majesty's wine. Ian Fa advised Pao in frustration. You can't give up. If you stop here, you will forever be seen as the traitor who assassinated the Emperor. Pao shook his head. I don't care what crime I'm accused of. Compared to the pain I've caused the one I swore loyalty to, the humiliation I must bear is nothing. Pao said, Ian Fa, no matter who the enemy is, as long as their target is His Majesty, they will surely aim for the Crown Prince. Ian Fa looked at Pao with a heavy heart. Pao said gravely, I am probably just the beginning. Therefore, please let me in all of this. I don't want to cause any more trouble for the Crown Prince. Ian Fa walked towards him, bewildered. What are you saying? Vice Captain Pao earnestly spoke his last words. Please help me convey these words to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver. Tell them that I am deeply sorry and also deeply grateful. He clasped his hands together, his face breaking into a radiant smile. This is probably the last thing I can do as the sword that protects His Highness. Ian Fa cried out in disbelief. Vice Captain Pao slowly walked towards him. Ian Fa, I'm entrusting His Highness to you. Then he reached out and pushed Ian Fa away. A light enveloped Ian Fa. Ian Fa stared blankly at that smiling face. Pao also closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. May he shine to the highest place in the Empire. Ian Fa suddenly woke up, returning to reality. He looked up at Pao, then raised his hand to cast the Great Dispel Magic Circle. He wanted to dispel the dark magic on Pao, but the magic circle vanished the moment he finished speaking. He was shocked. The Great Dispel Magic Circle has no effect. Ian Fa shouted in panic, Vice Captain, please hold on. I'll dispel the dark magic right now. He said angrily, I absolutely will not let you die in vain like this. Suddenly, Ian Fa calmed down. There was no reply, not a single movement. He looked at Pao, seeming to have understood something. This time, his actions were likely in vain. Outside the window, the rain pattered. Through the window frame, a sliver of light entered the room. Oliver was sitting in front of the fireplace, his sword leaning against the sofa. He was waiting for news from Ian Fa. A sound came from outside. He immediately grabbed his sword. A voice called out, "Captain, it's me, Ian Fa." He recognized the voice and hurriedly opened the door. Ian Fa. Ian Fa's face was pale and expressionless, his whole body drenched. The two entered the room. Oliver asked, "Have you seen Pal? How is he? Did you find anything out?" Ian Fa's face darkened, rainwater dripping from his hair, and he cut the captain off. "Night Pal has passed away in the dungeon today." Oliver was stunned. He was silent. He asked again in shock, "What?" Everything seemed to go dark, and he staggered, unable to stand steady. Oliver had to lean on the table to steady himself. He clutched his forehead, his heart filled with pain. He recalled the first time he met Pal. "The first time I met Pal was at an orphanage sponsored by the Cold family on the northern border." Oliver clearly remembered Pal's vibrant appearance back then. At that time, he was still a child, always smiling brightly, caring for others more than himself. "My father discovered Pal's talent for swordsmanship and decided to sponsor him. Afterward, we practiced swordsmanship together like blood brothers." After Oliver finished speaking, his heart ached as if it were being cut. He worked harder than anyone and always stood on the side of justice. To think he would die so senselessly. But Ian Fa revealed another piece of news. Before night, Pal took his last breath. I read his memories. This greatly astonished Oliver. He immediately pressed him. "What did you find out?" Ian Fa recounted what he saw in Pal's memory. "A few days ago, the vice captain went to see the captain of the 1st Night Division, Sir Danfin. In that memory, Sir Danfin was standing with another man. And the man standing with Sir Danfin used dark magic to brainwash the vice captain." Oliver was completely stunned, asking, "You said Pal went to see Sir Danfin. Wait, more importantly, dark magic. It still exists." He hurriedly asked again, "Who was that person?" Ian Fa lowered his head, as he couldn't answer either. "I've never met him. He had a pale complexion and long, silver hair. A person I've never met, even in my past life." He affirmed, "I'm sure this is related to Sir Danfin. The captain of the 1st Night Division and a highly skilled, unidentified mage were assisting him." Hearing about the highly skilled mage, Oliver asked again, "You said a highly skilled mage. Just how powerful is he?" Ian Fa clenched his fist, lowering his head as he replied, "After realizing the vice captain was affected by dark magic, I tried using Greater Dispel, but it had no effect." He continued, "He is someone who can use magic of a higher level than even me. But you're still confident you can find that person." "I think I might know who he is, but I don't have concrete proof. I'm not sure if he's acting alone or is connected to other dark mages. I have to investigate this further." Hearing this, Oliver became extremely worried for him and said loudly, "But he's strong enough to cast magic that even you can't counter. Isn't that very dangerous for you? If they use dark magic on you, the Empire will be plunged into a sea of blood." Ian Fa showed no reaction to this, calmly reaching into his pocket and taking out an object. He showed his hand to Oliver. It was a necklace. Oliver said, slightly surprised, "This is the necklace I gave you during our practice match 6 years ago." Ian Fa replied, "This is the necklace Her Majesty the Empress bestowed upon you. Although you once said it has magic that purifies the soul, it's not a simple magical item. This necklace is inlaid with a gemstone made from a dragon's tear, so it carries a magic resistance enchantment that can absorb dark magic, and its effect requires at least a level 8 or higher to break through." Only then did Oliver calm down. "I see. That's great then. If you have this necklace, you won't be affected by dark magic anymore." But things were not as he expected. In response, Ian Fa shook his head. He didn't understand why Ian Fa was shaking his head. Ian Fa explained to him, "The details of the magic resistance enchantment haven't been widely publicized. Currently, only you and I know about it. Everyone just assumes this necklace is one of the ordinary royal treasures." He was silent for a moment, then said, "Captain, can you guarantee you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say?" The captain replied tensely, "All right, I give you my word." Then, Ian Fa said something that left Oliver utterly astonished and surprised. Scene change. Amidst a torrential downpour, a magnificent and splendid castle stood tall. The 5th prince was holding a piece of paper in the palace. His confidant reported, "Pal has died in the dungeon." He was silent for a moment, then replied coldly, "I know." The confidant continued, "A rat snuck into the prison at midnight. It seems that person noticed Pal was afflicted by dark magic." Ragnar replied arrogantly, "Of course, but he couldn't do anything. Then, Ragnar leisurely lifted his teacup and continued. Ian-Fa still doesn't know about the existence of that dragonkin. He calculated that, while things are still unclear, he will probably do his best to avoid getting involved with dark magic. Herbert's level 5 dark magic cannot affect the level 6 Ian-Fa, but Evan is a mage stronger than Ian-Fa. By human standards, he is a level 8 grandmaster. Then he leisurely took a sip of tea and said, although he said his power hasn't fully recovered due to a seal, he is still stronger than Ian-Fa. Ian-Fa must have realized that a mage stronger than him exists. Danfin asked in return, won't he just give up on everything and run away? Hearing this, the prince burst out laughing. Haha, he wouldn't do that. If he were that foolish, I wouldn't have to go to all this trouble. Then, Ragnar's expression turned serious. Actually, I'm not sure what Ian-Fa is thinking either. He recalled his impression of Ian-Fa. 6 years ago, when he first entered the palace, he was one of the crown prince's aides, but he said, I do not serve His Highness the Crown Prince. Then Ragnar looked at his reflection in the teacup. I thought I had hidden myself very well, but sometimes I feel like he sees right through me. It's as if he's known me for a very long time. Ragnar placed the teacup on the table, resting his chin on his hand, musing. I think it's best we observe his movements for the time being. At a certain mansion, Ian-Fa held a piece of paper and gave it to the butler, saying, please send this letter to Sir Peric in the east quickly. He continued to ask, what about the letter I sent to the Mogan estate in the north? The butler replied, the report says it will be delivered soon. A reliable and swift person has been assigned to this task. He replied, I understand. He handed another piece of paper to Butler Hogar. Take this. This is a letter of authorization in the name of the Merchants Guild. Please disguise yourselves as merchants and leave the capital. Ian-Fa said trustingly, I believe you understand my meaning. The butler nodded in agreement. He continued, once the luggage is packed, when the sun begins to set, gather all the servants in the mansion and take them with my mother to the Mogan estate. Ian-Fa didn't stop, continuing to instruct. If you head north, Sir Marcus, who received the letter, will help us. Butler Hogar replied, I understand, young master Ian-Fa. A flurry of hurried footsteps was heard. Then, a loud voice called out to Ian-Fa. Ian-Fa's mother's face was now filled with worry and reluctance. Seeing this, Ian-Fa called out, Mother. His mother questioned him, what's going on? Why are you suddenly making me leave? He didn't dare to look his mother in the eye, lowering his gaze and saying sadly, I can't go into detail, but the capital is very dangerous right now. I've already sent a letter to Sir Mogan. He will keep everyone safe. His mother yelled, how can I leave you here alone? If you're staying, I'm staying too. Ian-Fa gently took his mother's hand and said, you don't need to worry about me. I'm grown up now. His gaze was firm. Besides, I'm a mage, perfectly capable of protecting myself, so you don't need to worry. But she still said in a panic, you're only 18. You're my only son. She shouted worriedly. Why do you always put yourself in danger? I can't just stand by and watch you risk your life alone like this anymore. She decided we should go together. At this, he couldn't hold back anymore and yelled at his mother. His mother was stunned. He lowered his voice, saying tremblingly, I'm begging you, please listen to me this one time. If something happens, I might end up hurting you. Ian-Fa's mother froze, her eyes welling up with tears. He gently let go of her hand. Ian-Fa ordered Radio. Radio, please take care of my mother. He carefully instructed. Even if I come looking for her, you must absolutely not tell me where she is. When the time is right, I will send a letter to Sir Mogan. Radio nodded repeatedly. I understand, young master Ian-Fa. Dolet stepped forward and volunteered. Chief, I will stay here. He asked carefully, I don't know what's happened, but I can help you, can't I? After all, I'm your #1 subordinate. Ian-Fa smiled gently and replied, Dolet, thank you. But this is much more dangerous than you think. You should go with them. Besides, you're someone I don't want falling into that bastard's hands. He stepped into the middle of the great hall and announced, once everyone has left the mansion, I will erase a part of my own memory. After that, I won't know where any of you have gone. He repeated once more, please remember my instructions carefully and follow them. I'm entrusting everything to all of you. All the servants and the butler present replied in unison, yes, young master Ian-Fa. After that, Radio led his mother and all the servants away. Now, only Ian-Fa remained in the empty room. He sighed, turning his head to look at the box on the table. He thought to himself, now, only this necklace is left. He pulled a small purple potion from his pocket. Meanwhile, in another palace, the torches were still brightly lit. The voice of a mysterious person was conversing with Rachna. Although the emperor has been treated and is out of critical danger, according to the palace maids, his majesty is still extremely weak. His Highness the Crown Prince refuses to leave his room, and his majesty remains unconscious. Even if he wakes up, his internal organs have been damaged, and it's very likely there will be negative aftereffects. Rachna seemed extremely alarmed. He rested his chin on his hand and said, "He's holding on longer than I thought. If father's condition improves, it won't be a good thing for us." He gritted his teeth. Danfin said, "This subordinate will go and bribe a royal pharmacist first. It's best we act first to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." He continued, "The nobles are paying no attention to that infamous prince. They are doubting his majesty's ability to rule, because at such a critical moment, his majesty is unable to resolve the country's problems." Danfin continued to report on the situation. The 2nd Royal Knight Division has been confined and is under investigation. The council is discussing stripping Oliver of his captain's title. Hearing this, Evan replied very cheerfully, "Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Excellent. Now we just have to wait. You will ascend the throne as a matter of course." Rachna was still suspicious. The strange thing is that Ianfa hasn't made a move yet. Waiting for the situation to resolve itself, that's not his style. I'm sure he's plotting something. A call was heard from outside the hall. Danfin turned his head and asked, "What is it?" "I gave orders not to be disturbed." The person hurriedly apologized. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, but Lord Ianfa is entering the Imperial Palace." Danfin and Rachna were both extremely surprised to hear this. Rachna said calmly, "Today's meeting is now over." Rachna turned to Evan and suggested, "Sir Evan, please conceal yourself and remain in this room." He replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Ianfa approached with a majestic air. A subordinate's voice rang out, "Your Highness, the master of the Ivory Tower, Lord Ianfa, requests an audience." Rachna spoke. "Let him in." The sound of slow footsteps echoed. Ianfa walked up to Rachna. As soon as he saw Ianfa, he spoke first. "Long time no see, Tower Master Ianfa. This is the first time we've met since Herbert was executed. I heard many unfortunate things have happened during that time." At this point, his expression suddenly turned furious. "I still can't believe this happened to father, and in his condition, I couldn't even see him once. This causes me great sorrow. So then, at a time like this, what have you come to see me for?" After hearing his question, Ianfa frowned and asked, "What is your Highness plotting?" "What are you talking about, Tower Master?" Ianfa explained clearly. Knight Pao was corrupted by dark magic, the cause being his meeting with the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Division, Knight Danfin. "Your Highness, this subordinate is certain the Dragon's Cult is involved in this, and that the purveyors of dark magic have always been hiding by your side, Your Highness the 5th Prince. This was all your plan." Rachna shook his head, an innocent look on his face. "What are you talking about? This is pure slander. If Pao was attacked by dark magic and wanted to assassinate father, shouldn't you be the one held responsible? Because you are the one in charge of investigating dark magic. Furthermore, what is the Dragon's Cult? I've never heard of it. How could I collude with a group whose existence I'm not even aware of? Moreover, my every move is monitored by the Ivory Tower. During my confinement, I couldn't even take a single step out of this Imperial Palace. The Ivory Tower calls itself the watchdog of the Imperial Palace. You should know this better than I." As soon as the words were spoken, Ianfa's expression immediately darkened. "Your Highness, I can use a lie detection spell. I know that everything you just said is a lie. You are involved with the Dragon's Cult, and you have colluded with a user of dark magic, who is the leader of this group." Rachna's face was expressionless. "Is this your conclusion?" Seeing him still so stubborn, Ianfa was a little displeased. The atmosphere grew heavier. Rachna glared at Ianfa. "You are more foolish than I thought." With that, he moved closer to Ianfa. "What do you intend to do? Do you think I will admit I fabricated that story out of fear of your words?" Ianfa, "If what you say is true, do you have any proof?" The culprit who poisoned the Emperor is dead, and even with that great interrogation spell, no lies could be detected in his testimony. Pao bit his tongue and killed himself, and is now silent forever. But even so, you still came here yourself. How foolish. Ianfa, You have lost because I am the chosen one, he shouted, Evan. At that very moment, Ian Fa felt an indescribably dangerous energy. His expression changed, and he quickly turned his head to look. When he saw the person smiling at him, Ian Fa thought to himself, the man I saw in Pao's memories. The person suddenly spoke. What an interesting young man Ian Fa, isn't he? You have deduced the entire truth. Ian Fa couldn't help but be astonished. A dense killing intent enveloped Ian Fa's body. The person approached him and said, that cloak looks very familiar. I can't seem to forget it. I didn't expect to see it here. Ian Fa thought in horror his appearance. A successor of the dragon, a dragonkin. Evan said to the prince, Your Highness the Prince, you asked me to turn this man into your pawn, didn't you? Ragnar then spoke up. That's right, I still need him. Hearing the prince's words, Evan snapped his fingers. Very well. His spiritual power immediately tightened around Ian Fa's neck. Ian Fa's eyes widened. He was about to lose his footing, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. A moment later, the demonic energy gradually dissipated. Everything calmed down again. Ragnar asked in surprise, Is it over? Evan replied, Yes. Ragnar complained, but he doesn't look any different. He sighed and said, You doubt me too much. Ian Fa, kill yourself. Hearing this, Ragnar froze on the spot. Huh, what did you say? Without another word, Ian Fa immediately condensed a sharp ice pick and aimed it at himself. Ragnar immediately shouted, Wait. Ian Fa was seen tightly gripping the ice pick that was about to pierce him. The prince shouted in terror, Stop. The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, Ian Fa's hand was cut and bleeding profusely. Ragnar, drenched in sweat, stammered, That's enough. Evan turned his face away and said coldly, From now on, just follow your plan. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, he also left. Only Ian Fa and the prince remained. Ragnar glanced at Ian Fa and hesitantly asked, Ian Fa, which monarch are you ultimately loyal to? Hearing this, Ian Fa knelt on one knee and replied, You will rise to become the pinnacle of this empire. Your Highness, 5th Prince Ragnar Green River. Ragnar's expression gradually changed, and his smile slowly twisted. The butler was knocking on the Crown Prince's door. After being given permission, he entered respectfully. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please prepare to attend this afternoon's conference. Hayden Green River tilted his head back and sighed. Ah, that's right, it's today, isn't it? I heard this conference was convened by Ian Fa in his capacity as the master of the Ivory Tower, using his authority. He wiped his face and frowned. I haven't seen Ian Fa in a long time. I can't meet him looking like this. Can you help me get ready today? I'm counting on you. The butler replied softly, Yes, Your Highness. A short while later, it was time for the conference. The high-ranking nobles had all arrived. The grand hall was crowded with people, and the sound of cheerful chatter echoed everywhere. They gathered in small groups, chattering excitedly. This is the first time the master of the Ivory Tower has personally convened a conference, isn't it? Yes. It seems he has also invited both His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the 5th Prince to attend. Those two have always been low-key, but I guess this time they want to discuss that matter. That matter? You don't know. It's about which of the two will succeed the throne. Won't Lord Ian Fa support His Highness the Crown Prince? Didn't he always support His Highness before? At this moment, a person shook their head and shared what they knew. But recently, it said that Lord Ian Fa met with the 5th Prince at his palace. Everyone was quite surprised by this shocking news. Lord Ian Fa met the 5th Prince. There have been many unsettling events recently, haven't there? Moreover, since His Highness the Crown Prince has taken some rather disappointing actions, perhaps Lord Ian Fa has changed his mind. A moment later, Hayden Green River also arrived. He called out, Ian Fa. Then he hurried over. Long time no see. Ian Fa, how have you been? He then expressed, Just seeing you makes me feel much better. I missed you a lot. But in response, he was met with Ian Fa's emotionless face. Hayden Green River gently patted Ian Fa's shoulder and said, Hey, if you don't mind, can we meet after the conference? But suddenly, to Crown Prince Hayden's astonishment, Ian Fa coldly brushed his hand away. Hayden was stunned. He looked up at Ian Fa. At this moment, Ian Fa bowed his head and said softly, Forgive me, Your Highness. After the conference, I have other matters to attend to. Hearing this, Hayden Green River scratched his head and said with a forced smile, Ah, is that so? All right. Then perhaps we can meet after you're done with your work. At this moment, a voice came from behind, Master of the Ivory Tower. The person said to Ian Fa, Please enter the meeting room. After hearing this, Ian Fa turned and left without saying another word to the Crown Prince. Seeing that Ian Fa wouldn't even spare him a glance, Hayden Green River's heart was in turmoil. At this time, Ian Fa had also entered the conference hall. He stood before everyone and began to speak. Esteemed members of the Council of Elders and all nobles, thank you for attending this conference. Our empire has just experienced a terrible tragedy. Due to Pao's plot to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor, even though 15 days have passed, His Majesty has not yet awakened. Even if His Majesty does recover, there is no guarantee that he can bear his responsibilities as before. Now is the time to make a choice, and I believe you all understand this. Our pillar has fallen. The empire is now in a state of crisis, and enemies on the border are watching eagerly. The fear that once enveloped this land has now turned into chaos that is causing disturbances everywhere. At a time when the empire's future is so unstable and volatile, we must calmly face reality and choose a suitable ruler. A mere display of flashy appearances cannot save our empire. What we need now is a leader who can lead us out of the current crisis, reestablish the empire's stability, and stabilize the political situation among the three nations. A person with the ability to make the Green River Empire the greatest nation in history is the one worthy of the crown. For this very reason, I, Ian Fa, Master of the Ivory Tower, declare at this conference that I support the bloodline of the great Emperor, 5th Prince Rachna, Green River. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was utterly astonished, and even Hayden Green River was struck dumb. However, Rachna stood to the side with his arms crossed, a cold smile on his face. Hayden Green River could not accept it. He shot to his feet, loudly protesting and shouting Ian Fa's name. The anger in his heart exploded. In front of everyone, Hayden Green River, disregarding his dignity, grabbed Ian Fa by the collar. The crowd was horrified. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Unable to contain his anger, he roared, Ian Fa, how dare you? But Ian Fa's face remained expressionless. Seeing his arrogant look, Hayden Green River couldn't help but swing a fist at Ian Fa's face. Two guards immediately rushed forward to stop him. Please stop, Your Highness the Crown Prince. But he didn't want to stop. Let go of me. Get lost. Guards, escort His Highness out of the Grand Hall. He was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth. Ian Fa. Night fell, and Hayden Green River lay in bed, recalling Ian Fa's actions, unable to sleep. Just then, there was a sound outside the door. A voice was heard saying, Your Highness, it is your subordinate, Oliver. Hearing this, he was startled and sat up abruptly. Captain. Then, he got up and opened the door. Why are you here? You should be at home at this hour. Oliver entered the room and said at the same time, There's no time to explain. Please dress warmly. We must leave immediately. Hayden Green River was bewildered. What happened to make you act so suddenly? Where are we going? Oliver went to the wardrobe, opened it, and replied, There's a shortcut behind the Imperial Palace. No one will spot us if we take that path. It is a secret passage, only used in emergencies. All the guards of the 2nd Division are waiting for orders outside the door. Hayden Green River exclaimed in astonishment. All the guards of the 2nd Division. Oliver knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, Your Highness, we must depart immediately. Seeing this, Hayden Green River felt a little doubtful and uneasy, but still extended his hand to him. Very quickly, the two of them went outside together. After a short distance, a troop of men and horses was already waiting there. As soon as they saw Hayden Green River, they spoke. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you've arrived. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Hayden Green River was extremely surprised. You all are. They excitedly opened their arms as if to embrace him, each one beaming with a bright smile. We missed Your Highness very much. Your Highness looks much more mature than the last time we met. Seeing this, Hayden Green River immediately turned to look at Oliver. Can someone explain what on earth has happened? Why are they all gathered here? Oliver continued, Your Highness, the Imperial Palace and the Imperial City are no longer safe. Therefore, from now on, the 2nd Division of the Royal Guard will swear to protect you to the death. I will escort you to Sir Ian's estate. He was stunned and asked, Ian's estate? Isn't that Ian Fa's territory? Why there? Oliver replied, I will explain in detail on the way. Please allow me to escort you, Your Highness. But Hayden Green River stopped him. Wait, not to mention this could cause you all to lose your titles, and you could even be beheaded for treason. Furthermore, My title could also be stripped, and more seriously, I could even be executed for treason. Oliver calmly asked back, by whose order? Hayden Greenriver was momentarily speechless. What? I am your sword and shield. The only one who can command me is you. You are the only crown prince in my heart. No one can replace you. I have never received an order to stand by idly while my monarch is in peril. No matter how strong the enemy, protecting you from danger is my mission. I will continue to fight, continue to protect you. Therefore, I implore your highness to allow me to continue fulfilling my previous oath. Hearing this, Hayden Greenriver was moved to tears. You all are really? He sighed again, I understand. Captain, on the way, you must explain clearly to me what on earth has happened. Early the next morning, Danfin entered Ragna's study from outside and reported, Your Highness, we have a bit of a problem. Ragnar heard this and asked, What is it? He immediately replied, The Crown Prince disappeared at dawn. In addition, the 2nd Division of the Royal Guard, which has been quiet recently, has also left with their weapons. After hearing this, Ragnar said, Have you found out where they went? According to witness testimony, they headed east. I have sent troops in pursuit and will continue to send more. After hearing this, Ragnar shook his head. There's no need. They are heading to Ian's estate. The road to Ian's estate was winding and treacherous and filled with demonic beasts. But they had Oliver and were all elite cavalrymen, so naturally there would be no problem. If we act rashly, it will only deplete our forces. Danfin was a little worried. Ragnar frowned and said, Just let them go. Finding out Vanessa's whereabouts is more important than capturing that crown prince. That cunning mage, when he hid his mother, must have also taken precautions against the interference of dark magic. No matter how he's interrogated, he won't say a single word about his mother. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, Evan couldn't possibly not be under mental control. Furthermore, he seems to have erased all his own memories. At this moment, Danfin respectfully asked, If I may be so bold, why are we still so insistent on finding the mother of the Ivory Tower's master? She is not a powerful figure. Ragnar immediately said, Ianfa's weakness is his mother. For someone as cunning as him to suddenly come here and agree to become my puppet, isn't that very strange? Even if it's related to dark magic, he must be plotting something. We must find Vanessa to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yes, your subordinate understands. Ragnar sighed again, looking in Ian's direction. Everything going so smoothly made him feel uneasy. He really didn't understand what Ian was ultimately plotting. Scene change. As Hayden Greenriver and Oliver were talking, they heard footsteps. You are here. The one who spoke was Peric. He asked solicitously, Your Highness, are you unwell in any way? Hayden smiled and replied, No. Thank you for your warm reception of my sudden visit. I will remember this sincerity. It is nothing, Your Highness. This is your subordinate's lifelong honor. Actually, when I received Ian's letter, I was indeed a bit surprised. I am deeply saddened, and I hope His Majesty will be safe and sound. As per Ian's request, the Peric family in the East will join the side of His Highness the Crown Prince. Please rest well. We will ensure your safety. After speaking, he also left. Hayden Greenriver watched his departing back and praised. The patriarch of the Peric family is truly a good person. He is both strong and magnanimous. By the way, Sir Kalen and the other commanders are also here, aren't they? Oliver spoke up, but that's right. He is my cousin. When I was young, he even taught me swordsmanship. Hayden's expression darkened. That's how it is. Ian has calculated everything. Commander, is Ian really affected by dark magic? Hearing this, Oliver's expression suddenly changed. What? Seeing this, Hayden turned away. It's nothing. Ian has probably chosen the 5th prince. Since childhood, Ragnar has been better than me in every aspect. Although it's unpleasant, it's the truth. Perhaps Ian thinks so too, just as all the nobles believe he will become an outstanding king. The corner of Oliver's mouth twitched up slightly. That's impossible. Your Highness, 6 years ago, Sir Ian promised to fight to the end, and he said, I will absolutely not support the 5th prince. Please trust Sir Ian, Your Highness. He must have another plan. Outside the window, the rain was pouring. In the room, Oliver was talking to Ian. Oliver said, Sir Ian, could you say that again? Ian replied, I will go find Ragnar and let him use dark magic on me. If the Crown Prince finds out about this, he will definitely stop me. You must not tell him. Oliver said uneasily, That's too dangerous, sir. You can't do that. Ian clenched his fist and replied, Ragnar won't kill me right away, because I am more useful to him alive than dead. I am a 6th circle mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. My position has a great influence on the kingdom's politics and diplomacy. Ragnar will use this to seize the throne. I don't want to be used by him anymore. Speaking to this point, he suddenly stopped. Hearing this, Oliver became a little pensive. Used anymore. Ian hesitantly continued, if I do this, I will find out Ragnar's plan, as well as those who have turned to support him. If, for the sake of safety, I publicly declare my support for him, you are to go to the Peric family in the east and join forces with the Crown Prince. I will write a letter to the Lord of that land. This made Oliver a little confused again, but, Sir Ian, we need someone to dispel that dark magic for you. The royal family or anywhere else, we can no longer trust them. Ian immediately said, no, there's still one person. Someone Ragnar would never expect. A friend we can trust. Scene change. Hari sat by the Emperor's bed, looking at her father lying unconscious on the bed. She said sorrowfully, Father Emperor, Sir Ian has declared his support for the fifth prince. The elder has also left. Ragnar is preparing to seize the throne. At this point, she couldn't hold back her tears, which fell on her hand. What should I do? Who should I believe in? I can't believe those gentle gestures were all fake, even though my heart really wants to trust him right now. She covered her face and sobbed, Father Emperor, please wake up. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness the Princess, it is your subordinate, Kevin. Hearing this, Hari quickly wiped her tears and said, come in, Kevin. Then she stepped out to greet him. She asked, what is it? Kevin said hesitantly, Your Highness the Princess, can we talk for a moment? After speaking, he led her to a secluded corner. He looked left and right, then took out a small box and gave it to the princess. Please take this. Kevin, what is this? He immediately said, a few days ago, the master of the ivory tower asked me to protect it. He instructed me to give it to you. She cried out in astonishment. Sir Ian. Hearing this, Kevin signaled for her to lower her voice that he instructed me to give it to you secretly. I will also take my leave, Your Highness the Princess. After speaking, he also turned and left. Afterwards, she sat down at the table, slowly opened the box, and examined the items inside. Inside was a necklace, a vial of magic potion, and a letter. She immediately picked up the letter to read its contents. The letter read, Dear Your Highness the Princess, I believe you must be very surprised upon receiving this letter. By the time this letter reaches you, I may have already been turned into a different person by dark magic. I am writing this letter to you because I need your help. The incident of His Majesty the Emperor being poisoned was not the doing of Imperial Vice Commander Pao and another Vice Commander, but was caused by dark magic and a highly skilled, unnamed mage. The fifth prince is cooperating with them, plotting to poison His Majesty the Emperor and succeed to the throne. To find out the truth and the culprit behind it, I will become the fifth prince's puppet. The necklace in the box is a relic of the late emperor. It is imbued with a counter curse created by a mage of the 8th circle or higher, capable of destroying dark magic. If you are reading this letter, please put on me. The incantation on the necklace will destroy the dark magic afflicting me. That potion is a poison concocted from the landy flower, a special herb. It can neutralize the magic power in the body, and is also a fatal poison strong enough to kill a mage. If this necklace cannot destroy the dark magic on me, please use it to kill me. After hearing Ian Fa's request, Hari went to find Ragnar. She said, long time no see, Ragnar. Have you seen Father Emperor? Ragnar chuckled and replied, Father Emperor is also my father. Now that I am no longer imprisoned, I must naturally fulfill my duties. I understand. Long time no see, Lord Tower Master. Are you well? Hearing this, Ian Fa just nodded. Seeing this, an indescribable sadness welled up in Hari's heart. Hari, Ragnar, may I have a private word with Lord Ian Fa? Ragnar, of course. Then he turned to Ian Fa and said, Lord Ian Fa, please come to me immediately after you're done talking. With that, he left. Now, only the two of them remained. She said softly to Ian Fa, Lord Ian Fa, this way, please. The two went to a secluded corner. Hari smiled and said, I miss you very much, Lord Ian Fa, but I'm sure you're not happy to see me. Do you remember what you asked of me? I came here to return what you entrusted to me. Could you lower your head? Hearing this, Ian Fa lowered his head without a word. Seeing this, she gently put the necklace on him. After putting it on, she waited with great tension. Suddenly, Ian Fa's eyes turned red, and the necklace also shone brightly. A stream of dark energy emanated, and Ian Fa felt his body grow heavy. He knelt on the ground, clutching his neck in pain. Seeing this, Hari was extremely worried. Lord Ian Fa. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This frightened her. Her hands trembled with fear, tears welling in her eyes. As she comforted him, "Lord Ianfa, are you all right?" Ianfa lowered his head, clutched his chest, and gasped for breath with difficulty. A moment later, he looked up, his face extremely pale. Finally, Ianfa had successfully destroyed the dark magic. He softly called out, "Princess." Seeing this, she burst into tears and hugged Ianfa tightly. Lord Ianfa. Seeing this, he was a little embarrassed, blushing as he stammered, "Princess." Hari continued to hug him tightly, not letting go. "How could you do that? How could I possibly kill you?" Ianfa was a little dazed out of that. "I thought I had to risk my life for the princess to believe my words. But I'm very happy that the dark magic was successfully cleansed. Before, I was quite worried the spell on the necklace wouldn't work." Hearing these words, she exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" At this, she couldn't control her emotions again and sobbed. "You weren't sure if that spell would work, and yet you still did something so dangerous?" Ianfa smiled faintly. "Sometimes, taking a risk creates a miracle. That's why I can stand here safely." He gently wiped away her tears. "Thank you for believing me, Princess. Thank you for believing me, Princess. Know that you could return. I am truly overjoyed." She wiped her own tears dry and helped him up. "I have many things I want to ask you. The first thing is, did you discover anything?" Hearing this, he broke into a slight sweat and replied, "Your Highness the Princess, the power of the dragon's cult is much greater than I imagined. The leader of the dragon's order is the Ivory Tower's master, Herbert Leon. The high-ranking members there are also all high-status nobles. Even Danfin, who has served His Majesty as the captain of the Royal Knights for decades, is an accomplice." Hari was extremely shocked after hearing this. "What?" "Lord Danfin." Ianfa continued, "The patriarch of the Dragon Clan, nicknamed the Dragonoid. Everyone thought he had disappeared 300 years ago. He can take human form and can easily use 8th circle magic like a high-level mage. It was the 5th prince who freed the last Dragonoid sealed by Meeson Greenriver and colluded with him." She could hardly believe her ears. "Oh my god. How could Ragnar be so foolish?" Ianfa continued, "It seems this is something he has been planning for a very long time. The goal of the dragon's cult is not to inherit the royal bloodline, but to launch a war of territorial conquest. The royal palace has now fallen into the hands of the 5th prince. Therefore, what currently threatens Your Highness the Princess's life is not just poison anymore. Please, Your Highness the Princess, do not trust anyone, and always stay by His Majesty's side." Hari asked with a grim expression, "Then what about you, Lord Ianfa?" He immediately told her, "I will continue to pretend to be controlled by dark magic and stay by the 5th prince's side." "Why would you?" "I need to find the method Meeson Greenriver used to destroy the Dragonoid back then. The Ivory Tower's library has no records of this. But if I search the royal palace, I might find a clue. Lord Ianfa, I want to show you something. Will you please follow me?" After speaking, she started walking, and Ianfa hurriedly followed. She entered a room, opened a box, took out a diary from inside, and then presented it to him. He reached out to take it, asking in confusion. "This is," Hari replied, "this is a family heirloom that my father, the Emperor, bestowed upon me. It is a relic of the royal head mage, Meeson Greenriver. This is likely a diary passed down through many generations of his ancestors." Ianfa was a bit bewildered. "Likely," she said. "I'm only guessing, because no one has ever been able to open this seal." According to the remaining records, Lord Meeson Greenriver was a 5th circle mage, but the seal on this diary is a much higher level of magic than that. "Can you break this seal?" Ianfa said with some hesitation. "Let me try." Ianfa thought to himself, "What if I channel my magic into the diary and try to read it?" As he began to channel his magic into the diary, his entire body glowed with a blue light. Ianfa thought with curiosity, "This is the dragon tongue." A hexagonal pattern with engraved letters appeared on the diary. He looked at the words engraved on the diary with some surprise. The diary then opened. She smiled happily and said, "The seal is broken. Lord Ianfa, please have a read." He began to flip through it. This was indeed a record left by an ancestor. It began after the end of the Dragonian War. The main content was to commemorate the mages and knights who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom, as well as to propose a plan to leave the destroyed land to rebuild the Ivory Tower. It also contained research on methods of casting magic. At this moment, Ianfa noticed the word Fuer on the page. He wondered silently, "Why is my father's name here?" That night, Fuer came to see me. My intuition told me that I would never see him again. I will surely keep that promise until I die. I have used the language of the dragon race to record his last words in this diary. As he read this, suddenly everything seemed to stop. Time froze and all things faded. The whole world seemed to consist of only Ian Fa. He looked vaguely at his surroundings, at the motionless princess. The moment the last sentence in the diary appeared, everything stopped. Ian Fa mused as time stopped. Suddenly, at this moment, a golden ray of light seeped through the crack of the door, as if inviting Ian Fa. He walked towards that door without hesitation. Ian Fa grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. Stepping inside revealed a fantastical, ethereal space. Ian Fa was stunned by everything before him. A vast, immense grassland. Ian Fa saw a mysterious, fully cloaked figure sitting under a boulder. He wondered blankly, who is that? He slowly approached and asked, "Excuse me?" The mysterious figure slowly turned around. That mysterious man suddenly looked around nervously. Ian Fa slowly drew near and said, "I want to ask a question. Where is this? Who are you?" The person replied in a deep voice, "This is the Chronicle of Time, a place outside of all dimensions." He began to think about the mysterious man's answer. The Chronicle of Time. The person continued, "It's very difficult to explain, according to your human definitions. So, to put simply, Ian Fa, this place holds all of time within your space." Hearing his name, he was startled. "You know me. Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man suddenly stammered, appearing mysterious. "My identity, humans call me the first mage or the golden dragon." Hearing the person's true identity, Ian Fa's eyes widened. The golden dragon, a creature that only exists in legends, the master of time. The first mage recorded in history who developed magic. He wondered silently, are they the same person? The man began to speak his thoughts. "You found your way here, which proves you know Meeson. He made a grave mistake. I didn't expect him to let that Dragonian survive. I don't understand why he kept that thing in this dimension. Was it sympathy or a form of revenge? Human emotions are unbelievably complex, yet incredibly delicate." Ian Fa hurriedly interrupted, "Wait, what are you talking about? What is your relationship with Meeson Green River?" The man smiled faintly and replied, "We have a very close relationship. After all, it was I who gave him the power to destroy those Dragonians." Ian Fa interrupted again. "If what you say is true, please allow me to ask a question." He asked tensely, "Why didn't you act yourself, but instead gave the power to Parrot Green River?" The man quickly answered his question. "A long time ago, humanity suffered greatly because of dark magic. The power of dragons that conquers all. Out of greed for it, an evil power was created, dark magic. The dark magic created by those Dragonians was as greedy as its source. It distorted human souls and shattered the balance of the world. As a result, disaster followed disaster. However, even after countless people suffered, I could not intervene. Dragons do not interfere in the human world. This has been the rule since this world was created." The person suddenly said in a deep voice, "But that doesn't mean we can stand by and do nothing. The source of that suffering came from the power of dragons." The man turned his head to look into the distance, then said, "I broke the rule and intervened in human history." Ian Fa said with a curious tone, "The first mage. So to fight against dark magic, you taught magic to humanity." The person quickly replied, "That's right, but it wasn't enough. When a great calamity struck, humanity fell. They needed a hero to help them rise again. So I share my power with a human." He wondered again, was that the hero? The man frowned and replied in a deep voice. He was an intelligent and compassionate child. Despite being royalty, he always put the people above power. Meeson spent his entire life trying to destroy dark magic. However, a single mistake rendered all his efforts meaningless. Humans are imperfect beings. As for me, who had lost my memories as the price for interfering in the human world, I could not solve this problem. I hoped I could remember my mission. I sealed all my remaining time into a mortal body, with no memories at all. I wandered the world as my heart desired. Compared to the flow of time, it was but a fleeting moment, like a shadow passing a window. Yet every moment was glorious and full of life. The man slowly removed his cloak, while murmuring, "It was the same when I met that girl." As soon as Ian Fa heard the girl's name was Vanessa, his eyes darted around. He immediately recalled with emotion. She was a sincere and lovely girl. The time I spent with her were the most beautiful years of my long life. Moreover, I receive another gift. The mage was moved to the point of tears. I miss you so much, my son. He smiled and said softly, my son. But Ianfa looked furious. He gritted his teeth and replied, please don't speak such nonsense. My father died a long time ago. The man said in a deep voice, that's right, Fuer is dead. What remains here is just a soul that has lost its body, no longer existing. I have always been waiting for you. Ianfa suddenly shouted, what you did was not simply waiting. He grew more and more indignant. Why did you leave? Because of you, mother. He quickly interrupted, his tone regretful. There are goals that one must spend a lifetime pursuing. As time passed, the seal gradually weakened, and my memories began to return. I understood what I had to do. He slowly closed his eyes and continued, that is to completely eradicate dark magic, the plague of this world, and to protect the world where you and Vanessa live. But the time I had was too short. I was forced to leave my family. It was unavoidable. The man coldly turned his head away. He then instructed, it seems your life has been filled with many hardships. I hope you can find the life and happiness you desire. Ianfa frowned and replied, I didn't come here to talk about this. The mage seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. The power you pursue is already within your body. That's because when I left Vanessa, I left my power to you. Ianfa's eyes widened in astonishment. Power. He nodded and replied, that's right. The dragon tongue that you use and understand. Do you really think it's just because you're a high-level mage? Hearing this, Ianfa fell in a deep thought. Come to think of it, since when? When did I start being able to use the dragon tongue? The man slowly approached, murmuring, now, I will awaken the power sleeping within your body. But before that, it's best to take a look at it. Hearing this, Ianfa's eyes widened, and he stood there stunned. The mage said in a deep voice, I will awaken your hidden power. But we should look at this first. The life you truly desire but haven't realized. Another scene immediately appeared. Ianfa slowly opened his eyes. He was leaning against an idyllic tree. Ianfa murmured, this is... He immediately stood up slowly. Where am I? I was just with Fuer. A beautiful girl and a child suddenly appeared before him. That girl was none other than Hari. She asked happily, are you awake? Hari gently stroked his head and said softly, really, we rarely get to go out together as a family like this. You fell asleep again. You said you've been very busy lately. Is work very tiring? I'll go scold him and tell him to reduce your workload. Ianfa exclaimed in surprise, Princess. Hari smiled shyly. A burst of excited laughter suddenly rang out. Ah ha 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 ha. She clutched her stomach, laughing, and asked, why are you calling me that? Are you still not fully awake? Princess, it's been a long time since I've heard that title. Ianfa thought to himself, a long time. Meanwhile, Hari turned her head and called to her child, Ihana, your father is awake. Come and give your father a hug. Hearing the call, the daughter slowly turned her head. With tears in her eyes, she called out, Daddy. She joyfully ran to her parents, Daddy, Daddy. Ihana hugged Ianfa's leg tightly. He stammered, What is this? Hari suddenly spoke up. Why are you just standing there dazed? Ihana. However, the little girl immediately took the initiative and threw herself into her father's arms. Ianfa opened his arms and hugged her. The scene of the father and daughter embracing was so warm. Ihana cried out happily, Daddy. The corners of Ianfa's eyes began to moisten, welling up with tears. At this moment, their family of 3 was so happy. Just a few seconds later, the scene suddenly vanished. Only Ianfa was left. He stared blankly at the emptiness. His arms were no longer holding his little daughter. The mage suddenly asked, What did you see? Ianfa didn't answer, still standing there trembling. A few seconds later, he stammered, a child with the same eyes and hair color as me. Ivana. When I held her, her scent, her voice, and her weight made me feel warm. What was that in the end? He immediately interrupted, Love. It is a powerful spell that nurtures humanity. It is also a very ordinary word. They will do anything for the one they love and fight to protect that love. At the same time, it gives them the courage to keep living. What you want is the greatest thing, and also the bond of a simple life. Ianfa asked in astonishment, a simple life. He suddenly seemed dazed, murmuring, but it's too peaceful and good, not like my dream. Ianfa quickly spoke up, I just saw my future. The mage replied in a deep voice, perhaps not. He smiled faintly and said, It all depends on your decision. It seems you should go now. The man paced back and forth slowly, saying, I will awaken the dragon's might within your body. With this last divine power, I hope you can complete the mission I left unfinished. Ianfa's eyes widened as he looked at the mage, stroking his head. He was lost in a stream of thoughts. The memories of Ianfa were being transferred to him. I will forever be by your side. I will love you forever. Strange scenes continuously appeared in his mind. Ian Fa looked around in a daze, then suddenly found himself transported to a different scene. Ian Fa clutched his chest in excruciating pain. Hari, standing beside him, cried out in alarm, "Lord Ian Fa, are you all right?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "What is this feeling?" Ian Fa rubbed his eyes with his hand and replied, "It's nothing, just something got into my eye." However, when he saw something, his eyes suddenly widened. A line of text suddenly appeared on the book. "The dragon language has disappeared." Ian Fa turned to ask the princess, "Do you still remember the contents inside?" She immediately replied, "What? I don't remember." Hari added, looking worried, "That page was originally blank." He quickly interrupted, "I understand." The young lady asked hurriedly, "How is it? My lord, have you found a way to defeat the dragonoids?" Ian Fa replied, "I think I've found it. There's a way." Hari was overjoyed, gripping his hand tightly. "Really? That's wonderful." Ian Fa's face immediately flushed red, a little embarrassed. He tried to calm himself. "It seems I need to talk to Ragnar. Please stay by his side." Hari asked sadly, "Is there nothing I can do to help?" But Ian Fa just smiled faintly and took his leave. "Please take care of yourself. I will be fine. When everything is over, I will return." Hari ran over, held his hand tightly, and urged, "You must come back." Ian Fa declared solemnly, "I promise." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. The person shouted in panic, "Ian Fa, think it over. Although the war has ended and the continent is unified, small conflicts still break out constantly. Our empire needs an 8th circle hero mage. There's also a lot of work for you to do in the ivory tower. Do you really want to give all of this up? His Majesty will absolutely not allow you to leave." Ian Fa replied coldly, "Whether he allows it or not, I will leave this capital city. I have also completed all the necessary procedures for Lord Ian Fa to succeed the position of Master of the Ivory Tower." The person shouted angrily. He replied in a low voice, "The person standing before you now is not an 8th circle hero mage at all, but just a monster." After speaking, he turned coldly and left. A moment later, the door slowly opened. A voice suddenly rang out, "Ian Fa, come in." Ragnar, while reading the letter in his hand, said wearily, "I have read your letter." He frowned and asked, Why do you suddenly want to leave?" He continued, "Do you just need a rest? If so, you can rest for a month or a few years. It's all fine. I know very well how much hardship you have endured for the unification of the empire. I know better than anyone. I will agree to all your requests and give you time to recuperate. While you are away, I will have someone else temporarily hold the position of Master of the Ivory Tower. How about that? If you recommend Rona, I will let him temporarily hold the position of Master of the Ivory Tower." Ian Fa had no choice but to accept this favor. "In that case, thank you, Your Majesty, I accept." Ragnar then immediately tore the letter to shreds. He continued, "I will also recruit new people and adjust our strategies so that you won't feel out of place when you return. So, once you've rested enough, you must return to this empire." Ian Fa stood frozen on the spot, not saying a word. A few seconds later, he suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty." Ian Fa knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I will not be returning. My existence is no longer beneficial to the current future of the continent. On the contrary, it will become a source of conflict and incite division within the empire. Therefore, I implore you to let me renounce all my positions and return to my hometown. I will no longer use magic and will spend the rest of my life atoning for my mistakes. So, I implore your Majesty." Ragnar hurriedly cut him off. "We do not permit it." He stood up and declared loudly, "Mistakes? We do not permit you to belittle yourself. In this entire empire, your contributions are the greatest. You should be proud of yourself." Ragnar slowly approached, speaking in a low voice. "Who would dare to doubt your contributions to the empire? Within the empire, not a single subject would dare to have even the slightest such thought. So, just forget about those trivial, meaningless things, won't you?" Ian Fa said hurriedly, "Even if your Majesty wants me to forget, these hands of mine are stained with blood. How can I forget?" He replied in a low voice, "Ian Fa, those were merely necessary sacrifices." He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. "That's right, those necessary sacrifices were were all sacrificed at my hands. I kill them with these hands. I really can't bear it anymore. Ragnar frowned. Ian Fa bowed his head to the ground and said, "As your majesty's friend, I beg you, please allow me to atone for my mistakes." Immediately after, he said angrily, "You want to leave me just because of something like that, right after I ascended the throne?" Ragnar walked slowly past him, muttering, "We've been together for so long, we're such close friends, and yet you ask this of me?" Ian Fa, I never thought we would part this way. He bowed his head in apology. "Your Majesty, I am sorry. I am truly sorry." Just then, a loud shout was suddenly heard. "Your Majesty, are you just going to let Ian Fa leave like that?" A wrinkled old man said, "Remnants of the enemy and rebels in the Alliance are still eyeing our borders. If news of his departure gets out during this unstable time, our position will be shaken." Another person also said hurriedly, "We also have to consider the possibility of him joining those rebels. If he changes his mind, it's only a matter of time before he seizes this throne." They condemned in unison, "Your Majesty." A crowd of commoners worships him as a war hero and even says he should take the throne. His existence alone is already extremely dangerous. In one voice, they offered a cruel thought. If Ian Fa is not our ally, then we must kill him. Ragnar suddenly jolted awake, sitting up, clutching his chest, and panting heavily. It turned out it was all just a dream. He put his hands to his head. Ragnar seemed extremely tired. He hurriedly called out, "Is anyone outside?" A servant immediately replied respectfully, "I am here, Your Majesty." Ragnar ordered in a low voice, "Summon the royal alchemist, Dolet Hammond." A moment later, in the same room, a greeting suddenly rang out. "How effective was the medicine you took this time?" Dolet, sitting beside him, continued to ask, "Are you still unable to sleep?" Ragnar hurriedly replied, "Nothing has changed. I even feel the situation is getting worse." "I hope you can give me a stronger medicine." He asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, the ingredients of that medicine are addictive herbs. If the dosage is increased, even a little, your health will be affected. Moreover, the medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It's important that you resolve the problem at its source." Ragnar asked in surprise, "The root cause?" Dolet immediately replied, "The very reason you cannot sleep." He forced a smile. That's not something I can resolve on my own." Ragnar said, trembling, "I'm so scared, because that old friend who left me. I'm afraid he will betray me and seize this empire." He began to confess all his thoughts. When he was by my side, I could still trust him. But after he left, I realized just how much of a monster he is. Dolet replied in a low voice, "If that's the case, you can only kill that monster." Ragnar immediately frowned and asked, "Are you inciting me to kill my friend?" He hurriedly replied, "If he causes you so much worry, I truly doubt whether he is your friend." Ragnar ruffled his hair and said, "He is an 8th Circle mage. There is no way to kill him. Even if all the mages of the Ivory Tower attacked together, they couldn't kill him." He asked helplessly, "What should I do?" Dolet replied in a low voice, "There is still a way to kill him." Hearing this, Ragnar's eyes widened in astonishment. He continued confidently, "I can create a poison that can kill him." Snow began to fall in the pitch-black night, and the fireplace was burning brightly. Ian Foss sat by the warm fireplace, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He took off his glasses and thought to himself, "Who could it be? It's so late." Ian Fa went to open the door and asked, "May I ask who it is?" The appearance of a person made him stare in astonishment. It turned out to be Ragnar. Ian Fa immediately bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." He hurriedly asked, "Long time no see, Ian Fa. May I come in?" Ian Fa asked hesitantly, "Why have you come here?" Ragnar replied sadly, "Even though you've retired from your post to live in seclusion, we can still meet like this from time to time, can't we?" He took out a bottle of wine and said with a smile, "Not as king and subject, but as friends." Ian Fa politely invited him in. "You are always welcome, Your Majesty." A while later, the candles also began to flicker. Ian Fa held the wine glass and asked curiously, "You don't like to drink? Why did you bring wine?" Ragnar muttered as he poured the wine, "Drinking a little once in a while isn't so bad." I was suddenly curious about what my friend was up to. He said hurriedly, "Take it." Ian Fa took the glass and replied respectfully, "Thank you." Ragnar began to ask, "How have you been, Ian Fa? You no longer have that sharp look you had in the capital." Ian Fa said with a smile, "I have traveled to many places after the empire was unified, meeting all sorts of people and observing their lives. It was a very meaningful time for me. After returning to my hometown, I also learned many things. When I think about it, magic is the only thing I've known in my life. When winter passes and the snow melts, I want to have a small garden. Ragnar spoke. Compared to a hero who fought for the unification of this land, your current life must be much simpler. He sighed and continued. I'm glad you're satisfied with what you're doing. After you left, many mistakes occurred. After we successfully stopped the cold forces in the north, this unified empire has finally stabilized. The daughter of Duke Bernard, the monarch of the John Duchy, is about to announce her marriage to the crown prince. Ragnar talked on and on. Through this marriage, we can establish a peaceful relationship with the people of the powerful John Duchy. But Ian Fa seemed to feel that something was wrong. What's happening to my body? Ragnar still had no intention of stopping. Seeing the crown prince, who was just a child before, now getting married, it's so good. I think I finally understand how my father felt before. With you not here, the ivory tower is no longer as powerful. The regions have also gradually stabilized after achieving a balance of value and influence with the royal family. Because the world is changing so fast, the order that was once destroyed is being restored. Ian Fa suddenly collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Your Highness. But Ragnar paid him no mind at all and continued speaking. Everything is being resolved smoothly. The empire is heading towards its best era. He slowly placed the wine glass on the table. Then he glared. If you disappear. Ian Fa suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ragnar stared at his pained state and muttered. This poison will cause the magic power flowing in your veins to lose its effect. It will only last for a short time. For you, I think. That's why I had to mix in other poisons. Ian Fa managed to ask why. Ragnar slowly walked over to the wine glass and opened his mouth to answer. Don't you understand? It's because your power will threaten the ever-growing unified empire. In times of war, that power was very good, but now it's no longer needed. That's why you returned to your hometown, to spend the rest of your life repenting for what you've done. That's what you said, but Ian Fa, do you know? Ragnar's expression grew more and more panicked. I'm afraid of you, he said, trembling. I'm about to be driven mad by this fear of my old friend. An 8th class mage, if he wanted to, he could snatch the empire from my hands. How could I let that kind of monster roam free out of my sight? Ian Fa seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. Ragnar continued to speak. My old friend. But Ian Fa had already begun to shed tears. He gave a smile devoid of humanity. Please don't forgive me. Ragnar suddenly fell silent. The air momentarily became unusually quiet. He coldly turned and left. He abandoned Ian Fa, who was still dying in the room. Afterward, Ragnar ordered a soldier to burn everything to the ground. They cruelly set the house ablaze. He walked away slowly. Meanwhile, the house was about to be engulfed by the massive flames. Ian Fa was still inside. The situation appeared extremely critical. Ragnar casually turned his head to look at the scene. The flames were even reflected in his eyes. Just then, a soldier suddenly appeared and said, Your Highness, we will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage. However, that person was sweating from fear. Tears streamed down Ragnar's cheeks. He said emotionally, so this is how we part ways. I truly hate this outcome. But a few seconds later, he gave a sinister smile. Ragnar turned and left the place. Meanwhile, the other soldiers continued to set fire to the house. In a magnificent palace, the sound of Ian Fa's footsteps echoed incessantly. Ragnar suddenly spoke. Ian Fa, you've arrived. Holding a letter, he asked curiously, what did the princess say? Ian Fa immediately replied, The princess asked me why I betrayed your highness. Ragnar frowned and asked further, So how did you answer? He replied respectfully, I said I have no obligation to answer the princess. He immediately burst into amused laughter. Ha ha ha. Then he began to mock. How pitiful. She seems to really like you. Any man who came to ask for her hand, my royal father disliked and immediately refused. It's strange, I don't know why my royal father hated those guys so much. For people like us, marriage is basically just an exchange of benefits for the sake of family and power. Ian Fa listened in silence as he rambled on. To think he would hide her away just because he didn't want those things to happen. How ridiculous. He's clearly the type of person who would take advantage of such transactions. Ragnar hurriedly stood up, muttering, When the time is right, I will help you get engaged to a lady from a family of equal standing. He muttered as he walked slowly. It won't be long now. I'm about to succeed the throne, becoming a monarch more powerful than even my royal father. I will become the first person to unify all three of these nations. As the leader of the Green River Empire, I will lead it to its peak. Ragnar walked up to Ianfa and continued. That is my intention. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Please stay by my side during this crucial moment. Ianfa listened intently to his every word. Then he called out, Your Highness, the Fifth Prince. Ianfa smiled and said, I have witnessed it before. Witnessed the solemn moment when the Green Summer Empire became a unified empire, assisting a great monarch. His expression suddenly became excited, and it will be the same this time. I have found the life I truly desire. He asked again in alarm. Don't tell me you've broken the black magic. How could you possibly do that? Ianfa showed a sorrowful expression. I deeply regret having to inform your highness of this. As the one and only person of the past, present, and future, he knelt on the floor, muttering to himself, both a friend and a master, the one who trusted me the most, the one who gave me absolute respect, and also the one who drove me to despair. The fifth prince was stunned in astonishment upon hearing his words. Ragnar, come and find me. I will wait for your highness at the old ivory tower. Ragnar was frozen on the spot. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling with anger, his hands clenched into fists. He looked utterly furious. The door suddenly slammed shut. A servant ran in, alarmed. Fifth Prince, what has happened? Ragnar roared. Immediately summoned the commander of the First Royal Knight Order here. Assemble the knights. Prepare the fastest horse for me. Also go find Evan. A moment later, snow began to fall. Ianfa sat alone and lonely in a corner. His eyes were still staring intently into the distance. A voice suddenly rang out. My arrival here in my past life was not a coincidence. Ianfa asked in surprise, Have you always been watching me? That voice spoke again. Always watching over wanderers like me. My life was filled with regret and hatred. It was you who brought me here, giving me another chance. The last memento you left behind was for the dragon language to return. Ianfa said in a low voice, I think I know now the reason why I can understand the dragon language. His eyes suddenly became radiant, and also the method of using the authority you passed down to me. Ianfa's expression grew increasingly tense. Just then, a troop of cavalry suddenly appeared. Among them was the fifth prince, Ragnar. Ianfa immediately greeted them cheerfully. Welcome, Ragnar. He went over to speak with his subordinate. Lord Evan, Ragnar said in a low voice. This time, you must kill him. Can you do it? Evan replied hastily. We should have killed him from the very beginning, instead of getting ourselves into this mess. He's merely a 6th class mage. I can deal with him in the blink of an eye. But it seems there's another problem. The fifth prince asked in surprise, What problem? He replied in a mysterious tone. I can feel the draconic aura of the golden dragon. The being is nearby. Ianfa greeted them from a distance. However, the fifth prince's expression was extremely tense. He slowly advanced toward Ianfa. Ianfa immediately greeted him cheerfully. It's a pleasure to see you, Ragnar. He hastily retorted. Are we close enough to call each other by our first names now? Ragnar frowned and asked Ianfa, You are mistaken. Do you think the crown prince can rule this empire? He grew increasingly furious, roaring. This empire needs a rational and powerful emperor. That fool is not qualified to bear such a responsibility. Ragnar frantically cursed the crown prince. If he knew his place, he should have given up sooner. On what grounds does he rely on our royal father's affection to swagger around everywhere? A low-class scum like him gets to brazenly enjoy everything that rightfully belongs to me. The fifth prince declared loudly, I will absolutely not accept him. I'm the one who is qualified. I am the one who will become emperor. Ianfa closed his eyes and said, Black magic is always lurking to possess people's hearts. Your Highness is no exception. Your Highness has lost your inherent ability to judge, and those words have completely exposed your Highness's true nature. He said in disappointment, Ragnar, your Highness can no longer return to how you were before. However, he gave an inhuman smile. Leave your last words. This is your last chance to speak that nonsense. Ragnar hurriedly turned to his subordinate and shouted, Lord Evan. That subordinate's entire body emitted an incredibly strange black aura. That aura suddenly rushed toward Ianfa. A fierce battle seemed about to break out. Ianfa thought to himself, I heard he is one of the more intelligent among humans. It seems rumors aren't always true. To rush to his death so hastily. Evan's expression suddenly became tense. Ianfa calmly looked at the ruins around him. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Evan exclaimed in panic, How can this be? He narrowed his eyes, preparing to create a blazing fire. The fire continued to rush toward Ian-Fa. He remained standing perfectly still. Evan was lost in thought. Ian-Fa, his skill level is fundamentally incomparable to mine. No matter how special he is just a human, unable to deceive a dragonoid who has lived for over 5 centuries. His power was rushing swiftly toward Ian-Fa. A sharp arrow seemed about to shoot into his eye. So what should be done? However, all the attacks magically vanished in front of Ian-Fa. Evan worried inwardly. All of my attacks have been nullified. Not only that, the energy I felt when I first arrived, the pressure of the golden dragon, I can feel that energy coming from him. Then he asked, "Who are you?" Ian-Fa replied in a low voice, "Oh, you despicable dragonoid. You coveted the power and authority of the dragon race, even personally murdering your own ancestors. But now, your kind no longer exists. He is the only dragonoid left." Mage gave him the most painful punishment. Hatred, indignation, and suffering in vain. Utterly helpless, unable to do anything. Carrying that disgrace and living until now. Ian-Fa said, "You have done very well." Evan roared in anger. "Shut up." He clenched his fists, muttering, "I will." Then he screamed frantically, "Kill you." Yet Ian-Fa calmly replied, "In the end, I will use the power you have sought your entire life to send you back to your kind." Evan was stunned in astonishment. He muttered, "That power." Ian-Fa said coldly, "Evan, the last descendant of the dragonoid race, and your own life." He stammered back, "What did you say?" He suddenly bowed his head unusually low. Evan muttered, "What?" He took a step back. "How do you possess that power?" Ian-Fa's eyes suddenly flashed. "I recall the first time I met Ragnar. It was probably a calculated move, but the fact that he approached me first meant a great deal to me. In that fleeting moment, a voice suddenly rang out. You should feel honored. This is the first time that Great Lord has actively approached someone else. He has also promised to provide all available resources to nurture your potential, because he greatly admires the talent you possess." Hobart carefully instructed, "You must be cautious in your words and actions, and your gestures must be proper. The person you are about to meet is the future successor to the throne." The two of them thus walked to the door. A servant respectfully announced, "Your Highness, Master Hobart of the Ivory Tower requests an audience." Ragnar replied, "Let them in." The door immediately opened a crack. The two of them slowly advanced toward the fifth prince. He greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower and the Mage of the Ivory Tower, Ian-Fa. I have heard the Tower Master mention you many times. You possess a talent unprecedented at the Academy, astonishing everyone." Ian-Fa bowed his head and replied humbly, "This servant is ashamed and does not dare to accept such praise." Ragnar gave a radiant smile. He began to converse with Ian-Fa. "I heard that your mother passed away from illness a few days ago. Since I have also lost my mother, I can somewhat understand how you feel. No matter what I say, you will probably still feel grief, but I still want to express my deepest condolences." Ragnar slowly approached and said gently, "Raise your head, Ian-Fa." Ragnar began to befriend Ian-Fa. "Right now, I'm not the prince of our empire. I want to meet you as an ordinary person. I want to be your friend." As it turns out, all of this was only happening in their memories. Ian-Fa walked slowly on the snow-covered path. He came before the prince. The prince's face contorted in fear. Ragnar suddenly shut his eyes tightly, then knelt on the ground, saying tearfully, "I won't beg you not to kill me. Kill me. I would rather die at your hands now than go to the execution block." Ian-Fa stared at the fifth prince's miserable state. Ragnar asked in astonishment, "What is it? Don't you hate me immensely?" He asked impatiently, "But why are you looking at me like that? Are you pitying me?" The prince suddenly flew into a rage, roaring, "Someone like you, I should have killed you from the very beginning. You monster." Ian-Fa asked agitatedly, "Is that what you think? Are you that afraid of me?" He muttered as he walked towards the prince, "In your final moments, I want to show you something so you can see." A strange light suddenly emanated from in front of him. "Who am I?" Ian-Fa ran a hand through his hair. A fragment of past memories suddenly flooded back. In the memory were Ian-Fa and the fifth prince, Ragnar. They had once passed each other. He had frowned gloomily, while Ian-Fa was indifferent to him. In a mysterious building, a flock of birds suddenly flew in. He slowly walked towards them. He had also approached the emperor. Ian-Fa had even knelt before him. The prince's unhappy face appeared again. He coldly walked past Ian-Fa, leaving him alone in the room. At Ian-Fa's residence, that same prince looked at him with eyes full of hatred and poisoned Ian-Fa with a cup of poison wine. He ruthlessly burned him in a blazing fire. Every expression on his face was deeply etched in Ian Fa's mind. Ragna's eyes immediately rolled back, and his head slumped to the ground. Suddenly, Ragna screamed, "Ian Fa, you are." A few seconds later, he fell to the ground, next to a pool of blood. Ian Fa gave an inhuman smile, coldly turned, and walked away. After the deaths of the Dragonoid and the Fifth Prince, a large-scale purge targeting the dragon cult and those involved began. The order was executed, starting with the captain of the Royal Knights, while Danfin was responsible for dealing with all the nobles who had supported the Fifth Prince's rebellion. Thanks to the princess's dedicated care for Emperor Jerry Greenriver, His Majesty quickly recovered and regained consciousness. The Emperor also began to shed tears, deeply saddened upon hearing the news of the Fifth Prince's death. Pao, who had attempted to assassinate the Emperor while under the control of black magic, was now confirmed to have recovered and was declared innocent. His tomb received the respect it deserved, and he was laid to rest with the other royal knights. The rebellion of the Fifth Prince, Ragna, involved the use of forbidden black magic, and historical records documented this incident as a rare case of horrific crime. As for the records related to the Dragonoid, they were sealed by royal decree, and his existence thus vanished from the world. As time passed, the death of the Fifth Prince, Ragna, was gradually forgotten by the world. And so, my revenge, along with that seemingly endless journey of rebellion, finally came to a close in a magnificent palace. Hari sat alone and lonely in the mysterious room. Suddenly, a concerned voice rang out. "Are you worried?" It turned out the owner of the voice was Ian. She immediately exclaimed with joy, "Lord Ian." Then, Hari lowered her head and continued, "Actually, I am very worried." Ian gently asked, "You don't regret your decision, do you?" She clenched her fists and replied, "Yes, I don't regret it. I don't want to hide anymore. I want to use my power to help people." Hearing her words, Ian smiled faintly. He knelt on one knee and comforted her. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. Everything will be all right." Just then, the door suddenly opened. A guard entered and said respectfully, "Master of the Ivory Tower, Your Highness, please enter." A moment later, they entered the interrogation room together. The sound of their footsteps echoed incessantly. The trial to determine the verdict for Princess Hari Greenriver's crime of illegally casting and using magic now begins. Surprisingly, Ian was one of the presiding judges. He suddenly spoke up. "Before the trial begins, I have something to say first." Ian slowly stood up, then took slow steps. He walked to Hari's side and continued, "I am involved in Her Highness's accusation. Therefore, I cannot preside over this trial. I will invite Mage Ronan and Mage Dick to preside in my place." Hearing this, the others immediately broke into a murmur. Someone suddenly asked loudly, "Mage, what are you saying?" Ian placed a hand on his chest and said proudly, "I am one of the people who taught Her Highness magic." They asked in astonishment, "Please tell us the details." He then recounted the entire story. 6 years ago, I learned that Her Highness was a mage. Although I witnessed her using magic with my own eyes, I overlooked it because I was certain she had her own reasons. Many years later, I was forced to secretly investigate the organization closely related to that black magic, the dragon cult. I was able to infiltrate deep into the royal family because quite a few nobles in the capital had colluded with them. The existence of the Dragonoid had become a colossal threat, as he was a powerful sorcerer who, if he wished, could instantly turn the entire empire into a sea of blood. I naturally had to act with caution to ensure everyone's safety. But with limited manpower, there was a limit to what I could do. I needed help, someone I could trust within the royal palace, and this person also had to possess political power and influence. That is what I proposed to Her Highness. In exchange, I would teach her magic and secretly cultivate her abilities, and she would have to help me when I needed it. Therefore, thanks to her help, I was able to escape the influence of black magic and subsequently managed to defeat the Dragonoid. More complete details about this can be found in the report on the Fifth Prince's rebellion and the investigation into the dragon cult. That is all I wish to say. A presiding judge hurriedly pressed, "Your Highness, I want to ask you a question. Is what the great mage said true?" Hari timidly replied, "Yes, it is true." That judge said in a low voice, "We now give you a chance to speak. Please speak freely. Say everything on your mind." Hari suddenly turned her head to look behind her. The people behind her were trembling. She had no choice but to turn back to look at Ian. Ian suddenly gave Hari a faint smile. She immediately blushed with embarrassment. Then Hari suddenly spoke up. I am a criminal who has violated the laws of our empire. I am prepared to accept any verdict given to me. I do not expect to receive any special treatment for being a member of the royal family. I hope to be punished according to the regulations of the empire and the ivory tower. She closed her eyes tightly and continued. However, Lord Kevin and the ladies-in-waiting present here, who knew I was a mage and concealed this fact, are completely innocent. They were only following my orders because I'm a member of the royal family. They had no other choice. Please consider this special situation and place all the blame on me alone. I sincerely swear this to everyone from the ivory tower. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out, no? The princess has done nothing wrong. The two of them immediately turned their heads in astonishment. The presiding judges were equally startled, and the members of the royal family showed similar expressions. It turned out everyone was extremely surprised by Jerry's appearance. Ian hurriedly ran over and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? He replied, We are fine. It seems it is not yet our time to die. He continued in a low voice, We wish to say this to all the mages of the ivory tower. The princess has done nothing wrong. That child was merely following our command. When Mage Kevin informed us that the princess was a mage, we ordered them to keep this a secret because we wish for the child to live as a member of the royal family, not as a mage. Although she later became more skilled than many mages of the ivory tower, we believe that we played a significant role in influencing that decision. It was all due to a mistaken decision born from the love we have for the child. Jerry suddenly bowed and pleaded, We sincerely implore you, please place all the blame on us and give the princess a chance to become a mage. The presiding judges looked at each other worriedly. They all felt troubled by the emperor's words. One of the presiding judges had no choice but to speak on their behalf. Normally, we would announce our decision after consulting with the master of the ivory tower. But since the master of the ivory tower is also involved in this matter, I will be the one to announce our decision. This trial is to judge the serious crime of illegally teaching magic and training a mage. We acknowledge the first special circumstance, the person who forced Princess Hari to act with caution. The former master of the ivory tower, Herbert Leon, was a slave and the right-hand man of the traitor Ragnar Green River. Therefore, Her Highness's cautious decision was correct. We also confirm that Her Highness did not gain any illicit profits through the use of magic. Thus, it cannot be concluded that Her Highness concealed the truth for personal gain. Finally, considering that Her Highness, despite her restricted circumstances, reached the fourth stage, her magical talent is clearly extremely rare, hard to find even across the entire continent. Therefore, the ivory tower has decided to give Hari Green River one last chance instead of punishment. We will suspend the execution of Her Highness's sentence for a period of 5 years. During this 5-year period, we hope Her Highness can take on responsibilities as a mage of the ivory tower. Her Highness will be the first to be dispatched on transfer missions within the Empire's territory. At the same time, Her Highness will be privately tutored by the ivory tower to learn all the knowledge she has not yet learned at the academy. The key to this suspension of sentence lies in the events that occur during these 5 years and their outcomes, which will determine the final punishment Her Highness will receive after 5 years. Therefore, at this very moment, we declare Hari Green River to be no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the ivory tower. Ian stood with his arms crossed behind his back, gazing thoughtfully out through a crack in the window. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Lord Ian heard it and immediately turned his head. The voice belonged to Hari Green River. She stood tall, smiling gently. Seeing her, he unconsciously uttered, Your Highness. As Hari Green River walked towards Ian, she said, I am no longer a princess. You can just call me by my name. Ian smiled faintly, accepting her request, and replied, Miss Hari, do you like life at the ivory tower? A hint of sadness flickered across Hari's face as she replied, I like it very much. At first, everyone was a bit distant, but now they have gradually accepted me. Then, she continued to thank him. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I could never have become a member of the ivory tower. Thank you sincerely. Ian smiled and said, I'm just glad you're safe. There's no need for formalities. Hari Green River hesitated, as if she had something to say, but held back. After mustering all her courage, she finally spoke, I heard you want to resign as the master of the ivory tower. She worriedly blamed herself. Could it be because of me? Because I asked you to teach me magic, you? As Hari was still stammering, Ian immediately cut her off. No, it has nothing to do with you. He gently placed his hand on the wooden box beside him and continued speaking. It's just that I have some things I must do. But as long as I'm still a man of the ivory tower, I cannot complete them. At this point, he opened the wooden box and continued. That's why I asked to see you. I want to return this to you. Inside the wooden box was a neatly folded sea blue cloak. When Hari saw it, she was a bit bewildered at first. This is... Ian immediately explained. It is Mishi Green River's cloak bestowed upon me by His Majesty the King. He reached out and gently stroked it, saying, this cloak was meant to be passed down to the royal family's mage. I was only borrowing it temporarily. Now it is my responsibility to hand it over to the one who truly deserves it. As Hari was still surprised, he picked up a staff and added, and this is the staff I've been using. He held the staff tightly in his hand and introduced it, the Great Divine Origin Staff. It is made from an incredibly rare material from outside the kingdom and has the effect of enhancing mana efficiency. This staff is very light. Even a woman can use it with ease. With that, he handed the staff to Hari. She took it, and in that instant, a mystical blue light radiated from around the staff. After her earlier bewildered expression, Hari finally broke into a smile. Seeing this reaction, Ian asked, do you like it? Hari replied, without a hint of hesitation, I love it. Hearing that, he smiled as well. Ian's eyes slowly closed as he said, finally, I have a favor to ask of you. Hari hurriedly asked, what is it? Ian said calmly, I am about to leave the capital. This journey will be long and far, and it could last for several years. While I am away, please look after my family for me, so they can remain safe and sound in the capital. Hearing these sudden words, Hari was stunned. What? Her face showed sorrow and regret. You're planning to leave? Where are you going? Ian answered her, I can't tell you right now, because I myself don't know where I'll be going. His deep, warm voice held a hint of contemplation. The world outside is still fraught with danger. I will go and find those dangers that only I can find and resolve. Hari's eyes lowered, her heart filled only with sorrow at Ian's impending departure. She clutched the divine staff in her hand, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Lord Ian, I have obtained the life I desired. She continued to confess her feelings. With the power in my hands, I will do my utmost to help those in poverty and distress. I will establish a fund with the Tower Master to donate to those in need. When my father, the Emperor, learned of my plan, he was very pleased and agreed to support it. She looked up at Ian and softly uttered 2 words, so, then suddenly stopped. It seemed she was a little anxious and shy, finding it difficult to finish her sentence. But a moment later, Hari Green River gathered all her courage and expressed, I truly hope you can stay by my side. Ian looked at Hari sadly, momentarily unsure how to respond. In the end, he could only say 2 regretful words, I'm sorry. The magnificent scenery outside the ivory tower remained just as lush and peaceful, creating a stark contrast with the regret and sorrow in Hari's heart. When Hayden heard that Ian was about to leave, his face immediately showed clear astonishment. What? You're planning to leave the capital? He hurriedly walked towards Ian. Ian calmly replied, Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He frowned slightly, scratching his head as he said, Do you know how astonished I was when I received the news that you had resigned as the Tower Master? Now you won't leave again. Those troublesome matters haven't been completely resolved yet. Hayden suddenly mentioned Hari. Hari is still crying. His voice became angrier as he questioned Ian. Are you abandoning her? Hearing this, Ian awkwardly avoided his gaze. What? It's not like that. Hayden cleared his throat, his expression thoughtful. It's a bit awkward to say, but Hari is truly a woman with a lot of character. He went on to speak about his outstanding younger sister. She is kind like the Queen Mother, and she's also a very outstanding junior mage. You won't meet anyone like her again. Ian did not deny his assessment. She is indeed a lovely girl with a lot of character. Therefore, I sincerely hope she can meet someone better than me and live a happy life. Hayden couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, Sai, why are you so dense when it comes to matters of the heart? Then he quickly regained his serious demeanor and said, All right, is there anything you want to say to me? At this, Ian carefully said what he wanted to say. Before Knight Pao passed away, he asked a favor of me. The image of Knight Pao appeared in his mind as he continued. He wanted me to convey to Your Highness the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver that he apologizes to everyone and is immensely grateful to everyone. Hayden listened quietly to Ian's words. Ian began to bow to him, then added, This is all I could do. I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince can forgive me. In response to this sincere apology, Hayden simply instructed gently, Ian, You have helped me a great deal. He gave a gentle smile. Without you, I would still be just a useless, insecure puppet crown prince even now. The two looked at each other, and he slowly placed a hand on his chest, promising, from now on, I will definitely work even harder. I will definitely become a worthy heir and not disappoint those who have believed in me. Then Hayden extended his hand towards Ian, saying in a sincere tone, therefore, after you have finished what you must do, please come back and lend me a hand. Ian heard this and replied without hesitation, of course, Your Highness the Crown Prince. After that, Hayden's eyes lit up and he said, all right, now let's get to the main business. Ian now had a blank expression, not knowing what main business he was talking about. Hayden turned his head and called, Captain. Just then, the captain respectfully presented a sword. Hayden immediately reached out to take it. He quickly drew the sword, then asked proudly, is my sword-wielding posture imposing? I practiced for a long time to get like this. Ian was so bewildered that he had to ask again, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean by this? At this, he replied softly, I bestow this eternal contract upon you, upon a friend, a teacher, and also a benefactor. As he finished speaking, uttering the words, royal family, the tip of the sword plunged into the floor. Ian looked at him with a somewhat moved expression. Hayden continued, we will forever open our doors to welcome the great mage Ian Fa. If he needs the help of the royal family, our royal family will provide our full support. He also emphasized, this contract will remain eternally effective for the descendants of our two families. Hayden's head slowly bowed, along with the oath before the sacred emerald, I swear to abide by this contract. After speaking, he laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. When I was young, I often saw lords do this, and it looked so cool, so I wanted to try it once too. Then he encouraged him like a senior, go and do what you must do. We will wait for your return. Hearing these words, Ian felt immense joy in his heart, a smile appearing on his face. As Ian was bowing to thank the Crown Prince, he stepped forward and gave Ian a friendly embrace. The residence where Ian lived, magnificent and grand in appearance, was bathed in the brilliant sunlight. Ian was currently sitting at his desk. In front of him were two towering stacks of documents. Just then, Vanessa's knock sounded on the door. She asked softly, Ian, may I come in? He immediately recognized it as his mother's voice and said without hesitation, Mother, please come in. As soon as she entered, Ian quickly went forward, reaching out to support his mother, and asked with concern, Mother, why did you come over? The journey was long and tiring. You must still be very tired. Why don't you rest a little more? Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Ian asked worriedly, Mother, are you all right? Why are your hands so cold? And your complexion isn't very good either. Vanessa was now trembling almost uncontrollably, but she still said, I'm fine. Before she could finish her words, she involuntarily fell towards Ian, who turned pale with fright. Ian frowned slightly, his tone becoming urgent. Mother, wait a moment, I'll call for radio and a doctor right away. Vanessa reached out a trembling hand, grabbing Ian's arm to stop him. Don't. Then she said weakly, I just came to see that you had returned safely. Seeing you, I was momentarily too emotional to speak. Ian was deeply moved, calling out earnestly, Mother. At this moment, she asked gravely, Ian, must you really go? Vanessa began to recount her feelings upon returning to the capital and learning what Ian had been through. After returning to the capital, I heard about everything you went through. Recalling the situation then, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face ceaselessly. After hearing it, I could barely breathe. She continued chokingly, Why? Why did that misfortune have to happen to you? Why did you have to endure such a harsh ordeal all alone? This is all my fault. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. Ian finally spoke up. Mother, at that time, in the Mogan territory, I was truly so scared that I would never see you again. Vanessa's face was filled with worry and sorrow. Ian, if anything had happened to you, even the slightest mishap, I wouldn't have been able to go on living. I don't want to lose a loved one ever again. Ian understood the fear in her heart, and his own heart was also in turmoil and worried. At this moment, Ian gently took Vanessa's cold hand and said, Mother, you probably won't believe this. He looked at his mother thoughtfully and added, But I have met Father. Hearing these words, Vanessa exclaimed in astonishment, What? Ian understood her surprise and calmly replied, "It's a long story, but father told me." Ian began to recount his father's words. "Even if we cannot meet, I will always be in your heart." Ian confessed to his mother, "I used to hate father so much. But in truth, I've realized that everything I have is the love that father left behind." For that reason, he affirmed to Vanessa, "I will follow the path that father walked." Ian also said that he wanted to understand a heart more deeply, to know how to protect his mother and the children. He pleaded, "Mother, please allow me to go and fulfill the first and final wish that father entrusted to me." Ian smiled gently, his eyes tenderly awaiting her answer. Vanessa, her face still full of sorrow, gazed intently at Ian. Then, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. Although her voice was choked with emotion and reluctance, a sense of pride could still be felt within it. "You really have grown up so much. I thought you were still my little boy." Seeing his mother crying until her whole body trembled, Ian immediately comforted her. "Mother, please don't worry too much. Don't think that you are all alone." He continued gently, "Because now there are many people who love you very much." Ian began to mention Radio. Lord Radio is truly a good person. He has a heart. You could say it's like a father's love, something I have never felt before. Following his emotions, Ian added, "With Dolet around, the atmosphere is always so cheerful. He is a smart, kind-hearted child who knows how to empathize with others." Ian placed a hand on Vanessa's arm and said sincerely, "I want you to be happy, Mother." The mother and son embraced each other tightly. Ian did not forget to promise his mother, "I will definitely return." Ian's door was not completely closed. Outside, Radio and Dolet were leaning against the door. They had probably overheard the entire conversation between the mother and son, so both of their faces held a hint of sadness. The boy couldn't even hold back his sobs. Early the next morning, as a clear, peaceful blue sky covered the ivory tower, Ian had also come to his horse, preparing to leave this place. At this moment, a voice from behind him asked, "Are you leaving right now?" Hearing that it was Radio asking, Ian immediately replied, "Yes, it seems I must be going." Out of concern, he asked, "Are you only taking one horse? This reminds me of the day you left Mogan Village." He couldn't help but laugh. "Back then, your horsemanship was truly beyond terrible." Ian could only explain helplessly, "My horsemanship is much better now. It was because I was too small back then." Then, he instructed Lord Radio, "Please take good care of my mother." He heard this and immediately replied, "Please rest assured. I will stake my life on it. I will definitely protect the madam well." Just then, another loud call rang out, "Brother Ian." Ian turned around and saw Dolet with a radiant smile on his face, and he immediately corrected him. "Dolet, why are you calling me that?" Before he could finish speaking, the boy handed him a small gray pouch. Dolet calmly introduced, "These are magic elixirs and healing potions that I prepare myself. I guarantee they are much better than the ones sold on the market." The boy continued, "I know you won't get hurt, but just in case something unexpected happens, if you need it, just send a letter to my residence, and I will prepare even more and better medicines." After hearing this, Ian also expressed his thanks. At this moment, Madame Vanessa hurried over, as if afraid her son would leave too quickly for her to see him off. She came running, holding a large box in her arms, and called out loudly, "Ian." She approached him, instructing, "Take these out and eat them on your way. I prepared a lot." Vanessa began the admonitions that any mother would give when sending her child far away. "Don't skip meals. You must take care of your health and write to me often." Ian obediently replied, "Yes, you take care too, Mother." The luggage was packed, the goodbyes had been said, and the advice had been given. Ian didn't want to delay any longer and said to everyone, "Well, I'm leaving now." The horse began to walk, each step looking so light, yet why did his heart feel so heavy? The scene of Ian leading his horse away from the estate was tinged with a sense of regret. His steps suddenly slowed, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look back. He gazed at his home, a place he could return to at any time. Ian smiled unconsciously. There, his family was always waiting for him. After smiling, he stepped forward. Though he wasn't sure what lay ahead, there would certainly be many challenges awaiting him. Sometime after Ian chose to leave the capital, Dolet was now sitting at a desk, holding a pen and writing a letter to Ian. "Leader, are you well?" In the letter, Dolet recounted everything that had happened in the capital. "It's been a year since you left, and so much has happened. I graduated from the Imperial Alchemy Academy with outstanding results. and I have found a way to cure incurable diseases, which has been my lifelong wish. I have been recognized and have become a royal alchemist. My father, who researched with me, was also invited to become a royal alchemist, but he declined. Although he said it was due to the great pressure, I know he actually didn't want to be far from Madame Vanessa. At first, the two of them were a bit shy, but now they are very happy. His Majesty's health has still not fully recovered from the poisoning incident 8 years ago. Currently, His Highness the Crown Prince is handling state affairs on his behalf. His Highness the Crown Prince is now very outstanding, as if he's a completely different person. Recently, His Highness signed peace treaties with Prince Cut and Roan, so trade is very favorable. The Empire's economy and technology have also developed rapidly. Miss Hurry's 5-year punishment has also ended. She is now recognized as a high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. She has established an organization to help those in need and is very popular among the people. She is the most promising candidate for the position of the next master of the Ivory Tower. We are all trying our best, and we also miss you very much. I hope you return soon. We are all waiting for you. Next time we meet, may I call you older brother? After finishing the letter, he stretched. I miss him so much. I wonder where he is now. Just then, a voice called out, "Dolet, we're ready, come down quickly." He immediately stood up. "Yes, father." A pair of slender legs with graceful steps descended the red-carpeted staircase. Dolet stared in amazement, his mouth agape, endlessly praising. Before him was Madame Vanessa, wearing a splendid green formal gown. Her radiant face and shimmering golden hair made Dolet exclaim, "Mother, you look so beautiful today." She smiled gently and replied, "Thank you, Dolet." But then she asked worriedly, "But is it really all right for me to go with you too?" Radio immediately affirmed, "Of course. The new king personally sent us an invitation and a carriage." Dolet also chimed in. "That's right, the new king even arranged VIP seats for us. Of course we all have to go." Hearing them say that, she felt much more at ease. All right then. The scene of this estate was not much different from when Ian had just left, still just as magnificent and splendid. The scene gradually shifted to a place with giant, lush green trees. Oliver held a bouquet of white flowers, kneeling on one knee before Knight Pow's grave. At this moment, his subordinate approached to remind him, "Captain, it's time." Oliver heard and replied, all right." He stood up and walked slowly across the lush green grass. With a nostalgic feeling, he gently turned his head back, looked at the tombstone, and smiled. Before truly leaving, he left a sentence. "It's good to have you here. I'll be back soon. Rest in peace, pal." The Ivory Tower of the past and present is no different, still carrying the splendor and nobility of the Royal Empire. Hurry's servant gently pushed open the door and called softly, "Miss Hurry, are you ready?" Hurry, wearing a formal gown, smiled and said, "I'm coming right now." The staff that Ian entrusted to her, she always carried with her like a rare treasure. Her slender hand slowly reached for the staff. The formal gown paired with the staff made Hari even more noble and powerful. Even her voice exuded a sense of dignity. "Well then, let's go to attend my older brother's coronation." The scene of the royal palace, where Hayden's coronation was being held, was extremely solemn, with people coming and going, extraordinarily bustling. Everyone was dressed in splendid attire, displaying their power and nobility. Everyone was chatting cheerfully. The inside of the royal palace was magnificently decorated. Noble and elegant footsteps walked on the red carpet. His Majesty Jerry began to speak, "Oh, my beloved subjects." Before the solemnly standing crowd, in the formal atmosphere of the ceremony, he continued, "I wish to take this opportunity to pass this noble throne on to." As he finished speaking, Hari smiled. "My son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver." Jerry Greenriver added, "Normally, this throne would be passed down after my death, but after careful consideration, I believe doing so is most beneficial for the Empire. For him, this would help the Empire continue to develop, and the people would become more prosperous and happy under the leadership of a new king." As the gates slowly opened, His Majesty Jerry said, "O subjects of Greenriver, greet the new king." The great gates opened, and Hayden, standing there, immediately became the center of all eyes. His face had matured, no longer holding the immaturity of the past. Dressed in a magnificent royal robe, his entire being exuded the aura of a monarch. Even his steps were incredibly steady. If he were to become king, he would surely achieve great things. He slowly advanced towards where His Majesty Jerry was standing. Before his beloved father, he knelt on one knee, then slowly bowed his head, showing respect and gratitude. Before his son and the subjects of Green River, His Majesty Jerry said, "I am proud of you." Hearing this, Hayden immediately replied, "I will certainly do my utmost, not to disappoint the expectations of my father emperor." His Majesty Jerry was very pleased with that answer and nodded. Afterwards, he reached out to take the crown from the guard and gently placed it on Crown Prince Hayden. At this moment, Hayden had stood up, his posture solemn, the majestic crown on his head. His Majesty Jerry declared, "I declare Crown Prince Hayden Green River to be the king of Green River." Everyone present applauded in celebration. Long live the king. In the joyous atmosphere of congratulating the new king, a cloaked figure whose face was unclear raised both hands, seemingly casting some kind of magic. As the subjects of Green River cheered in succession, "Long live, congratulations, your majesty, may the gods protect you." That person used magic to create flower petals. The light pink petals fell just as Hayden was crowned, a truly beautiful sight. Hayden was quite surprised, which was evident on his face. People also began to whisper among themselves, "What's happening? Why are there flower petals?" Hari at this moment reached out her hand to feel them. There's magic hidden in these petals. She looked up, a spark of hope flashing in her heart. Could it be? At this moment, a voice rang out from the mysterious person. "Congratulations on your ascension, your majesty." Hayden also noticed this person. He broke into a surprised laugh, his eyes filled with joy. Hayden said, "Welcome back, Ian Fa." After the coronation ceremony ended, the people in the great hall gradually dispersed until almost no one was left. Only now could Hayden drop his solemn expression, breaking into a lovely smile and opening his arms. "You're here." Tears of happiness also rolled down his cheeks. Hayden couldn't contain his joy, approached Ian, and embraced him tightly, saying, "I missed you so much, Ian. I missed you so much." Ian looked at Hayden for a moment, then said, "Your majesty is still the same as ever." He placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Congratulations on your ascension." Ian's sudden return made his family extremely surprised and overjoyed. Madame Vanessa exclaimed in astonishment, "Ian." The atmosphere became incredibly warm. Vanessa hugged Ian tightly from the front, tears already streaming down her face. "Oh my goodness. Son, why didn't you contact everyone? Are you well? Have you been eating properly? Do you know how much the whole family missed you?" And Dola hugged him from behind, crying as he said, "Ian, I missed you so much." In response to everyone's warm welcome, Ian spoke up, "I missed everyone very much too, mother, Dolet, and father as well." The three of them were now all smiling at him. Vanessa asked, "Son, have you finished resolving your matters?" Ian replied gently, "Yes. This time everything has truly been resolved." Hayden then brought a hand to his mouth and coughed deliberately. "Ahem ahem, Ian Fa." Hearing his name called, Ian immediately turned his head, a bewildered look on his face. Hayden then silently pointed to Ian's left. Reflexively, he also looked in the direction Hayden was pointing and saw Hurry's figure. Seeing her, Ian smiled unconsciously. Hari was also looking at him at this moment with a gentle gaze, a charming smile playing on her lips. After a long time apart, Ian spoke a greeting. "Long time no see, are you well?" Hari shyly dared not look him straight in the eye, replying, "I'm fine." "And you, my lord?" Ian smiled. "As for me, I've still been living a wandering life. Everywhere I went, I heard people mention your name, from the capital to remote areas, even to the distant frontiers." Ian continued, "Everyone talks about a righteous person from the ivory tower who takes care of commoners and orphans. You've really done a great job." Hari was quite embarrassed, humbly replying, "Not at all. It was nothing grand." The brief conversation ended, and they both fell into silence. Neither of them knew what to say to the other. Hari looked very flustered, her cheeks flushed. She bowed her head and awkwardly said her farewell to Ian. "Well, I'll take my leave first. I hope Lord Ian has a pleasant evening." While he was still stunned, Hari had already turned, blushing, and walked away. Ian could only watch her retreating back with regret, not knowing what to say at this moment. Hayden appeared from nowhere behind Ian, his expression serious. "You look a little disappointed." Hearing that, Ian was startled and looked at Hayden, denying it. "What? Not at all." It was unclear what Hayden meant, but he said again, Ian, Hari isn't married yet. Hayden continued fluently. Despite receiving countless marriage proposals, she has refused them all because she said she is waiting for someone. Hayden asked a question, though perhaps he already knew the answer in his heart. I'm very curious. Who has she been waiting for all these 8 years? As soon as the words were out, Ian immediately became sad, his eyes darkening. Hayden stepped in front of Ian and continued. Besides, she's not the only one waiting for you. From now on, there's a mountain of work waiting for you to handle. Hayden smiled and asked, You'll accomplish them with me, won't you? Ian did not refuse, immediately replying, As you command, Your Highness. The sky above the ivory tower was majestic and magnificent, endlessly blue. Gazing at it, one's heart felt relaxed and at ease. At this time, Princess Hari was sitting by the flower garden, gazing at the lovely blossoms. She looked at them pensively, her expression thoughtful, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. I should have talked to him longer last time. She guessed he had probably forgotten what happened that day. The more she recalled that day, the sadder her heart became, and her complexion grew even more somber. Hari suddenly shook her head, telling herself, Don't get your hopes up. He just got back. He must be very busy. He definitely doesn't have time to pay attention to someone like me. Unbeknownst to her, Ian had appeared behind her, calling, Hari, so you're here. The sudden call startled her. Seeing her alarm, Ian said, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry. Hari slowly stood up, smiling as she replied, It's all right. What brings you here? Ian immediately answered her. I came to greet the mages at the ivory tower and then came over. They said you would probably be here at this hour. Outwardly, she tried to appear calm, but inwardly, she felt it was strange. Ian then looked around the garden and couldn't help but praise it. The ivory tower's flower garden has become much more beautiful. When I was here before, this place was just a patch of weeds. Hari said, After becoming an official mage, I started planting flowers here. I thought it would be nice if this place could become a quiet resting place for the mages. Ian smiled and praised. That's a great idea. Then he suggested, If you're willing, could you give me a tour of the garden? Hari didn't hesitate at all, happily agreeing, of course. And so, they strolled through every corner of the garden. It was then that Ian began to recount some of the things he had seen and heard during his long journey. Luanai flowers in Lukha are rare, but in cold, they're considered weeds, which greatly surprised me. There are people who suffer endlessly because they cannot have those flowers. He looked at Hari and added, I heard that in the west of the Duchy of John, there was a lake that sparkled like gold, so I went to see it. But when I arrived, it looked no different from an ordinary lake. But the moment the sun began to rise, it truly reflected a brilliant golden light. Recalling that scene, Ian couldn't help but exclaim, The sight was truly magnificent. It was a moment I will never forget in my life. Hari seemed not very interested in the story he was telling. She lowered her head to look at the ground, listening to his voice. You've had a wonderful journey. She smiled and said, A lake reflecting golden light. It sounds so magnificent. I hope I can see it with my own eyes someday. Hearing these words, Ian suddenly became pensive. Then he said slowly, I can take you there. While Hari was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, Ian added, Or anywhere you want to go. Ian held out his hand in front of her. Just take my hand. Then he said gently, The lake that glitters with golden light, the forest of spirits, the scorching desert, or the vast, endless sea. I have set foot in every corner of this world, but every time I arrived somewhere, the first person I thought of was you, Hari. The feelings he had suppressed for years were finally revealed in this moment. I often thought, if you were standing beside me at this moment, what expression would you have? Until one day, my longing for you even turned into torment. Ian gathered all his courage to express his heart. Then I finally understood what this feeling was. When I had completed all the responsibilities I had to do, the first person I thought of was still you. Hari stood motionless, listening as Ian continued to speak sweet, yet incredibly sincere words. As soon as the words were out, he slowly knelt on one knee. At this moment, he was in the posture of proposing to Hari. Please become my life partner for the rest of this life. He said, Please allow me to be by your side for the rest of our lives. Hari was quite flustered. She seemed to still be hesitating about something. Her cheeks unknowingly flushed red. Her eyes held a touch of sadness. Then she asked cautiously, You won't leave again, will you? Ian, without a moment's thought, immediately replied, That's right, I will be by your side forever. Suddenly, Hari burst into sobs. 2 streams of tears flowed ceaselessly, seeing the woman he loved trembling and sobbing as she received his proposal. He was not only bewildered, but also worried to the extreme. Through choked sobs, Hari said, I missed you so much. I really have waited for too long. Finally, she broke into a radiant smile, her face also brightening up. I accept. Ian joyfully took Hari's hand.